It is day number 5 of UzChess भाई एंड भाई ऑफ कोर्स आधा इवेंट आज हमारा खत्म हो जाएगा. सो इंपॉर्टेंट डे कि भाई कौन होंगे लीड में और कौन होंगे लास्ट. एक बार बिफोर वी एंटर दिस वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन जहां फॉर सम रीजन दोनों घोड़े साथ में हैं, डू वी हैव द स्टैंडिंग्स एक बार? बिकॉज आई थिंक हमने कहा था कल अर्जुन लीड में होंगे. Arjun is still in the lead along with Nodirbek and Wokidov. So those Uzbeki players के साथ he is in the lead right now. Vidit, of course, still in the last place, but he has a couple of consecutive draws under his sleeve now. That too against two very strong players, Nodirbek as well as Arjun. I think उनके अब opponents धीरे धीरे के आसान होते जाएंगे. So he has the opportunity to rack up some points very very quickly. Chad, welcome to stream. एक बार सबके सब लोग जो सुन रहे हैं, जो म्यूजिक सुन के पक गए थे और मेरी आवाज सुन के उनको लगता मंगेशकर याद आ रही है, एक बार हाई इन द चैट लिख दो भाई, फील आ जाएगी. एंड इसके साथ ही नोदरबेक आंख साफ करते हुए अपनी ही इज आल्सो टायर्ड. लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द इनिशियल फ्यू मूव्स. क्या हुआ यहाँ पे? Pawn to c4, e6, knight c3, d5 एंड हम d4 में ट्रांसपोज होते हैं. बिशप e7 मूव ऑर्डर खेला. आइडिया है कि भाई आई वांट टू अवॉइड दिस पिन, सो नाउ यू डोंट हैव बिशप g5. तो यहां यूजुअली व्हाइट मार मार के बिशप f4 खेल देता है, जो उन्होंने खेला. यहां पे आता है pawn to c6, e3, बिशप f5 एंड यहां पे knight e2 इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग आइडिया. आप इस बिशप के अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हो रादर देन गोइंग फॉर knight f3, knight to e5. आता है knight d7, knight g3, बिशप g6, बिशप e2. अगेन व्हाइट डजंट वांट टू ट्रेड दिस. He wants to harass this bishop on g6 consecutively. आता है queen b6, queen d2, h5, h4, knight to f8. भाई ये चाल का मतलब समझना इतना आसान नहीं है, because black is kind of delaying castling, but black is preparing for knight to e6. कल को ये बिशप वहां अटैक कर सकता है. दैट इज द गोल. सो सुपर क्रूशियल पोजीशन आई थिंक फॉर अर्जुन. मैं स्ट्रीम तो खोल लूं भाई, स्ट्रीम दिख नहीं रही है. वेलकम चैट. एक बार सबके सब लोग हाई लिख दो दोबारा भाई. मैं तुम्हारा हाई मिस कर दिया. आई सॉरी. हाय हाय हाय. एक हाई सिर्फ लिखना भाई. लेट्स गो. एंड चैट, अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स कल ड्रॉ किया और उनके साथ विदित के साथ, बट क्या ही प्रेप थी उनकी भाई. क्या ही प्रेप थी कल उनकी. गर्मा गर्म प्रेप थी भाई. इतना मजा आया था देख के. मतलब 27 से 28 चालों तक वो प्रिपरेशन करके बैठे थे. मतलब इट्स लाइक आप बोर्ड का पेपर देने गए 12th का, और आपको ना लाइक 80% पेपर घर से पता है. मतलब इट्स क्रेजी. द ओनली लॉजिकल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस लीक कहां, आई मीन कहां से आपने तैयारी करी है. आई थिंक दैट्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. एंड क्लियरली आपने एनसीईआरटी और आरडी शर्मा करी होगी. सो मीनवाइल नाइट एफ8 के बाद नाइट e6 का प्लान है. ये बिशप के पास स्क्वायर कम है, सो व्हाइट को कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा इसको टैकल करने के लिए. अगर व्हाइट सिंपली कैसल करता है देन नाइट टू e6 लुक्स लाइक अ वेरी नाइस मूव. एंड ऑलरेडी Arjun is not only equal, but he is better. He's better with the black pieces. So I think इतना आसान काम नहीं होगा नोदरबेक के लिए, who feels like is already out of prep. जो कल वीडी के साथ हुआ वही आज नोदरबेक के साथ होता मुझे दिख रहा है, वो भी with the white pieces. So बड़ा मजा आएगा चैट. It looks quite exciting for Arjun. And before we move to VD, few predictions chat. What do you think happens in this game? Nodirbek wins, Arjun wins या फिर draw? क्या prediction है भाई? Is this your bread and butter London? No, it's not bread and butter London, because pawn यहां C pawn गायब है for the E pawn. अगर ये pawn C3 पे होता और एक pawn यहां होता, that would be the London system. I see Arjun wins, draw, Arjun wins. I am going with the Arjun victory today chat. मुझे लग रहा है आज अर्जुन कुछ क्रेजी कर सकते हैं. पोजीशन थोड़ी अनऑर्थोडॉक्स है एंड अर्जुन का टाइम देख के लग रहा है ही इज रियली वेल प्रिपेयर्ड, इज माय गट फीलिंग. तो आज अपॉर्चुनिटी. लुक एट जस्ट नोदरबेक. कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन राइट नाउ? लुक एट हिम. अर्जुन नॉट इवन इन द फ्रेम ऑफ द कैमरा राइट नाउ. आराम से चिल करके उन्होंने अपने हैश ब्राउन्स खाना चालू कर दिया होगा. बट नोदरबेक लुकिंग अ बिट स्ट्रेस्ड. ऐसा, बाय द वे, आई डोंट नो इफ यू सॉ द क्लिप यस्टरडे जहां नोदरबेक नेपो के साथ थोड़ा एक्टिंग कर रहे थे. चैट आई हैव टू शो यू दिस. या आई नेवर गो टू द प्रीवियस गेम्स, बट दिखाना पड़ेगा. दिस वाज द पोजीशन, ठीक है. एंड यहां पे आफ्टर G7 नाइट H7, पहले नोदरबेक ना एक्टिंग करते हैं कि वो नाइट यहां खेलने वाले हैं. देन ही पुट्स इट हियर. फिर किंग के संग देन ही एक्ट्स कि ही इज गोना पुट द नाइट ऑन F6 एंड देन ही पुट्स इट हियर. लाइक it felt like he was trolling Nepo. Like it was very obvious he was trolling Nepo. I don't know if it's because he was kind of irritated that Nepo kept pushing in a drawn position. Like maybe that's the reason, or maybe he doesn't like Nepo, God knows क्या reason है, but it felt like he was trolling Nepo by doing this. तो बहुत funny था. Highly suggest checking that clip out. हमारे इंस्टाग्राम पे आएगी बहुत जल्दी अगर नहीं आई है तो. But yeah, insane game that one. So coming back to Nodirbek now, देखते हैं आज क्या काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन हो सकती है. And I am predicting like Arjun win today. Arjun भाई क्या बॉस की तरह खड़े थे वहां पे. दूसरा गेम बाय द वे इज विदित अगेंस्ट हैंड्स एंड ऑफ कोर्स VD has promoted his platform before, so they've worked together professionally before, and they've played also before. एक मैच खेला था उन्होंने, but Catalan is bread and butter for Vidit. कई लोग बात कर रहे थे काफी, and knight d2 is not what you usually play. सबसे कॉमन चाल होती है bishop d2, but knight d2 is the second most popular move. a5, queen c2, knight c6, knight f3, a4, ताकि a3 पे we have some cases bishop a5 also, and ये b4 plan possible नहीं है. So काफी logical. I'm फिलहाल के लिए setup काफी इंटरेस्टिंग. ऑलरेडी वन थिंग वी कैन नोटिस इज विदित का टाइम 6-7 मिनट पीछे ऑलरेडी. 7 मिनट मूव हुए हैं और 7 मिनट वो पीछे है. द लास्ट थिंग यू वांट इज 40 मूव पे 40 मिनट पीछे. सो एज लॉन्ग एज ही मैनेजेस हिज टाइम, आई थिंक इट्स ग्रेट. बाय द वे, डिड यू सी विदित्स इंटरव्यू यस्टरडे चैट? यस और नो? Crazy interview. Did you see Vidit's interview after playing Arjun yesterday? So basically, Vidit admitted कि his time management was not great. He also said कि बहुत tough था उनके लिए खेलना because he was out of prep. But he said the exact same thing we joked about. हमने मजाक किया था कि अर्जुन सोच रहा है 40 मिनट यहाँ पे. क्यों सोच रहा है? ऐसा ना हो कि भाई he's hoping कि विदित को वॉशरूम ब्रेक लगेगा and then he won't have time. Vidit said the same thing. That he was wondering कि maybe Arjun is taking too much time ताकि because Vidit cannot move away from the board. So exactly the same thing he kind of was joking about, and Arjun ने भी वही मजाक किया. नहीं भाई इतना मैं सोचा नहीं. Of course that was not the intention, but it was hilarious actually. कि Vidit thought the same thing we thought कि भाई he's trying to make sure कि ऐसा मोमेंट आए जहां विदित को जोर का वॉशरूम ब्रेक लगे and he has no option but to go. So hilarious moment, but okay, Vidit understood कि time management for him from him wasn't great. So I think बहुत important game है आज against hands. He has the white pieces, so you want to push with the white pieces, but you also want to push with time on your hands. So let's see क्या होता है भाई. So meanwhile, going back to the Arjun game for a second, Nodirbek के साथ खेल रहे हैं. After knight f8, Nodirbek looks like he's under pressure already. By the way, in this position, knight f8, इस position से 10 games खेली गई हैं. 10 में से 2 games में knight f8 has already been played. So it's not like a complete novelty. So it's possible कि Nodirbek might have seen this before. And in the 2 or 3 games played here, e4 and bishop d3 were the 2 moves played. e4, I mean, I'm not a big fan of because again, आपने e3 खेला, फिर आप e4 खेल रहे हो, and you're kind of, spoiling your structure. d4 can be weak. I like bishop d3 more, which I think is the best move, by the way, according to the engines, because after you take, queen takes, knight e6, now maybe the bishop can come to e5, and agar f6 खेलोगे, there are these queen g6 check ideas also. So it weakens the king. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. Right now, by the way, he plays e4. Bhai, he's played the third best move, which is not ideal. And after d takes c4, Arjun could have the edge if white doesn't play d5. Look at this. After this move, d5 is the best. And now Arjun's only move in the position is knight to f6 or he's busted. This is turning out to be sharp in the opening itself. And now d6, bishop to d8. Bhai, this is getting quite scary, right? Now bishop e3, the queen cannot go back, has to come to b4, and now simply castles. Bhai, this is a crazy position. Wow. So मजा आ रहा है भाई. कुछ interesting हो सकता है आज game, I think, between these two guys. Let's go full skin. Look at Nodirbek, by the way. I think he expects Arjun to find d4, and then we could see some sharp checks. We also have knight e6 from Arjun, which is second possibility. And now after e takes d5, knight f4, queen f4, black does not take, but black takes on b2. And now rook c1, because rook hanging, knight hanging, you have to play rook c1. And now knight to f6. and dc6, pawn c6, castles, castles. This I think is more solid, but also gives black a clear edge, I feel, because ये pieces थोड़े से awkward है. Bishop a excellent piece controlling b1 and c2. Queen is well placed. ये weak है, but ये भी weak है. And I feel like black is at least, in fact, white की best move is knight d1. I mean, you see how tough it is. So I think kahin na kahin, maybe Arjun has a great position with the black pieces if he is well prepared. अगर उनकी प्रिपरेशन परफेक्ट है. तो चैट अब बताओ भाई, पोजीशन में एनालाइज कर लिए बेसिक, अब मूव्स का इंतजार करेंगे. आई टोल्ड यू नोदिरबेक का लेवल क्रेजी है भाई, लेवल क्रेजी है, बट दिस कुड बैकफायर आल्सो. इट्स नॉट अ वन वे स्ट्रीट हियर. अर्जुन सोच रहे हैं, बट यू नो इफ ही हैड, आई होप अर्जुन हैड लुक्ड एट द चेसकॉम एक्सप्लोरर पेज हियर, बिकॉज अगर उन्होंने देखा होता ही वुड नोटिस e4 हैज बीन प्लेड इन 2 games. So he would have seen this move in that case. Nodirbek calculation OT press is insane. I agree, but so is Arjun's. कल देखा 27 मूव की प्रेप, आज बताया कितने मूव की प्रेप होती है. सहज भाई एक दिन आएंगे यार. आई थिंक वी हैव लेफ्ट टू हिम, ही कैन जॉइन एनी पॉइंट. आई थिंक व्हेनेवर ही इज फ्री ही विल ट्राई टू जॉइन. ऑफ कोर्स ही इज आल्सो बिजी चैट, थोड़ा उनका भी टाइम का हमें रिस्पेक्ट करना पड़ेगा. We'll also have, by the way, Dushyant and Priyanka joining us today again from a brief time. I think 1 hour each or roughly they'll join during the second of the stream. So वही मजा आएगा. Yokesh is playing in Chennai Grandmasters. Let's go. Exactly. He's playing Chennai GM. Bhai, that would be crazy. भाई इंडिया में गुकेश अपने होम टाउन में खेलेगा चेन्नई में. भाई और क्या चाहिए. इमेजिन. Arjun should save time for last. I mean, he will. Oh, wait, what? Wait, did they just give us the Hikaru POV? Was this like the Hikaru POV की भाई सीलिंग देखो. What the hell was that? समय भाई प्रोड्यूसर साहब ये क्या था? What was this? आसमा को छू लो. भाई ये क्या था यार? What? अरे अभी भी हिल रहा है कैमरा. देखा चैट. Crazy action happening only on Chess 24 India and Chesscom India. और दुनिया में कई स्ट्रीम चल रही है. और Chess 24 चल रही है, मेन चैनल पे चल रही है, बट स्टिल ये तो मिस कर दे चैट. कहीं भी और अगर तुम होते तो मिस कर देते. क्रेजी एक्शन ऑफ द कैमरा. आई डोंट नो कौन सा भरतनाट्यम कैमरा कर रहा था ये, बट क्रेजी. Are we having any guests like Dushyant Bhai? Yes, we'll have Dushyant and Priyanka again today. I think roughly for an hour or 1.5 hours each, they'll be there. So maza aega. And I think yesterday was Dushyant's first commentary stream ever, and also Priyanka's second stream ever. So I think it was nice to see them explain their thoughts. And of course, Dushyant Bhai ko to bhai to pata hai 5.5 half ka record hai. So you know it's always nice to have for once an IM jisko main hara chuka hu bahut baar. So meanwhile, E4 के बाद Arjun is thinking, which is not a good sign in my opinion, because I'm hoping he's trying to remember rather than trying to calculate. Because अगर D4 का D5 आया, he already has to find only moves. Like he has no option here. So I'm hoping this is not a surprise for him already. I hope this is all preparation and he knows what to do. He's just trying to recall his moves here. That's very important. Camera was nodding at Nodirbek's move. You know, it felt like ऐसे कुछ like some, I don't know, like some voter scam or some chess scam. Yeah, like for example, मान लो कैमरा हट गया, हाँ भाई डाल दे एक्स्ट्रा बिशप, अर्जुन डाल दे एक्स्ट्रा बिशप बोर्ड पे, किसी को पता नहीं लगेगा. लाइक ऐसा ऐसा नहीं चला था मुझे. हिलेरियस. Chennai GM का Chennai GM I think is from 16th July if I'm not mistaken, for like a week or so. So that's in mid of July. But I think उससे पहले बहुत events हैं. I think it's roughly a month away. Abhi ke liye, of course, UzChess has 5 more rounds to go, including today. Then we have Bullet Chess Championship. Then we have GC Zagreb. Then we also have the finals of India Rising, by the way, jahan pe, you know, Vidit will be playing against Bok. Then we're going to have, I think, Chennai GM. And then, of course, EWC. And then September se to bhai fir, you know, it's going to be GCL, Olympiad, World Championship, and Insane Chess. So, saal packed hai, chat. Saal packed hai. And that means, you know, lots of Indian players getting opportunities in different events. Pichla event tha, you know, Norway Chess, jahan pe we had 4 Indians participate. भाई क्या स्टेयर दे रहा है नोदिरबेक, मतलब खुले हम. देखो 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 देखो, ओह भाई देख रहे हो तुम, स्टेयर देख रहे हो भाई का, देख रहे हो तो मतलब दिल्ली मेट्रो में कभी. चैट, यू कैन ट्राई दिस इन चेस टूर्नामेंट, डोंट ट्राई दिस इन दिल्ली मेट्रो. आई कैन I can highly recommend not trying this in Delhi metro. अगर आपको घर पहुंचना है सही सलामत. Just kidding, by the way. But the joke is कि भाई, I don't know what the joke is. Maybe I'm the joke. But the point is, chat ki don't try this at home. But have you ever played Magnus Carlsen? Yes, but I've played him once in a simul, and he destroyed me over the board. And but it was still enjoyable. That's the crazy part. Is there a chance of Arjun getting straight for EWC? I think very good chance, right? I mean, I don't know if he qualified via the CCT leaderboard. I'm not sure. I think he missed it by one rank or something. I'm not sure if he qualified. The second option could be the last chance qualifier, which I think is from 4th to 6th August, if I'm not mistaken. And of course, he might have some other way. I mean, he missed the India Rising spot. So that's also kind of sad by one game, right? Against Bok, I think. Will you think VD wins against Bok? I mean, of course, he'll be the favorite, right? Bok is around 2550 and VD is around 2700. Exactly 2700 right now. So he should be the clear favorite. I know it's classical ratings, but VD, I think, has shown that he plays amazing. So, by the way, I like that Arjun goes for 96. Maybe he doesn't know the exact variations. So he goes for something which is more solid. Like it doesn't give white a chance to push this d5 pawn and basically create a winning position in the opening itself. So he, बोलते ना जैसे बाढ़ आने लगती है किसी के शहर में, you can do drastic measures, you can try to find some out of the box solutions, but sometimes the best solution is let's just block as much as we can quickly, even if it doesn't block everything. Let's block majority of the water from kind of reaching the crops and let's kind of just stop it there. And for full term solution बाद में देखेंगे, because we have a short term solution right now. So he does that. He develops a piece, makes sure castling is close by, and then of course doesn't allow d5 and attacks the bishop. So काफी logical solution Arjun की तरफ से, and he didn't spend 20 minutes to figure out if d4 d5 works. That's practical chess. I love that. Thank you, Shilbhai. By the way, bishop e3 played, and now he can also play knight to f6. He can play rook d8 to defend the pawn, but the best move here is actually knight to f6, developing the last minor piece. And agar yahan e5 khelte ho, that would be a big mistake, because knight g4, and ye ek bishop to main leke jaunga. And suddenly, white is worse, clearly worse. So Nodirbek under pressure again after Arjun's last move. Can Arjun find knight to f6? Crucial moment in the game. But हल्का सा हिंट दे दो अगर प्रग चेन्नई में खेलेगा या नहीं. Being from Chennai, he hasn't played single nation. यार, I'll tell you one thing I know. As far as for any event goes, आधे player I think have to be Indian, and you cannot have more than half the players from one federation. I think that's the rule. I think I remember. I might be wrong on this, but that's what I remember. So अगर 8 player है, that's what I understand. Then कौन से Indians हैं? We already know Gukesh is playing. We know Pranesh for sure will play because he qualified from the challengers last year. We also know कि Arjun 99% will play because he does play, because the event itself is organized by Arjun's manager and his team. So 3 Indian spot तो full हो गए. अब एक बचा, right? So वो एक spot में कौन होगा? That is the question. Now we have a lot of contenders. We have Parag, as you mentioned. We have Nihal. We have Vidit. We have so many others as well. So एक बंदा कौन होगा? I think we'll get to know. Arjun doesn't know he played. Yeah, Arjun I think is not on the board right now. Uzbek ने वही चाल चली जल्दी and Arjun का time जा रहा है. But I don't think there's huge pressure at all, man. Arjun 1 minute पीछे है भाई. 1 minute क्या कर लेगा Uzbek? Tikku should be there. Tikku might be there, bhai, but maybe as a commentator right now, it's not clear at all. मेरी उनसे खास कुछ बात नहीं हुई यार. I just saw the जो brochure नहीं, जो photo Gukesh की आई, so I don't really know कि what's the deal. But hopefully I'll be there in some capacity, and we'll try to bring you the best action, bhai, in any shape possible. I like being at on-site events. It doesn't matter कि मैं commentary कर रहा हूँ or I'm shooting some content or whatever. It gives you the feel of top-level chess, which is very nice. I don't know if you've ever been to a top-level event. World Cup हुआ था India में. Maybe hopefully the World Championship happens. If you get an opportunity to be at a top-level event, चाहे Tata Steel हो, Chennai GM हो, या whatever it is, just experience it once. See how the players walk out of the hotels. The tournament hall कैसा vibe दे रहा है. It's intense. Once you enter the tournament hall, while the games are going on, you will go crazy. You're like, damn, मेरे को खड़े खड़े बिना गेम खेले टेंशन फील हो रहा है. इट्स नथिंग लाइक यू एवर एक्सपीरियंस बिफोर, बिकॉज यू सी द प्लेयर्स अप क्लोज. लिटरली इतना डिस्टेंस होता है बिटवीन ऑडियंस एंड प्लेयर्स कि यू कुड लिटरली पुल आउट सेल्फी स्टिक एंड टैप मुकेश लाइक. इतना क्लोज होते हैं प्लेयर्स. लिटरली टेक आउट सेल्फी स्टिक एंड ऑफ कोर्स डोंट डू इट, बट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज इतना कम डिस्टेंस होता है, सो यू कैन लिटरली एक्सपीरियंस द टेंशन ऑफ द प्लेयर्स व्हाट दे आर गोइंग थ्रू. सो I highly suggest going to an over the board event when you get the opportunity. Chennai GM होगा, वहां जाओ if possible. We might have GCL, वहां जाओ, but GCL is more relaxed, right? It's more of a fun event. So tension पूरी तरह experience करने के लिए I would suggest going in a classical event or like a Chennai GM or like a world championship if it happens. That will be amazing. Nodirbek playing, yes. Nodirbek is also playing, so that already tells you 4 players, right? I have been to Tata Steel in Kolkata, best place because very less crowd and you can see people so closely. Exactly, but Tata Steel में पता है क्या? Tata Steel में उसमें the people play on the players क्या बोल रहा हूँ भाई मैं, क्या हो गया मुझे आज भाई, थोड़ा हल गया मैं. People play on the stage, so players are playing on that elevated stage and you don't really get to be next to the players. But if you come to Chennai GM or even if you were there at the World Cup, you literally could walk inside the tournament hall. There were pathways for you to go next to the players, literally stand next to the players almost with literally a 1 arm distance. So barrier tha, but it was a 1 arm distance pe tha. So you could literally just experience it up closer. So Tata Steel is amazing, of course, but I think you might experience the tension even more in a over the board classical event where you can actually stand close to the player. So try it out at some point. Meanwhile, अभी भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं भाई अर्जुन की मूव का. Knight f6 is best as we discussed. Rook d8 is possible, but I think I don't want to commit my rook just yet, like because it looks a bit committal. It does have the advantage of pressure in d4 though, so it forces a decision. Do I want to take on d5? Do I want to go e5? So it's also kind of a forcing move. So not a bad one at all. But I like knight f6 because it develops a minor piece, prepares castling, and also gives an opportunity for white to go wrong because e5 is so tempting where knight g4 just gets black a better position. So let's see what Arjun does. Crucial moment in the game for Arjun, and I like that he's taking time here. Can you fill title? So, Chad, I think when you get a rating of 2200, you get the title of CM. That's one of the titles I have. If you play in the US a few events and get a rating of 2200 there in their national rating, that is USCF rating, then you also get the NM title. So I have both those. Not much of a difference. It's just a different rating. So CM kind of takes in the FIDE rating as the baseline, and USC and NM takes in the USCF rating as the baseline. So if I go to the US, I could play their national event, not nationals, but like an event in the US jahan pe unki national ratings count hoti hai, and I think I have a rating of 2228 there or something like that. But it's inflated. I think in general, a USCF rating would be around 100 points higher than the FIDE rating in general. WGM, I would love to be, but I think, I don't want to steal the thunder of any top women player. I think, I know we joke about it, chat, but at the end, like they've worked so hard for it. And I think we need to also acknowledge the effort it took for them. Technically, even if I had the opportunity, I would still not be a WGM because 23 rating nahi hai meri. My peak is to do 7.5. एक बंदा मुझसे पूछ रहा है चीट कैसे करे, भाई थोड़ा शर्म करो. आइडियली भाई, सी यू नेवर वांट टू चीट. I mean, I understand like a 8-year-old not understanding this. Maybe you are 8-year-old. That could be a possibility. But as an adult, at least, you shouldn't cheat because I think it's not about the game. It's more about how you look at life in general. You're looking for shortcuts everywhere. I can tell you, I feel somebody who cheats once is likely going to do it again. It's very hard to stop, man. It's like you figure out a hack somewhere. It works for you. You steal a toffee in in like a grocery shop. Next time you steal a chocolate. Like it just works that way. So never try it, I think. Stick to the right path, play your own games, and when you actually win against a strong player, it would mean something for you. Why bro is yapping? Why? Good question, I think. Why I am yapping because both the players right now look quite tense and काफी अंधेरा लग रहा है hall में. Is it just me? It feels like lights सिर्फ board के वजह. Both the players are sitting in complete darkness. Is it just me, chat? Not on hands by, not at all. I think it's in general, I think, about the question somebody asked in the chat. Sahil very irritating. Yeah, I'll tell Sahil that. I'll tell him that he's very irritating. Yeah, I'll convey that information for sure. What is his chess book for you? Chess book. Yeah, I think very hard to go for one. One book I love is, again, it was London System by Nicholas Sedlak. I think it was some GM. So I love that book in general because I learned a lot about the London through his books. But I think in general, I would say for the end games, for example, वही मार्क द्रेस्की की बुक्स काफी अच्छी होती है. Like I can recommend highly. साहब लिटिल की डेट लीक कर दो. भाई डेट तो समय ने बोली ना. समय ने उस दिन क्या बोला कि देखो लिटिल चालू हुआ था on 14th June. And that's all I'm going to say, right? So that's what he said. So I'm guessing it's going to be 14 June. Yeah, is my guess. कॉलेज में कौन सी बुक है? कोई इन्वेंट नहीं हुई आज तक. तो किसी भी महान इंसान की आज तक हिम्मत नहीं हुई कोई किताब बनाने की उसके ऊपर, बिकॉज पता है वो बिकेगी नहीं. सो somebody wants to try, I think they can try. साहिल मछली के बिना अधूरा है. यार पता है, आई एग्री विद दैट स्टेटमेंट एक्चुअली. कमेंट्री करना विदाउट इंजन इज टफ, एटलीस्ट फॉर मी, बिकॉज इट्स गोना टेक मच लॉन्गर टू फिगर आउट डिटेल्स. यार इवन टॉप जीएम्स, मैं अगर अर्जुन वहां बैठ के कोई गलती कर रहा है तो भाई कौन सा कमेंटेटर है जो मतलब ही कैन फिगर आउट डिटेल्स बिफोर अर्जुन? लाइक इट्स इम्पॉसिबल. यार इन मोस्ट केसेस, ऑफ कोर्स समटाइम्स इट विल हैपन कि you know the move will be obvious and people make a mistake, but in most cases I think the players who are playing are the strongest on the planet. And it's not cricket, yeah, कि भाई ऑफ साइड पे मारना है. देखिए सिंपल सी चीज है. इट्स लाइक चेस, इतना सटल है ना. अब देखो ही प्लेज नाइट F6 नाउ. या लाइक सी ही प्लेज द लाइक इट विल बी सो हार्ड टू डिसाइफर इट ऑन आवर ओन. जब अर्जुन को इतना टाइम लग गया तो भाई हम कैसे निकालेंगे? एंड नाउ इट्स नॉट एन इजी टास्क फॉर नोदरबेक एक्चुअली. नाउ one move you would consider is castles, of course, but is pawn ka kya? And black is now, ready to castle, so it's not the same situation now because black's king is not stuck in the center. जो पहले d5 आ रहा था, it doesn't have the same impact anymore. So I feel like this is looking tough, and apparently best move is now a4, which is maybe he finds this, but this looks so absurd. I think castle to me makes more sense. But the temptation to resolve this tension here is very high because right now black is attacking it thrice and you're only defending it twice. Black cannot take it easily because there is d5 and this queen is hanging and knight is hanging. But still, at some point, you might have to resolve this. And either way resolve it benefits black. So देखते हैं क्या करेंगे. Tough position for Nodirbek here. And chat याद हो अगर Nodirbek does not have a great record against Arjun and Prag. He has a very good record against Gukesh, but बाकी दोनों के साथ he seems to struggle a little bit. Meanwhile, chat, waiting for the move by Nodirbek. It's a crucial move. Just one brief look at Vidit, then we jump back because बहुत crucial moment है वहाँ पे. I think we saw till right a4, right? हमने देखा था last. Vidit plays a3, bishop e7. Castles, rook d1, bishop d7, and काफी logical chess by both players. But again, I have to like point it out again. I sound like a broken record, but it's just opening moves. 10 now 11 moves played. Hans has not used a single second of his clock. He has 1 hour 30 minutes. उतने से ही स्टार्ट किया था, उतना ही उसके पास है. एंड विद ऑलरेडी 26 मिनट यूज कर चुके हैं. So that's the problem here, I think. That's the problem again. And this is the Catalan, one of his pet openings. It's like me thinking in the London system in the first 10 moves. Why? Like that's the opening you play. Like you love. Like how can it take so much time? So I think like maybe Vidit has still not really targeted that, Vidit has targeted the problem here and he's still suffering from the same issue. So this game could be tough for Vidit. If Hans really, plays quickly, plays good moves, then he might face the same issues he's faced in the previous games. So with it right now, time is the problem. So jumping back quickly to Arjun's crucial move here. Sir, personal question. Feel free not to comment. Oh, spicy lag raha hai. Do you feel your personality has changed after marriage? I don't know. Maybe 5-10% for sure. Because maybe I don't crack certain jokes. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I do crack though. But maybe 5-10%. I think it's a part and parcel of life. When you live with someone, I think it changes you a little bit, and it should. But not much though. I think maybe like 5%, 10%, not more than that though. Salve, I'm good in memorizing theory and different deep lines. I play super theoretical openings. Opening makes me check opening lines continued against 1700. भाई काफी complex question था. It's good that you know theory, but in general I would say कि knowing tactics, end games, middle game, all is important. Openings में ना it's like आपने आर डी शर्मा के पजल रट लिया, आपने सारे को देख लिया कि क्या क्या क्वेश्चंस है, मगर समझा नहीं है तो भाई कुछ नया आएगा, हल्का सा कुछ एक्स की वैल्यू चेंज करके तो भाई फंस जाओगे. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम आई थिंक. सो ओपनिंग इज फाइन, बट दैट शुड बी लाइक लास्ट ऑन योर प्रायोरिटी. बिरयानी खाओगे? अरे बाप रे भाई, ये गलत सवाल पूछ लिया. नहीं भाई, नहीं खाऊंगा मैं. आई लव बिरयानी एज अ फूड, बट आई हैव हर्ड सीन सम क्लिप्स. आई स्टिल डोंट नो द फुल कॉन्टेक्स्ट एंड आई डोंट वांट टू नो फॉर नाउ. तो आई डोंट वांट टू गेट इनटू इट राइट नाउ कि ना इसमें बहुत लेयर्स होती है भाई, रिवील होता है. What I've learned from these controversies is chat in general in my life. पता है बहुत प्रकार की controversy, याद है एक controversy हुई थी and then other controversies. इसमें layers होती हैं. पहले ना 25% इंफॉर्मेशन निकलती है, उस पर लोग ओपिनियन देते हैं. फिर 50 निकलती है, फिर 75%, फिर 90 एंड 100 तो कभी नहीं निकलता. तब से मैंने सीख लिया है भाई कि just relax and don't comment on controversies. This has been my experience in general. I don't know what you think. आर डी शर्मा, टिक्कू हाउ भाई, हम भी मैथ्स पढ़े हैं भाई. 95 आए थे भाई मेरे 12th के बोर्ड में. मजाक है क्या भाई? मतलब ऐसे नहीं आए थे 95 भाई, क्रेजी. एंड जब मैं मैथ्स का भाई 12th का देके आया था ना, आई टोल्ड माय पेरेंट्स भाई 95 आएंगे. आई नो एग्जैक्टली वेयर आई वेंट रॉन्ग. सो डॉट 95 आए थे भाई. Meanwhile, still no moves by Nodirbek. So he's still not sure what to do. As we saw, A4 for some weird reason is the best move. Castles is what I feel he could do, because you still can't take, because there's D5, the bishop attacks the queen, the pawn attacks the knight. So that's not possible. So after castles, maybe black will have to do something on the queen, yeah? Like I'm thinking, but queen D8 is passive. I don't want to go queen D8. So it's not easy, for example, yeah? Wow, by the way, look at this. The best move is rook d8, which I am on board with. Makes a lot of sense here. Can you guess the second best move or the third best move here, chat? It's fluctuating. One of the best moves here is insane. It is queenside castles. Brother, you have to be kidding me. Literally, I can take and open the C file right now. Literally right now. Okay, and I could have these moves. Brother, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow, there is no way he castles queenside by. This is, and also the king side is kind of blocked. This is an insane move. I don't think, it's an Arjun kind of move. I have to agree with you, Rohan bhai, but still feels too insane. I don't think he castles queens. I think rook d8 makes more sense. What? सो जो हम दूसरे के लिए बोल रहे हैं वो नहीं, जो हम दूसरे के लिए बोल रहे हैं वो हमारे साथ हो रहा है, और जो हम हमारे लिए बोल रहे हैं वो दूसरे के साथ हो रहा है. सो भगवान, मेरे दुश्मनों को $10 million दे दो भगवान, जल्दी से भगवान. भगवान, भगवान, मेरे को मतलब बोलते ना 4 दिन के लिए इतना थका दो मैं काम ही ना कर पाऊं भगवान. ये चल क्या रहा है भाई? वाइट ने ही क्वीन साइड कर दिया. आर यू किडिंग मी? व्हाट? No, Arjun is not in trouble. In fact, the opposite. I feel like this is great. I think he was scared. Why? Look, I just want to point out to one piece, and that is this bishop. It is cutting across white's king right now. Why? Look at that diagonal. Look at that diagonal. I mean, the king can't move, yeah? You can't take anymore. I'll show you as an example. By the way, Arjun's best move now is queenside castles. Hilarious. And let's say you take, look at the eval bar go down. It's already -1 because the white king is getting destroyed along this diagonal. So, bhai, this is a very, very risky move by Nodirbek Abdusattarov. And वो बिल्कुल पीछे कुर्सी में बैठे हैं अंधकार में, because he knows he's taken a risk. 100% he's taken a risk here. Arjun can castle now, and now that's not even a weird move because white has also done this. Wow, why this was an insane move. I love this game. I think this could be the sharpest game of UzChess so far between two of the tournament leaders. Chat, can we have the standings once more? Just want to point out, 3 लीडर हैं 2.5 पे, उसमें से 2 एक्चुअली हैं अर्जुन एंड नोदिरबेक. सो द लीडर्स आर प्लेइंग ईच अदर. अगर कोई ये बंदा ये गेम जीतता है विद 5 राउंड्स ऑफ द इवेंट गॉन, they are 90% going to be the winner of the event because baki players relatively are not as strong. So super crucial game. If Arjun wins this with the black pieces, he is likely gonna win the entire event. Crucial game today between the world number 4 Nodirbek and the world number 9 Arjun Bhai. What a matchup, what a position. I love it. I only see Nodi's face. Yeah, because उसने काले कपड़े पहने हैं, लाइट है ही नहीं भाई. लाइट है ही नहीं. There's no light. अंधकार में दोनों players है. I don't know why the lighting is like that, but Nodirbek is like the, this होता है. Oh, best move played by Arjun Erigasi. Bhai, Nodirbek under real pressure now. Wow. एंड कोई कह रहा है आई थिंक इज गुड स्टैट्स अगेंस्ट अर्जुन. आई डाउट दैट. आपने कहां से उठाया? एंड ऑल्सो इवन स्टैट्स आर ओके. आई थिंक साइकोलॉजिकली अर्जुन हैज zero percent block against Nodirbek. Never seen him suffer or back down or become shy or over push against Nodirbek. Like he has that balance against Nodirbek. But Gukesh kind of sometimes over pushes against Nodirbek. Yeah, like this is psychological block there a little bit. भाई कैसल हो चुका है. एंड नाउ लुक एट दिस. White has only 2 moves, by the way. कुछ भी और खेला तो लग गए. It's -1.5. One move is f3. You defend this center, but hereafter takes and takes. यहां पे ये pawn पे attack, यहां से king पे attack. In fact, this is already -1. In the second best move, now bishop d6, knight hanging. If you move the knight back, then e4 is hanging and you're lost. So knight f5 only move. And now look at this beautiful sacrifice. Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4, bishop f5, and black wins a pawn here. Crazy. So, of course, white has d5, queen c7, de6, bishop e. The game goes on, but this is an insane variation where black is better. And one mistake by white, and he is completely lost. So, going back, I don't think Nodirbek goes for this. This is worse for him. And one mistake would be game lost. The main option, the only option here is to go e5. He has to close the center. This reminds me of, weirdly enough, Prakhar against Samay, jahan uska rook yahan se utha ke yahan aa gaya tha. But here also black is better. Now e5 only move. And now knight g4 ke baad, I'm getting the bishop. So at the very least, both your bishops will be gone, bhai. This is really bad for Nodirbek. Arjun has a dream position. Right now, after 14 moves with the black piece, why जीता Arjun आज? I'm going to set up a poll, भाई. This is insane chess by Arjun Erigasi, भाई. क्या ही बंदा है, भाई. Wow. Arjun versus Nodirbek. Arjun wins. Nodirbek wins. या फिर ड्रॉ रखना है? ड्रॉ रख लेते हैं, भाई. रख लेते हैं. नॉर्वे चेस नहीं है ना, ड्रॉ डालना पड़ेगा. भाई Nodirbek स्ट्रेस हो गया होगा उसको यार. He must be really stressed right now because I think he's running out of options and Arjun is not backing down. Nodirbek ने बड़े चाव से खेला. हा Queens and castles. पर अर्जुन ने कहा भाई हम भी कर सकते हैं भाई. Two can play this game and that game is chess. Yeah, something went wrong for Nodirbek. 100%. I think the moment where he went wrong was this move, e4. This was the start of the downfall, yeah, because he did not have to do this. I know 96 is strong, but there were other moves here. Bishop g5, bishop d3, trying to create some of the squares for the bishop here. This just felt like a lack of understanding of the opening itself, basically. And that's why he went this, and this is slightly risky. And dheere dheere karke, Arjun playing all the best moves of the engine has now a clear advantage in the opening. And accuracy dekho bhai, 97.1 for Nodirbek, 99.5 for Arjun. Bhai, he is playing perfect chess. There is 0% chance Nodirbek is in prep, by the way, Mr. MAH. Zero, like legit zero. अंधेरा कायम रहे भाई, अंधेरा चाहिए उनको. He needs something. Because अगर यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा खुल गई पोजीशन तो he is lost. By the way, ये f3 is -1. E5 is minus 0.7 or 0.6. Everything else is close to lost already. तुम समझ रहे हो? लाइक ये दोनों में से कुछ नहीं खेला तो खत्म हो गया. तो देखते क्या करेंगे. टाइम वाइज भी इज नॉट अहेड. कोई एडवांटेज नहीं है वो. एंड ही हैज द वाइट पीसेस. भाई अर्जुन इज इन ग्रेट शेप. प्रग इन ग्रेट शेप. इंडियन चेस इज राइजिंग अगेन. लेट्स गो. भाई फील आ रही है भाई. भाई आई फील लाइक इंडियन प्लेयर्स ना 2000 ये इवन इयर्स में 24 और 26 इसमें कुछ कुछ हो जाता है इनको. अप्रैल के बाद इनमें कोई आत्मा आ जाती है. मतलब दे स्टार्ट प्लेइंग मैजिकल चेस. अप्रैल से चालू हुआ ना. देख जैन में भी स्ट्रगल, फेब में भी स्ट्रगल, अप्रैल में वैशाली जीती. ठीक है. देन वी सॉ लाइक प्रग विन नॉर्वे चेस. We also saw Arjun like tied first with Magnus at Tape segment. Now we are seeing Arjun play well against. यार नजर लगाने की बात नहीं है भाई. अगर नजर लगनी होगी तो फिर तो वैसे ही लग जाएगी. वो तो हम वैसे ही प्रे करते हैं उनके लिए. 25 में क्यों क्या हो गया भाई. फिर 25 में तो हम तब भी प्रे कर रहे थे. तो माय पॉइंट इज कि कहीं ना कहीं लाइक इंडियंस आर राइजिंग अगेन मैन. दिस इज नाइस. गर्मी आते ही ये क्या है भाई. ही शुड प्ले बिशप A6. नहीं नहीं भाई ये नोदरबेक है. मतलब कोई मतलब तुम्हारा घर का मतलब कोई वो नहीं है. दोस्त तुम्हारा कोई बेस्ट फ्रेंड. One wrong move and the commentary changes. No, I mean, see, if Arjun makes a mistake, then of course, like that's a missed opportunity, right? But right now, till 14 moves, current situation. देखो अगर अब विराट कोहली सेंचुरी मार चुका है. We are 200 for 1 और टारगेट 250 है. अब इंडिया के 9 बैट्समैन अगले 20 रन में कोलैप्स हो जाए. That doesn't mean कि विराट कोहली अच्छा नहीं खेला. He played well till 200 for 1, right? So अब तक के लिए अर्जुन has played perfect. मतलब like नोदे में कभी शक्ल भी दिखेगा नहीं कभी, but he's genuinely in stress. गुकेश बचाए. निहाल also by the way 26 में he has risen. So only Gukesh bhai, it's only you now. I think we need you at the top. That's where you belong. Please show VD by the chat. One brief look at VD. Just quick look, ठीक है? Because after this, rook B1 move, आता है queen C8, queen C3, very weird move to be honest. Rook D8 and knight to E5. So he wanted to kind of defend this, maybe pawn here. But right now the bar already says black is slightly better. So interesting position. I'm not aware of this queen C3 rook B1 का idea exactly क्या है. So Vidit right now with 58 minutes, 30 minutes roughly, not 30 but 26 minutes behind, and a slightly worse position, maybe under some pressure here. So for now I'm going to stick to Arjun's game chat because वहां पे अच्छा लग रहा है देख के. Okay, it's not like winning or anything, but at least he's really building up pressure on his opponent. Whether Gukesh can get plus 10 euro in Quant Box Chennai GM not fairing. By Gukesh could get plus 30 at Chennai. By the way, best move played by Nodirbek. Why, एक होता है कि अपने लड़के बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं, एक होते हैं सामने वाले भी ऐसे गिव अप नहीं मारेंगे. दे आर ऑल्सो प्लेइंग सम ग्रेट चेस. एंड नाउ नाइट G4 ओनली मूव, बट दिस शुड बी ऑटोमैटिक. बोलते हैं ना, मतलब ए के बाद बी, एक्स के बाद वाई, like this should be like automatic for Arjun. Knight G4. Why? Because Olympic team is already done. Nihal, Arjun, Pragya, Gukesh. Yes, I think that is the team with the spare board. I think the reserve board going for Vidit, very likely. And he does move quickly. Let's go, Arjun bhai. Ofi in the chat plays the best move. And chat, now again white is only 2 moves. So this is not over. One of them is Bishop D3, जो चाल वो पहले इंजन बोल रहा था. Second move is Knight to A4. Anything else? He finds the best move again. भाई मतलब नोदिरबेक भी खता चेस खेलते हुए. भाई it's the battle of two beasts right now. तुम देख रहे हो? Like only move पे only move नोदिरबेक डिफेंस कर रहा है. Only move पे only अर्जुन अटैक कर रहा है. Crazy game so far. Come on. By the way, best move now is King to B8. He can take on D3. 2 moves possible for Arjun to maintain his advantage. Bishop D3 is automatic. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think you are exchanging your bad bishop. Okay, not a bad bishop per se now because of the king, but objectively a bad bishop for white's good bishop. Second move is more interesting though. That is directly king to B8, allowing white to capture, double your pawns, and after a move like queen to C2, chat black to play. White का plan है to capture this pawn and then attack the knight and bishop and pawn and so on. What is black's best move here? What do you think black should do? This one is tough to see for Arjun. I don't think Arjun sees this. Like he will not allow white to capture on g6 basically. बहुत कम chance है. Mhm. G5 is possible, but I can just take that pawn. It's possible. I mean, it's not a bad move. Also, knight f5 है मेरे पास. You give me the f5 square. So if you play this, maybe g5 gives the f5 square. Maybe not the best. White to resign. That's what he want to happen, but maybe later. No g pe. It is c5 actually. Counter play. And if queen g6, you can completely ignore it and now play this ridiculous, matlab unimaginable move queen to c6 by. And God forbid मुझे इसका आइडिया कभी 100 साल में पता लगेगा. I mean, you can also play rook h f8, which is also very nice, pressuring this f2 pawn. But इसका प्लान क्या है? ये 200 साल में पता लगेगा अभी भाई. By the way, if white were to play king b1, a random move, now I want to take on d4. Like that's the plan. And what would happen if we take on d4 directly? Why not just take it? Because bishop d4. Okay, I get it. Because knight d4 पे queen यहाँ होगी तो queen takes c6 पे I can take with the knight. Oh, that is pretty. So for example, queen g6, let's say c5, queen g6. Now you play queen c6, and if a random move, now I take, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, I can take back with the knight. Wow, that is beautiful. I don't think Arjun finds all of this. This is like engine level calculation. But if he plays king b8 here, that would be literally stockfish level accuracy. That would be crazy. But I think the human accurate move here is just to take on d3. That is the logical move that Arjun should play. भाई वीडी इतना वर्स क्यों है? Wait, what just happened? By after 95, bishop e8, he played knight d2 f3. And apparently after knight a5 here, it's -1 for Hans Niemann. Wait, what? Wait, why can't I take? This pawn is attacked, so I get what you're trying to do. What if I just take? Wait, why is it so bad? 94, okay, let's say queen c2, d5. Wait, why is it so bad? I'm still not sure. Wow, knight d2 and f6 is the plan. Okay, this is also not easy for Hans, chat. This is not easy for Hans because optically this looks like a nice diagonal for the bishop, right? Like I know, and it's a bit passive for Vidit, like his sare piece ghar baithe hai, but maybe it's not easy for Hans to find all of this. I don't think, yeah, he's worse, but I don't think it's easy for Hans to find it. Let's see if it does find knight a5, because if it does, then Vidit in huge pressure actually. But tough one for Hans to find. So I still have hope here he doesn't do it. Meanwhile, going back to the Arjun game, crucial moment in the game. Chat, will Arjun play the engine move or will he play the human move? Anything else and it's equal again, by the way, because white will play knight f5 next. So you want to take the bishop before he launches knight f5. So will he play the engine move or the human move? Come on, chat, let's go. Engine or human? Think about your best winning game you still remember. I think over the board, I remember it was against some 2100 player, I think. In the Veresov opening, I think. It was a beautiful attacking game, like with a बहुत सारी game थी वो. This is from 2016, I think. But online, तो I think बहुत सारी games है. Human engine, human engine, human engine. Yeah, I also think the human move he'll play. The king b8 move is very tough. It's very tough, especially that queen c6 idea is impossible to find. But he's thinking. I've beaten Bartel, yes, but that's online, I think. That's online. I don't exactly, Aruna. That's the point, Arun bhai. That's the point. Ki basically doubling of pawns, especially let's say bishop, king b8, bishop takes, pawn takes. When white can instantly attack it, is not easy to do, actually. It's not easy because you can't save this pawn, by the way. I mean, you don't want to play knight f8, right? Yuck. Yuck move. Matlab, you don't want to play this move. It disconnects the rooks. The knight is basically forever now just there to defend a pawn. I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, white will just easily win this game. So I think going back, it's tough to allow this unless you see that c5 and queen c6, cd4, and all of that. If he finds king b8, bhai, I mean, Arjun is going to touch 20 this year. If he finds king b8, 28 और 18 तो कहीं नहीं गए भाई, 28, 30 टच कर सकता है अर्जुन इस साल. That would be insane. Bhai Indian because Ajju Bhai loves chaos and imbalances. That is true. He might consider it, but I'm still doubtful he finds Queen C6. It's very tough. Chad, do like the stream. Let's go. We're gonna have soon Dushan Bhai joining us. I think around 5 p.m. Then at 6:30 or I think 6 p.m. actually, we'll have Priyanka also join, so we'll get their opinion on the game. But आज की game बहुत ही crazy लग रही है. I think देखने में. Can Peak Magnus find this move? Very good question. I think yes. I think peak Magnus can. Current Magnus maybe not. Peak Magnus can, I think. Hi Gigabyte, thanks for stream. Of course, Karthik bhai, anytime. Always there. I think Indian chess mein kuch bhi ho raha ho, to I'll always be trying to be there in some capacity. By the way, still no moves by Arjun. The fact that he's thinking is making me hopeful that he can play the Indian move king to b8. Let's go. Let's see. Arjun find Queen C6. I think it's very tough, chat. Very tough, even for the India number one. Arjun bhai, एक बार candidates पहुंच जाए बस. I agree. By Arjun, if he wins this event, it's gonna unlock a new level, I think, in his play. Because I think he's finished second so many times. I think he really wants to finish first. I think once he does it, once you achieve something in your life for one time, I think you can easily do it again. You have the confidence. I've pulled it off before. Why can't I do it again? You get that psychological block out of your head, I think, basically. Your channel makes chess interesting. Thank you. I think it's been the effort of our entire Chesscom India team of making chess accessible. I think it's a lot of fun. We enjoy what we do, and I think that's why maybe it's fun. And meanwhile, he's not looking at bishops. He's looking towards the king. Bye. If he plays king b8, I'm going to lose my mind. If he finds king b8, that's going to be crazy, man. I don't think he finds it. It's very hard to allow this, man. Doubling up your pawns. If king b8 happens, I am going to lose my shit. By the way, these two moves are the ones we are considering. Anything else and Nodirbek equalizes. So Arjun has to find one of these two. Bishop d3 logical, human move, and king b8, the insane Indian idea. And it's tempting because it offers white some bait in that, you can take the g6 pawn, and if Nodirbek does take that pawn, then Arjun could just be winning. So let's see what happens. Who's your favorite Indian chess player? I would say, I think, maybe Gukesh, purely for the memories he's given us. But in general, I think I'm a big fan of all these players, man. I think Prag, Arjun, Vidit, Gukesh, even Nehal, I think all these guys are awesome. Even the women's section players, Humpy, ma'am, a lot of respect for her, has kind of led the Indian front there for so many years, man. Harika, of course, for so many years as well. Now we have, Vaishali, Divya rising up the rankings as well. One won the World Cup, one won the candidates. So I think huge respect for all of them. Arjun writes the chaos. Let's see, brother. इनमें से कोई भी चाल आएगी तो we should be very happy. But King B8 is just like a bit. I think Mr. Indian Engineer summed it up well. It's a bit artistic. It's tough. Hands did not find the move. I'm not surprised. I told you it's not easy. I think objectively Vidit was worse, but it's very hard to, I think, find that move. Anish Giri is my favorite player, by the way. My favorite player in the entire world is Anish Giri, by the way, in terms of personality. Sehaj ko bulao analysis ke liye, bhai, I would love to have him at any point, but I think it's tough. Prestigious pizzas. Are, bhai sahab, long time. Bhai, kaise ho? Bilkul yaad hai, bhai. Thanks for super chat. Bhai, kaise hai pizzas aapke? Who's your favorite? अरे भाई शशांक भाई, मतलब लगता है आप ज्यादा थोड़ा सा अभी आप 7 साल से 8 साल के हुए हो, तो थोड़ा सा आई वुड से कि थोड़ा स्कूल जाओ, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करो. आई थिंक थोड़ा बड़े हो जाओ. अच्छा रहेगा आपके लिए अगर बड़े हो जाओगे तो. What about knight takes e3? Yeah, knight takes e3 looks like a very good move because it attacks the rook. But I think what white can do is take with the pawn here. And suddenly मेरी f file खुल गई अब. And he can use that for, putting pressure on these pawns. Rook f1. Okay, maybe rook f1, knight f5. It's unnecessary counterplay, I feel. It's not a bad move though. I think it makes a lot of logical sense to take the bishop for the knight. That's why we did play knight g4. But the question is, where can the bishop go? It can go nowhere. Nowhere. So I am not in a hurry to take this. I can wait. I can wait आराम से. बस मस्त समोसा अब तक नहीं खिलाया. अरे भाई खिलाएंगे समोसा. बिजनेस हमने थोड़ा बंद कर दिया है. जैसे समय है समोसा खाना चालू किया, बट करेंगे भाई, करेंगे वो भी फिर से चालू करेंगे. At least tell what Sahaj Bhai is busy with. No, Sahaj Bhai, yaar, I don't think he's super busy with one thing. I think it's just ki, I think it's very hard to have all of us together, Chad. I think there are budgets involved. The tournament itself, I think, is shorter, right? So there are multiple things involved there, which just makes it very tough for all of us to be there. Rakesh Bhai also has other work to do at Chesscom, right? I mean, we have so many events to commentate on. Ki it just gets very tough. So I think we'll try to cover all the events, but maybe we won't have all the people for everyone. But we'll be there for all the big events for sure. Like Bullet Chess Championship, me and Sahaj Bhai will be there. Also for I think GD Zagreb, I think, for example, will try to be there. So for Chennai GMs, hopefully. So for other events. By the way, Nodirbek keeps staring at Arjun. Bhai, that's his thing. That's what he does. Yeah, he keeps staring, keeps putting pressure on you. But yaad rakho, it's just a stare, man. It doesn't change anything. Samne pieces हुआ ही है. It's not going to change the game in even any shape whatsoever. So if Arjun is better, he's better. Bhai. Will you be watching the World Cup, the football World Cup? Maybe not. I might not have the time. Also, like I did watch the last, I think, like the final. Like I did watch, but maybe I'll watch the finals, the semi-finals, and so on. Do these solutions get to Chess 24? Yes, they go to Chess 24 and Chesscom, I think, in general, because it's owned by the company. But still appreciated by. Thanks a lot. And more importantly, glad to have you back on the channel, bhai. Would love to have you more and more. I think ये event तो तब भी I think is a if you missed Norway chess, check out some short form content there. Bhai, मतलब Prague won Norway chess ahead of Magnus Carlsen, defeated him twice in the same event. भाई अर्जुन खेलेगा किंग बी एट भाई तो सोच रहा है भाई दैट इज अ गुड पॉइंट जितना वो सोच रहा है किंग बी एट की पॉसिबिलिटी बढ़ती जा रही है बट इट्स स्टिल हार्ड मूव टू प्ले इट्स स्टिल अ हार्ड मूव टू प्ले चलिए जी हम करोगे स्ट्रीम आई मीन वी वुड लव टू आई थिंक वही प्रॉब्लम है ना वी डोंट स्टिल डोंट नो what's their plan with stream commentating the event who's going to be I have no idea right now so I can only speculate but देखते हैं सो इंटरव्यू प्रखर भाई एंड सागर भाई प्रखर भाई को बोलो आपके साथ मेरे साथ पॉडकास्ट करने को फुल चेस की बातें I think Prakhar ka thoda niche थोड़ा different है. I think he did one chess podcast with Dishi sir, right? I think he got that opinion. कभी करेंगे, I think, of course, at some point. But maybe today is not the day. Yeah? I think he has some different content ideas right now. I did talk to him about other stuff, what stuff he's doing, and but yeah, कभी करेंगे भाई in the future maybe. समय ने बोला ना भाई अगला सीओ भी गोवा में तो मैं भी उसके बाद गोवा से करेंगे भाई. Don't you acknowledge शशांक भाई 8 साल की भी शायद अब नहीं हुए हो अभी आई थिंक तो 7 में ही हो 6-7 साल के अब लग रहे हो मुझे होपफुली बड़े हो जाओगे सून किंग इज वेरी टफ टू बी आई एग्री व्हाई नॉट नाइट टेक्स बिशप वी डिस्कस दिस आई थिंक पॉन टेक्स के बाद ना एफ फाइल खुल जाएगी दैट्स अ बिट रिस्की आई थिंक सो अर्जुन आई फील इज अबाउट टू प्ले चैट उसका हाथ रेडी है चलने के लिए अरे nice move man nice I told you king made is tough but very nice move bishop d3 the human move and now he can play g6 lock this structure and prevent knight okay king b8 also very nice move I think great move though great perfect chess by the way both the positions are completely even I think king b8 directly was just more had that engine flavor yeah I think he played the human move it made sense Do you think World Championship should have more classical games instead of tiebreaks? I think there are enough games to decide one champion. I think 12 games, 14 games, jitne bhi hoti hain, in general, it's enough. to decide one winner. I think उससे ज़्यादा it's too much also, right? I mean, at some point you have to stop. एक ज़माने में महीने महीने चलती, दो दो महीने चलती थी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. Like, what's the point of that? There's no point to it actually. So let's just kind of enjoy the 12, 14 games that happen. And yeah, how do you improve visualization? I think that's a very good question. I think the easiest way is to play with your friends over a phone call. Forget the board. Call your friend. Hey, भाई क्या कर रहा है? कुछ नहीं भाई, वेला बैठा हो भाई. I'm texting this girl. अरे छोड़ यार, texting छोड़. Let's just kind of play some chess, bro. Okay, bro. क्या खेलेगा? E4, E5, and just play over a phone call, man. Have fun. The race move in chess. ये क्या है भाई? Why have you played engine moves in your games? I mean, we all play brilliancies, so I think automatically those are the best moves. But SE move, maybe I don't know, yaar. It's very hard to know, right? Because I'm I'm not going to analyze every single game I play. Also, I'm more of a bullet player. Like I playing love playing bullet chess. So उसमें क्या ही एनालिसिस करोगे? कोई अगर तुमने खेल भी दी इंजन मूव, परफेक्ट मूव खेल दी, it's gonna be more of an accident than actually great calculation, I think. So it's very hard to kind of play these engine style moves because they don't make sense intuitionally. Why do you make vertical stream default? It's bad. Make the default stream is horizontal. By maybe the one recommended to you might have been the vertical one, but you are free to join this one always. With mistake again. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? क्या बात कर नहीं नहीं भाई, मिस्टेक नहीं करी भाई ने यार. After knight f3, knight e4, queen c2 and f6, he made a mistake actually. And okay, he didn't play the best move, but he played the second best move, chat. That's okay. इतना आगे पीछे चलता रहता है लाइफ में यार. इतना स्ट्रेस नहीं लेना चाहिए. Decent move, I think. With it still equal. I think slightly worse maybe, but nothing to worry about just yet. Something to worry about is the clock though. 45 minutes again versus 81 minutes. So that's the thing I would worry about more though. So going back to the Arjun game, by the way, 5 गेम में से 3 गेम में white better है and 2 गेम में black better है and दोनों Indian games है. So Indians kind of breaking the norms. वीडी जस्ट रेज बेटिंग इज फैंस. नहीं नहीं भाई, कल ही हमने एक रील डाली जहां वीडी 10 सेकंड है उसके पास एंड ही प्लेज विद 1 सेकंड ऑन हिज क्लॉक एंड उन 10 सेकंड में ही लुक्स एट द क्लॉक 7 फ्रिकिंग टाइम्स. भाई मतलब अलग ही है. ही कीप्स अस ऑन द एज ऑफ हिज सीट्स. ही अंडरस्टैंड्स कंटेंट. What is the craziest chess opening? Yeah, hey, Bomb Cloud is the craziest, right? Makes no sense whatsoever. Does it even have a name? Like, it should not have a name. So maybe that's the craziest one. What's the best move for Nodi? I think King B1, kind of copying Arjun, right? Because kabhi na kabhi C5 could be a plan. And you can kind of play this move. And chat, question to you now. What is Okay, what is one of Arjun's best move after King B1? What do you think is the move? This new second is Wei. I doubt it. Wei himself, I don't know if he had any. He just had a huge team for his own second swing candidates. So tough, that one. Can you beat Divya in Bullet? I don't know how much online chess she plays. She's definitely a stronger player by far. So if she really has no experience of playing online chess, then Bullet maybe it's possible, I think, because she will struggle when she has 10 seconds on the clock. But I doubt it though. I think she would probably just defeat me in the first 50 seconds though in majority of the games. C5. C5 right now, I think is like the logical move, which makes sense. There's also this logical move G6 also, which makes sense, defending the pawn and preventing knight F5. But there's also a crazy move, and that is knight takes E5. Baap re. And it's a free pawn, so you will have to take, and now D4, forking these two pieces. And now the only move is knight F5, takes on E3, queen takes, and now super crucial apparently to take with the pawn. Bro, this variation itself is crazy. Sai bhai, Dushman ko link nahi kiya. Can we send it to Dushman bhai, I think? Do you have the... मैं forward कर देता हूँ, रुको. Wait. रुको. Where is the link? Chat, Dushman bhai, by the way, joining us soon. And Nodirbek, under huge pressure still, he still has not played King B1. What I like though is he's not taking too much time. he's really keeping an edge on the clock. I think that's the good news. भाई कैमरा ऐसे ये क्यों कर रहा है भाई? कोई एलियन आ रहा है क्या? जादू आ गया भाई, जादू आ गया भाई. I think he's breaking the. भाई ये क्या हो रहा है भाई? What is this? ये क्या है भाई? भाई ये क्या था? That is weird, no? Okay, let's keep it like this. I'm kind of curious what this is now at this point. I want to know what this is. Chat क्या है? Any guesses? ये green color क्या है? Any guesses, chat? What is this? I'll also send the link to Priyanka in one go ताकि भाई मेरा ये भी हैंग हो रहा है भाई. चलो भाई, लिंक तो मैंने शेयर कर दिया. अब वी शुड हैव दुष्यंत भाई सून. बाय द वे, लुक एट दिस मूव. ही डज नॉट प्ले किंग b1. So he plays knight e2. That's not the best move, a decent one. But now c5 is very strong because the king is stuck on c1. भाई साहब ये देख रहे हो? Nvidia का AI बबल बर्स्ट हो रहा है. Hilarious. Arjun ka aura. Oh, that's also a good point. It could be the aura, yeah. Glitch in the matrix. बहुत आ गया क्या स्ट्रीम? ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या ग्रीन ग्रीन समय भाई? आर यू देयर? डू यू हैव एनी आइडिया व्हाट दिस कुड बी? अच्छा, वो कह रहे हैं उनका सिग्नल का इशू हो. सो यू नो, कैमरा का सिग्नल भाई, नॉट गाना जो लव का. ओहो दुष्यंत भाई, वेलकम वेलकम. वी हैव दुष्यंत भाई ऑन द स्ट्रीम. दुष्यंत भाई कैसा लग रहा है? डे नंबर 2 एंड टुडे
यस
वी
यस
हैव टू इंडियंस एटलीस्ट नॉट प्लेइंग ईच अदर.
यस साहिल भाई, आज तो कल तो बहुत मज़ा आया था मुझे, तो मैंने कहा आज दोबारा वापस आना पड़ेगा.
सो दुष्यंत भाई,
एंड
I have a question. We have
यस
Arjun in
साहिल.
front of us. We'll come to VD. But अर्जुन की पोजीशन में क्या लग रहा है? मतलब दिस इज सच अ अनऑर्थोडॉक्स पोजीशन, राइट? नाइट ऑन G4, क्वीन साइड कैसलिंग. मतलब व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ द पोजीशन?
या गेम फॉलो कर रहा था मैं स्ट्रीम पे आने से पहले, सो आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि वाइट विल कैसल शॉर्ट इन सम
हम्म.
पोजीशंस एंड ब्लैक विल कैसल लॉन्ग. तो मैं
हम्म.
तो पूरा एक्शन देखने के लिए रेडी बैठा था, बट दोनों ने लॉन्ग कैसल किया, विच इज़ गुड फॉर अर्जुन एक्चुअली, बिकॉज
हम्म.
लाइक उसकी पोजीशन इज मच मोर सॉलिड देन द वाइट पोजीशन आई फील.
हम्म.
लाइक द E4 C4 स्क्वायर्स आई फील लाइक वाइट के थोड़े वीक हैं.
हम्म.
एंड अभी तो आई थिंक अर्जुन इज हैविंग अ ग्रेट पोजीशन बिकॉज वाइट के पास सेंटर में कोई ब्रेक नहीं है फिलहाल देखा जाए तो. एंड अर्जुन हैज
हम्म.
C5 which he can like pressurize and play eventually when he feels like.
That's a great point. And C5 is indeed the best move here. And Arjun, after 17 moves, is already better with the black pieces. That's a huge, huge, I think opportunity hidden here, Dushyant Bhai. Because agar yahan black se jeette hain, then he likely would be the sole leader of Uz chess with more than half the event over. And he would have defeated his strongest competitor. This could be the unlock he's been waiting for. Like we've not seen Arjun win like a major event. हमेशा second आते हैं वो.
I remember he was playing in Qatar in 2023. I also played there. तो उसमें भी
Hmm.
लास्ट राउंड उसका अर्जुन वर्सेस नोदिरबेक था, एंड मैग्नस वाज आल्सो प्लेइंग इन द सेम इवेंट. एंड
Hmm.
ही वाज बेटर, एटलीस्ट नॉट विनिंग आई वुड से, बट उस एक मूव में वो रुक ब्लंडर किया था अर्जुन ने, इफ आई रिमेंबर करेक्टली,
Ah,
लाइक सम H4 एंड बिशप G5 चेक और रुक मर गया था. तो दैट वाज
yeah.
आल्सो अगेंस्ट नोदिरबेक.
Wow. And he plays the move, the best move on the board, C5 that you recommended. And now, if you take on C5, that's going to really unleash a lot of the black pieces. And in fact, Dushyant Bhai, surprisingly to me, Bishop C5 has already actually lost. It's that bad, yeah?
या आई एम आल्सो सरप्राइज, क्योंकि इन जनरल लॉन्ग कैसल इतना बुरा तब होना चाहिए वाइट ब्लैक हैड वाइट कलर बिशप. लाइक अभी वाइट
Hmm.
कलर बिशप भी नहीं है, तो वो डायगोनल इतना एक्सप्लॉइट नहीं कर सकते. बट आई थिंक द D5 pawn is too strong and the E5 pawn is too weak for white.
Hmm.
That is the main reason.
Agreed. And you mentioned this square, right? C4 square. को ये knight जाके यहाँ आ गया, then constantly you have to look for mating threats. So I think C5 is a
Hmm.
dangerous move by Arjun Dushyant. And now what can white do according to you? यहाँ पे क्या मारना नहीं है तो क्या करना चाहिए फिर? He plays king
Okay.
b1.
I am also thinking actually कि best move क्या होगी? King b1, okay. I am following the YouTube commentary because I did not get the other link, so थोड़ा delay चल रहा है
नहीं,
मेरा.
Seva, can we share it on the Zoom also? ताकि Dushma can follow it here. That will make it easier, I think. हमारे समय भाई actually he's also learning chess by Dushan भाई, हमारे producer. So he's
Oh,
getting
okay,
so
okay.
into chess nowadays. मतलब he's like वो game में घुस रहता है आजकल कई बार, and maybe someday he's also planning to become a title player. Yeah, I think ऐसा chess is like inspiring. Once you get addicted, you can't really stop playing chess. Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a legal addiction, legal drug. So, like, I have some friends who ask me like कि उनको chess सीखना है, chess खेलना है, they want to play on chess.com, but I give them a clear warning first that you have to, there is a disclaimer कि अगर इसमें जाना है तो सोच समझ के जाना at your own risk.
हाँ
Don't blame me
हाँ,
afterwards.
agreed, agreed. And कि मैं अर्जुन सोच रहे हैं, he's not at the board. So brief look at the Vidit game. This is where we left it last, Dushan bhai. I think this is where we looked at knight c6 खेला Vidit ने, bishop c6, bishop f4. Looks like a logical move, right? I'm developing the last minor piece, but suddenly g5, bishop e3, and now queen e6 is the best move. And black is maybe getting up for an attack on the king side, and black is just better. Yeah, there's no pawn breaks for white, and the bishop on c6 rather looks defending everything, every weakness. Like, what do you make of this weird position as well?
I think first of all that a4 pawn is very strongly placed right now, which it should not have been. Like white could have targeted the a4 pawn in some variations, but
Hmm.
with these moves, the bishop on c6, pawn a4 is protected, and it's keeping the both b2 and a3 pawn on the backside. और knight e4 पे बहुत अच्छा placed है. Like black के सारे pieces almost developed हैं. If he plays one queen e6, everything is kind of in place instead of that rook a8, which will later come in play. Maybe
Hmm.
even from rook a5, rook b5, rook b3, I don't know, even rook a6, rook b6, like something like
Oof.
that. Rook lifts.
That's a great plan. And also, this bishop later on could come to here, come here. It has so much potential. This bishop, of
Mm.
course, could be later used on d6 to launch an attack. So I think Vidit Gujarati under pressure, both in the position and as expected in the clock as well. But Hans actually played bishop to e8. So he did this move first. Looks very logical though. Like maybe the bishop wants to come to g6 and harass the queen.
Yeah, but again, एक तो a4 pawn से जाएगा if he plays bishop g6, like
Hmm.
एक protection. Also, like
Hmm.
c7 pawn can be a target. I think he will
Hmm.
play c6 eventually and maybe b5 soon, but still, I think he's giving white a couple of moves to like uh,
Hmm.
coordinate करने के लिए pieces, something like knight d2 and exchange something and get some space.
That's a fair point. And if bishop g6, for example, you can take, and I basically win a pawn, and baat khatam, and suddenly all these moves are just weaknesses. And if you're
Yeah,
forced to take, then I think you lose one of your most active pieces, right? So
yeah.
I think maybe Vidit benefits a bit from it. So interesting position, 39 minutes. Dushan bhai, again the same problem. Yeah, time is a big problem for Vidit. And he admitted in the
Yeah,
interview yesterday, ki bhai, I'm not handling it well. What can he do? Because this is looking tough. 38 minutes.
yeah, again, I think it's that confidence thing is like poking him a lot because he's not
Hmm.
getting confident to play some moves. I was following in the opening when he played Queen C3, which I did not really understand why he played Queen C3.
Yeah.
I thought he
Yeah.
will go some for something like E4 and get some space advantage and play very slowly and like how it
Yeah.
plays in general.
Yeah.
But I was
Agreed.
surprised with Queen C3.
Yeah, e4 is so logical. Typical Catalan stuff. The bishop comes out, the queen comes out, you exchange the kingside defender. E5 becomes less likely now. I mean, makes a lot of sense. But what he did was a bit weird. Queen c3, extremely weird move, actually. Not really sure what the plan was there with Queen c3. In fact, it feels like a free tempo for the knight, yeah, whenever you move this. So going back, now this is the live position. Right now, Hans playing objectively the better chess chat. So it feels like with under
Mm.
pressure. Going back to the Arjun game, Dushan Bhai, I think just want to grab your opinion again. Now, after king to b1, what can Arjun do? So, should he exchange, trade off on d4? Should he play c4 to attack the queen? Should he just develop his pieces? Like, what would be a good plan for Arjun here?
I think at this position, even something like rook d7 and rook c8 also might work. But
Hmm.
as far as I know, Arjun, I think he's thinking to play something like c4 and then again go queen c6, king a8, b5, a5, b4, like get everything there.
Oh, that could be dangerous as well, actually, if executed well. Let's say if you're passive, let's say queen d2, queen c6, suddenly everything is coming with tempo, yeah? And then the b file could open up, and you literally have no counterplay whatsoever because, I mean, I can always take this at my will whenever I want to. And I don't see any clear weaknesses. This knight on e6 is a beautiful piece. Defends d7, attacks d4, and could hop into the game at any point. So दुष्यंत भाई आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए I mean, would you say Arjun is in the driver's seat?
Yeah, I think Arjun is in the driver's seat since he played that knight f8 move that
Hmm.
caught Nodirbek off guard. Because as much as I know, generally they play knight gf6 in that position instead of
Hmm.
knight f8. Knight f8 is not the main line.
Yeah. Yeah. This was the moment actually, and where Nodirbek went in with e4, trying to punish Arjun for his, undeveloping move, so to speak. But Arjun ने perfect chess खेला भाई उसके बाद and just kind
Hmm.
of, uh, you know, uh, took hold of the advantage. So
No,
काफी
actually,
interesting. Hmm.
yeah, Nodirbek ने I think 6 to 7 minutes सोचा e4 खेलने से पहले. So I thought that he is playing psychologically. Instead, he will think for 6 7 minutes. He will make Arjun think that he is out of prep, but uh, he is in prep actually in real.
Hmm.
But I think that was not the case. He might have been out of prep already.
True. And Chatty, Dushyant looks a bit like Anish. Have you ever heard that before, Dushyant? Like, आप Anish गिरी की तरह लगते हो
Yeah,
थोड़े बहुत. You've
yeah,
heard
a
that
lot,
before,
a
yeah?
lot. I mean, now not that much, but earlier I used to look a lot more like him. Like I was playing this Qatar Masters, I told you.
हाँ,
So I went on to spectate my own friend's game, someone from India, and he
हाँ.
thought that Anish is spectating his game because he was also playing there.
He's telling you, भाई देखा आज अनीश मेरी गेम देखा था कहता मैं ही था भाई वो ब्रो.
अरे नहीं नहीं, उसने पहचान लिया था, फिर उस वो गेम के बीच में ही बेचारा डिप्रेस हो गया. अरे शिट, मुझे लगा अनीश है, ये तो अपना ही है.
That is crazy, actually. Is there a similarity, maybe in your style of play? If you had to point out one similarity between you and Anish, apart from the looks, is there one? Maybe your favorite opening or something? I don't know.
um, on the stream, I cannot say anything more than
अच्छा,
that.
अच्छा. Okay, I don't want chat to guess also. So let's moving on.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, um, who is your favorite player other than Dushan Bhai? Let's say overall in the entire world, one player whose games you follow, whose personality you admire. Is there like a player in your mind? यहाँ पे?
Personality wise, I would say Anish for sure because I like his joking things a lot. उसका जो tweets
Hmm.
and his humor I like a lot for Anish.
Yeah.
And for chess wise, Magnus for sure. Because I started playing chess when Magnus and Anand was happening in Chennai. So I was really like, I made Magnus my idol in that world championship only because he seemed like a kid and he's like beating Vishy sir, and it was like so nice for me. I was like, I want to be like this guy someday.
Hmm. Hmm. Very interesting, actually. And yeah, I think it was inspiring. Magnus has been inspiring for all of us for more like, I think, a decade. He's been the goat of chess, even more actually. And what do you think of
Hmm.
performance at Norway chess, though? Like, do you think it was like a one off random occurrence? Even the goat has to make a mistake sometimes. Or do you think it's because he's not been playing as much and maybe we might see a
Mm,
decline in the peak performance of Magnus Carlsen?
I don't think we'll see a gradual decline. It was just a one off, but I do
Hmm.
have my own theory for this.
Oh,
So,
wow. Acha.
uh,
Okay.
yeah, like some stars align thing होती है ना ऐसे, like कि ये ग्रह अच्छे नहीं चल रहे बोलते हैं in
अच्छा
general
एस्ट्रोलॉजी
दुनिया के.
वाइज क्या मतलब वो न्यूज़पेपर में
हाँ,
जब
आई
हम
मीन
सुबह उठे.
कुछ ऐसा ही बोलते हैं कि आजकल लाइक जैसे कुछ 1 2 साल पहले प्लेन्स क्रैश बहुत हो रहे थे तो ग्रह नहीं अच्छे चल
हाँ.
रहे, बहुत
हाँ.
सारे हो रहे हैं, अब थोड़े कम है वैसा. सो
सो.
आई वाज वाचिंग कि सिनर लॉस्ट, जोकोविच लॉस्ट, एंड देन मैग्नस वाज आउट ऑफ फॉर्म. सो आई वाज स्केयर्ड फॉर आरसीबी एज वेल. एक्चुअली आरसीबी इज काइंड ऑफ आल्सो एन अंडरडॉग. तो
हाँ.
जो भी टॉप प्लेयर या टॉप लेवल के लोग हैं वो इन जनरल हार रहे हैं, एज फार एज आई सी द थ्योरी,
हाँ.
कि किसी भी टूर्नामेंट में टॉप वाला नहीं जीत पा रहा, लोअर वाले जीत रहे हैं थोड़े.
ओह वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। सो इफ लेट्स से मैग्नस ने अपना हॉरोस्कोप पढ़ा होता सुबह उठ के न्यूज़पेपर में,
हाँ, so
तो
I
वहां
think
लिखा
he
होता
wouldn't
मैग
have played Norway chess.
हाँ, उसमें लिखा होता मैग्नस भाई आज तो लग गई है, मतलब लाइक आज कुछ नहीं हो सकता, समथिंग लाइक दैट।
So
वुड बी क्रेजी बाय द
I
वे।
think उसको थोड़ा देख के जाना चाहिए था, तो फिर I think he wouldn't have played
हाँ,
that
हाँ।
much.
Chat के लिए मुकेश भी, अरे यार chat, come on यार, by the way, a minor error by Arjun, I think apparently, I mean, it doesn't look like an error, looks like a very logical move, but queen c6 apparently for some reason was the best idea here.
Mhm.
But he plays g6, which to me looks like a very logical move, right? I mean, you connect your pawns, all complementing your bishop as well, so not sure why that's not a decent move here.
Yeah, I think he was just worried for queen f5 in some lines. So he just wanted to
Hmm.
avoid everything, like all kind of
Hmm.
possibilities in any line for queen f5. He just doesn't want to think, because उसके बाद उसको rook f8 खेलना पड़ता है if he wants to save that pawn
Huh.
in, I think, all the lines. So he does not want to waste that move. Or maybe he just wants to see कि Nodirbek के पास क्या है अब next. क्या, like,
True.
he will go king a1, king b1, or what? Maybe rook c1, something like that.
True, and also I think we saw this c4 line, right? And वहां पे queen f5 भाग रही थी. So this could
Yeah.
also be a precursor कि भाई अभी के लिए I'm not revealing my true plan. I will just play g6, cover up this square as you mentioned, and then next I'm going to play c4. And for example, let's say white were to play king to a1, I would not be surprised if c4 is one of the nice moves and queen has to now go passive. And then suddenly the plan you mentioned, queen c6 or queen a5, you could push the pawns moving forward, and then suddenly it
Mhm.
could be very, very dangerous. So I think Arjun has a plan, even though he didn't find the best move instantly. It still feels like pressure is on the white pieces here.
Yeah, I think he's just passing the ball on to Nodirbek's court and asking him the questions. Ki, what next? Do you want to take on c5 or not? I'm giving you one more
Hmm.
option.
Hmm. True. True. Dushan bhai,
I
I
really like
think
how he
Nodir.
sits
हाँ.
back and he's just enjoying it. Okay, तुम देखो भाई, अपना तो
हाँ.
chill है भाई. But आज
हाँ अर्जुन.
Arjun is not doing his steps. I'm surprised.
Oh, that's a good point actually. कल तो उन्होंने, I think कल आज के भी हो गए होंगे ना, like yesterday he walked
हाँ.
so much कि he completed today's steps also maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he knew that Nodirbek के साथ है तो थोड़ा बोर्ड पे बैठना पड़ेगा मुझे. So
Possibly. And by the way,
I also saw
chat.
that knight
हाँ.
h6 and knight d7 thing which
Oh
Nodirbek
yes.
did.
That was hilarious, no? Like ऐसे नाइट रखा है
Yeah.
ऐसे, then ऐसे करके, like that felt like a personal थोड़ा सा कुछ against Nepo. I don't know like exactly reason क्या था.
मैंने किया था एक बार ऐसा अपने ओपोनेंट के साथ. सो आई वाज प्लेइंग विद माय फ्रेंड इन सम नेशनल्स. आई वाज 11 12 और समथिंग लाइक दैट. तो उसमें लाइक मेरा क्वीन d1 पे था. आई केप्ट इट ऑन h5. आई वांटेड टू कीप इट ऑन e2 एक्चुअली. सो हिज नाइट वाज ऑन
Hmm.
f6. तो क्वीन h5 में क्वीन मर रही है, तो मैं जान के ऐसे क्वीन
Hmm.
h5 रख रहा था. बट मैंने क्या किया, वापसी पे ना ऐसे जल्दी जल्दी छोड़ना होता है, मैंने f3 पे छोड़ दिया e2 की जगह. मैं खुद ही आउट ऑफ रेप हो गया उसके चक्कर में.
Hilarious. Nice,
उसके
nice,
बाद से
nice.
मैंने कहा नहीं यार, पोक नहीं करना किसी को.
वही भाई, गड्ढा खोदोगे तो फंसोगे उसी में खुद ही भाई. दैट्स जस्ट अ लाइफ लेसन इन जनरल. आई थिंक सीओबी में समय रहना हैड दिस नो कि जो थर्ड प्राइस होगा, लाइक फर्स्ट प्राइस वाज 6 lakhs, सेकंड प्राइस वाज 4 lakhs. डिड यू सी दैट दुष्यंत भाई?
Yeah,
प्राइस का
500 note, something
फाइव
like
हंड्रेड
that I
रुपीज
saw. Yeah.
एंड ही वाज लाइक कि भाई मैं लास्ट आ जाऊं बस, थर्ड नाउ, एंड वही थर्ड आया भाई. लाइक इट वाज हिलेरियस. ऑफ कोर्स वी ऑल लव समय, बट
That
इट्स
I
सो
didn't know
क्यूट
that
टू
he
सी
came
दैट
third, but yeah, I saw
he
that
came
500
third.
note thing.
Hilarious. So yeah, Priyanka will join us soon, Pavan Bhai, as well. By the way, d4 takes c5 is indeed one of the best moves, because at the end, you're kind of avoiding c4. You're creating a weakness on d5. You can attack later on. So that is one of the best moves now. But Wilson, Nodebek played. And by the way, I also want to get your opinion on one more thing. Nodebek
Mhm.
is known to be like a serial starer, Dushyant Bhai. Like during
Yeah.
his games, he's always staring at his opponent. ऐसे वो eye contact, ऐसे deadly stare उनको हम बोलते हैं नोदरबेक की. Like, have you ever faced this in your own games? And does it affect you? Like during a game when your opponent is staring at you?
It does affect actually. Like हर मूव चलते ही एक और भी एक दो प्लेयर्स थे जो every move they play and they stare. And
Ha, ha, ha.
there is one guy also. He's my friend. I won't name him. Who is it?
Ha.
So I used to offer him a draw in general. Like I only offer a draw to someone if it's actually equal or if I am a
Ha.
little better, especially hires.
Hmm.
नहीं
Hmm.
तो कोई draw का point नहीं है. Of course he will
Hmm.
reject. So I was a little better. I offered him a draw and he was staring me back. Why are you offering a draw? Like I'm better.
Hmm.
Why are you staring it back? Either say no or just play. I mean,
but at least there was
That
some
seems
interaction,
to be
right?
okay.
मतलब ऐसे ही स्टेयर करने का भाई कुछ भी भाई रील बनना जरूरी है भाई, बाकी सब क्या बाहर में भाई। आई लव टुडे, लाइक हम कहाँ आ चुके हैं, कुछ भी हो जाए पहले रील बननी चाहिए भाई, दैट वाज हिलेरियस।
अरे बाकी टूर्नामेंट तो बाद में देखते रहेंगे, अपने मिलियन व्यूज तो देखें हम पहले।
Agreed. And by the way, look at this. DC5 Mara, Nodirbek name, best move. Arjun takes up with the bishop as expected. And now again, this pawn is, technically hanging, and white again has two moves, by the way. We saw this position, Yadachin Bhai, in a similar structure, jahan pe this is just completely winning. The only difference is yahan white to play hai. So because king b1 aa chuka hai, and it's still white to play, and white has only two moves. It's knight a4 or knight d5. Anything else, and again, like Nodirbek is busted. Of course, he will find one of these, but the fact that anything else leads to a -3, that is crazy. Yeah, he finds the best move.
Yeah, knight a4, I was going to say that should be the main
Hmm.
move. I think queen c6 is kind of forced, or
Hmm.
queen a5 is also an option.
Hmm.
He will take knight c5, and he will try to keep the knight on e4 as well. I don't think you can take
Hmm.
bishop c5 because f2 hangs.
Yeah, this could be weak.
Yeah,
Uh,
that is bad. So
so
he
maybe
has to move the
queen
queen somewhere.
queen a3, I
Queen
like kind
a3.
of to pressure this actually.
So
Um,
maybe to avoid queen a3, can you go queen a5?
you want to play queen a5 here? Okay, interesting. So let's say knight c5, knight c5.
You'll play
Maybe
queen
this is
d4.
the better version.
Okay.
Yeah, queen d4 maybe now. Yeah, I don't know. Queen
Yeah, but now
d2 is
a7
there?
is protected, so I can go knight e4 and other stuff.
Queen d2 I can't play, no, because takes knight e4 maybe, and then there'll be some drama
Yeah,
at
f2
least.
hangs again.
So looking at this, then queen d4 is kind of forced. Um, Now I would consider taking this as well. Your queen has to move again. Okay, but the bar does say it's even now, roughly. So at least it's a better version for Nodirbek than what he had earlier. So looking at this, knight a4, an important find. And what does Arjun do now? As we saw, queen a5, maybe slightly better than queen c6, practically, because it doesn't allow queen a3. Chat career, Arjun is out of book. I think both players are out of book and have been out of book for a long time, Dushin bhai.
No, I think chat is just surprised ki how is Arjun out of book in 15 moves? He should know
21, by
25,
the
30
way.
moves at least every game.
True, true, true. I think हमें आदत हो चुकी है. It's like, like a batsman who hits 100 every game. You're like, wait, you got out on 55, brother. What is this nonsense? Yeah. I mean, it's like,
I mean, कोहली के 2 डक आए थे तो कोहली के 2 डक कैसे आ सकते हैं?
uh,
It's not possible.
uh, do you think Vidit will win against Bok? I think it's possible. By the way, India Rising is an event जहाँ पे इन दोनों का finals होगा for one
Mhm.
spot at the EWC. So I totally believe Vidit can win that one. He is the clear favorite against Benjamin Bok. But अभी के लिए classical chess है, so that's tougher I feel for Vidit because it's high stakes, more pressure. And right now it does feel like he's equalized though. So in that position, he found the best move 92. Hans was forced to take, and he found the best move again for very important move because otherwise रुक जाता. यहाँ पे queen d7 and this is the current position. What do you make of this, Dushin bhai? Because मेरा first instinct है black does look slightly better because of these pins and so on, but his king is also weaker. If something goes wrong for black, this could go really wrong.
I think in this position, maybe Hans is saying that if my pawn was on g7, it might have been better in some variations because
Hmm.
अगर कुछ pieces exchange हो गए, especially the white bishop, तो वो
Hmm.
f5 और e6 square काफी weak हो सकता है for
Hmm.
Hans.
Hmm.
And for Vidit, I think he just has to see about that a4 pawn for some time because he cannot go b3 or b4. वो थोड़ा
Hmm.
annoying है बस. बाकी I think after bishop c3 and something like rook e1 should be like fine for Vidit. It's like
Hmm.
he's not under pressure because uh, अब किंग साइड अटैक तो नहीं आने वाला फॉर श्योर.
Yeah. Agreed. And knights ke bina, I think usually, the position gets a bit more stable. So with the time difference, might be easier to handle for him right now. Sabe, is there any news on Checkmate 2.0 India versus USA rematch? Yeah, India got crushed 5-0. So I'm not surprised it's not happening again, or we have not heard of it happening again. In fact, we do know we have a match between Uzbekistan and US now. So that's going to happen sometime in July, I think. July 6, 7 or something. दुष्यंत भाई, are you aware of the 6-7 meme जो काफी ट्रेंड हुआ था बीच में, like it was everywhere?
I am aware, but I don't want to be aware for that thing because it's just a very very a stupid thing which no one knows where it came from and no one knows what's the meaning of it is, and it's just so annoying when someone does it.
सो चैट, डू यू नो द मीनिंग? बताओ भाई, अगर आपको पता है, मुझे भी नहीं पता एक्चुअली, सो वुड लव टू नो कहाँ से आया है भाई, व्हाट्स द हिस्ट्री? प्रखर भाई सैक्रिफाइस टिकू भाई और अगेंस्ट ट्रेसी, नहीं भाई ट्रेसी ने बाद में बोला कि शी डिडंट नो, यू कैन चेक द नेक्स्ट डे स्ट्रीम. And meanwhile, this game, I think it's kind of stabilizing now. So going to the game of Arjun again, जहाँ पे he has found queen to a5 by the way. So he understood कि भाई, like I don't want queen a3
Hmm.
ideas to pressure a7. So queen a5. And now the question is, does Nodirbek take once, or does he take twice, or does he take thrice and sold? Let's see. What do you think, Dushan bhai?
I don't think he can take twice. He can only take
Hmm.
it once.
Hmm.
And I don't think he has any other option than knight c5, right? I mean, bishop c5 does not really make sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because bishop c5, it just transposes to the other variation where he has to take bishop into c5 after knight c5.
Yeah. And this
Like bishop
is
c5, knight c5,
really,
he has to take knight c5 back and f2 is hanging. So
yeah,
knight
this is very
c5,
weak.
knight c5. The question is where will he move his queen? Maybe like queen c3 and he will try to exchange it.
Queen c3. I forgot knight defend kar raha, actually. That's a fair point. You attack both
Also, it
pieces.
stops knight e4.
That's a good point as well. And once you take, I think, let's say I do take this bishop finally, now that it has a good square.
Yeah,
What
but
do you
the
make of
d5
this ending?
pawn will also fall, right?
Yeah, maybe this is not
I
enough
think
to
some
win.
rook
Yeah,
e8,
maybe.
knight d5, and should be like equal, I think.
Yeah, this one is still weak though. What's the better move? Rook f1 is better actually, and that does make some
Hmm.
sense. And yeah, looks like it's equal. Yeah,
Yeah, but uh, what does black do then? Rook d7.
I'm thinking rook e7 just to defend this maybe. But then you take on d5. Yeah, that's also kind of irritating.
No, I think taking on d5 is just transposing that because rook e5 knight वापस आके rook d1 पे rook
Yes.
d1 ही kind of मारना पड़ेगा.
Yes, yes, true. By the way, we have a move. He has taken on c5, by the way. Crucial decision. Knight takes c5 played instantly.
Hmm.
What is going to be his plan? As we discussed, queen c3 is one of the nice moves here. Gives Nodirbek equality. But maybe he has other options up his sleeve. By the way, there's a Dushan Bhai in the chat who said, wait, इनका नाम भी दुष्यंत है. I never saw somebody of my name. Damn, he's an IM too. Bhai, crazy bhai. You found your name, I don't know, क्या बोलते हैं वो? Name doppelganger? I don't know what you call it. Anyways,
Name
but yeah, you have
doppelganger.
one. I don't
शक्ल
know
वाला तो
why.
सुना था.
तुक्का मार रहा हूँ, but yeah, you have
No,
somebody with the same
I
name.
know
Yes.
some Dushyants who play chess as well. Some Dushyant Singh and someone. Like I saw somewhere in the same tournament I was playing. Some 1500 rated player also was playing some Dushyant
Oh,
Singh. I was
nice.
like, maybe whoever does it, I'll just go sit at the table. Like जिस जो भी better खेलेगा मैं उसके टेबल पर जाके बैठ जाऊंगा.
Yeah, I think साहिल नाम तो इतना कॉमन है भाई कि हर गली में 10 साहिल है, so not gonna go there. But meanwhile, look at the pace at which they played. Look at this chat. एक बार डिसाइड करिए नेक्स्ट में खेलना है. टक 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 टक
I
टक
think both of
टक
them have
टक
seen until
टक.
the draw part. Like
Yeah.
कहाँ पर draw करनी है, कहाँ repetition है या क्या king king कहाँ बच रहा है. I think they both have seen it.
Wow, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. And I think um, I love ki how they did not even think they were prepared for all of this. And this shows you the insights of top level chess. And by the way, एक बंदा हमें ट्रोल करने की कोशिश तो खूब किया. There is an NBA player, XYZ name, who is 6'7" in height. He plays with a lot of aura. And doing this, someone yelled 6'7". This was repeated a few times various occasions and caught on. By आई थिंक उनके नाम में मुझे कोई ट्रैप लग रहा है भाई. आई डोंट नो, इज दिस अ रियल बास्केटबॉल प्लेयर?
Where is the comment?
ही इज अ रियल बास्केटबॉल प्लेयर विद 1.1 करोड़ फॉलोअर्स. ओ माय गॉड भाई, वेयर आई लिव अंडर अ रॉक यार, रियली आई डू.
क्या नाम है उसका दोबारा बोलना?
मिस्टर लमेलो पे ही रुक जाऊंगा मैं एक्चुअली, उसके आगे मेरा मुश्किल है बोलना.
हाँ ये रहा ये रहा. हाँ लमेलो बॉल. Damn.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
Dushyant
दुष्यंत.
Das as well, brother of Abhi. Yeah, I know Dushyant Das was the OG Dushyant, I think. He was the first Dushyant to register in the FIDE website. I was like, I want to get at least the highest of Dushyants. So I overtook him
हाँ,
and when I was like 14 or 15. So I was like, okay, at least I'm the best Dushyant.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एक्चुअली. आई डोंट नो कितने लोग होंगे, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल इफ योर नेम इज Vladimir, or if your name is Nodirbek, like it's very hard to become the strongest with your name. Yeah, like there are certain
Yeah, and
names,
if your name is Magnus, it's just impossible.
and maybe for example even Anand. Yeah, like itne Anand hai,
Yeah.
Pranav Anand, Vishya, like it's impossible, I think. But by the way, look at this. Rukesh Irfan ke baad, Rook D7 played. So he defends this pawn, still
Mhm.
keeps this pawn under his sights. And if white does nothing, if I play A3, black is going to take on E5 and get a winning position. So what do you think is the best move here, Dushan Bhai, for white to equalize instantly? Take with the rook, take with the knight, or something else?
I'm also thinking actually. I was going to say E4 first, but I'm not sure after D4.
Hmm.
Seems a little awkward. I mean, I just want to keep it a bit simple for white if I
Hmm.
want,
Hmm.
because white just wants a draw for sure.
Yeah.
Can you go something like B4, knight A6, A3,
Ah,
something?
B4. And I
I
can't go
think
here.
B4
That's the problem.
seems
No?
interesting. Okay, knight
If I
knight
go
E6
here,
maybe D5 hangs, so
yeah.
knight A6 is kind of forced.
Yes, that's a good point. Then this is not attacked, so we can take on d5. So knight a6 is kind of forced, attacks the pawn.
And
And
then
now
I
what do we
wanted to
do?
go something like A3, but
A3,
seems
but
a little slow.
takes. It's a little slow, yeah. Apparently your move is nice, but white has to now take on d5 with the rook. Rook is hanging, so takes his force, and the
Yeah.
knight kind of does the job now. But it
But
continues,
rook
yeah. Rook
E5?
e5, and now e4.
Oh, E4. Okay.
Oh, this is.
Oh yeah,
I
because
mean,
even B4 doesn't hang, like rook E4, rook F7, knight B4, rook F8 is mate.
अरे बाप रे भाई ये तो डरा दिया भाई नाइट बिफोर रुक एफ8 मेड सीधा so oh he's played something he played before on the board best move played by Abdus Sattarov Nodirbek दुष्यंत भाई मुझे लग रहा है ये गेम कुछ जल्दी ही ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ सकती है because like
Hmm.
he's seeing till the end of the game I think at this point
Yeah,
Nodirbek.
for sure he saw E4 at least. Because, okay, E4, F5, what happens? Knight F6.
If do you mean after knight is in which position?
Knight A6, rook
हाँ
D5, rook D5,
हाँ
knight D5, rook E5, E4,
हाँ
F5. Is that a move?
f5 wow
Like,
wow you can just
can you go
take
knight F6? Oh,
you can
oh yeah,
just
G6,
take
G7. Oh, damn.
wow Rook
Okay, don't
d7.
don't play F5, then just make a draw
And
after playing rook
after Rook
E4.
d7, do you want to guess the best move, chat? Any guesses for the best move? While chat guesses, Dushin bhai, any guesses?
I mean, I can see one move which seems winning.
Ha.
So should be that.
Wow. Takes and h5. And basically, these two pawns are basically stronger than the rook.
Yeah. Also,
Wow,
does
man.
rook F7 win
Rook f7 is very
instead of
interesting.
G4?
Yes, it also wins by
Yeah,
everything is
I
winning
saw rook
actually.
F7 actually. I thought this winning.
Wow. By the way, b4 के बाद 96 and rook d5 played instantly by Nodirbek. I think we're gonna see simplifications. सहज नाम का कोई नहीं so far very happy that is true. So कोई भी अगर parent है who wants his child to get into chess, name your child सहज. And meanwhile, देखते हैं क्या होगा. दुष्यंत भाई, अभी and Saya भाई, we can go full screen. I feel like we're gonna see simplifications and which might lead to like a drawish endgame. Still these broken pawns for white, like white के pawns थोड़े ज़्यादा ही खराब तो लग रहे हैं. But somehow he's holding it all together, yeah? And look at that stare again by Nodirbek.
Finally, मेरी वीडियो लोड हो गई by the way.
Look at Nodirbek, by the way. I think we have to admire how strong he is, yeah. And कितनी आराम से उन्होंने वो एंड गेम में बेस्ट मूव पे बेस्ट मूव निकाल के इक्वलाइज कर दिया. Like it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. And now Rook d5 played by Arjun as expected, the best move. And now knight takes d5 के बाद. The question is, I mean, do you have any other move apart from Rook takes e5? It doesn't seem so, Dushyant bhai, because e7 is controlled.
Yeah, you
Um,
cannot protect F7 in any other move.
Yeah, knight d5. This is control, and if you go here, then of course you allow e6, and that's gonna be the end of the game as well. So played knight d5 on the board. Wow, bhai. I love these players, man. Both these players are in epic form. Chat, ye engine, like there are other ways to draw. Yeah, Rook d1 is a move, b5 is a move, but the fact that they can find and understand ki engine ki first preference, yeah, the best move in the objectively the best move is this one. Dushin bhai always surprises me. कैसे कर लेते हैं ये लोग ये?
Um, I mean, it's just they have solved so many positions as well. They know some patterns and stuff. कि कैसे
Hmm.
किस चीज में like even this is kind of a pattern key for rook e4 deflection ke baad f7 you
Hmm.
can just take it. And I
Yep.
mean, they are 2750s for a reason, of course.
Agreed. And in fact, both of them moving towards 2800 now. Arjun has already been there once.
Hmm.
तो एक पानी की बॉटल खत्म करते हुए उनको पता है गेम ज़्यादा चलनी नहीं है. Position wise, I think draw ही होगा, but looks like black is slightly more comfortable, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I think makes sense. I think simple pawn islands हो गए, दो pawn islands for black, तीन for white, but at the end, of course, once these pawns are traded, f7 and e4, then the position becomes very equal indeed. Also, yeah, white ka knight is better than the black knight right now, at least. As we saw, rook f8 mate का idea है. So,
Hmm.
दुष्यंत भाई, stair तो चलती जा रही है again and again and
I think we
करो
should count how
दोबारा
many
again.
stairs. Okay,
We could have
again.
a counter. We could have a like a stair counter actually here, and it will be fun. But Arjun is like unfazed, yeah. So कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई, बिल्कुल भी फर्क नहीं पड़ता. जितना भी स्टेयर हो जाए, वो अपना मस्त काम कर रहा है.
Yeah, I think rook e4, rook f7 will happen on the board. And after
Hmm.
that, maybe b5. Is that a move?
Yep. Seems to be one of the moves here, b5, to basically give your king a square. And now I'm guessing maybe you can just repeat, yeah? Can white just repeat here with
Yeah,
checks?
maybe Arjun is just thinking ki what's the best option to have a repetition draw.
Hmm.
Because in
Yeah,
general,
maybe.
there is this 30 move rule. So, okay, 30 moves are also happened. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And Nodirbek did accept quick draws, I think against Vidit at least, when Vidit offered one. So very interesting. But a fun fact, Dushan is 3000. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Are you 3000 in bullet, Dushan bhai?
मैं हाँ मैंने किया फिर मैंने दोबारा खेला नहीं मैंने कहा छोड़ो भाई 3000 हो गई बहुत है.
बाप रे भाई 3000 रेटिंग दैट इज क्रेजी मैन. दुष्यंत ओपी इन द चैट. अच्छा है मैंने पहले ही 5.5 हाफ 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 दिया था. एक स्ट्रीम
Yeah,
में
I
एक
was
बार तो
waiting
वो
कि आज
बुलाऊंगा
आया
मैं.
नहीं है.
हाँ एक स्ट्रीम में एक बार तो वो बुलाऊंगा भाई मैं वो. But crazy man, that is insane actually. 3000 rating is impressive. I think. By the way, look at this
Knight
move.
b4,
Wow.
even
Why?
more precision than the engines.
Exactly. And chat, this is the cleanest way. And even the engines didn't recommend it, by the way. I'm not kidding. You know, I look at the engines, right? Even they didn't recommend this, by the way. So crazy move. Knight takes b4, knight takes b4, piece sack. लेकिन रुक से पिन किया इसको knight को. Now a3 is the only move, but now a5, he gets the pawn back. And now look at this. Sindalov is ready for this. It's not a surprise. Takes the pawn, takes on b4, a4 played. In fact, and oh wow, man, this is going to be a draw in the next 2 minutes. Yeah, at this pace.
Yeah, I think that's what I was saying that they both have seen until the king, but they're just making sure.
Yeah. भाई मेरी 3 साल
They
होती तो
want us
मैं भी ना
to
खेलता इसमें.
commentate a bit more, so they are just taking their time.
भाई 3 साल मेरी कब जिंदगी में होगी तो उस दिन पार्टी करूंगा मैं भाई यार. बट ओके आई थिंक इट्स लाइक द हाईएस्ट एवर आई थिंक माइट बी हिकारू, which might be like 33 3400, which is crazy acquisition भाई कि उसके इतना पास. Why Sindarov is ready for this? Not Sindarov, sorry, I mean Nodirbek. Yeah, I mean Nodirbek. uh, by the way,
अच्छा
do you
सहज
see
भाई
any,
क्यों बोल रहे हैं. Okay.
uh, do you see any chance for either side here, Nishan bhai? Like any chance, or do you think it's such a draw key there is absolutely zero opportunity for any player?
In general, I am very biased in rook endings because I claim that almost all rook endings are draw. There's no such thing.
Hmm. Hmm.
So, and that is the reason that I just delay studying rook endings more because it just seems so
Hmm.
boring. Everything seems like a
Hmm.
draw. So, I think this should be an easy draw.
Hmm.
But I am not sure mentally who wants to try.
Hmm. Like I'm just thinking, what if I try to? Okay, you defended the pawns. Now I want to play king a7, king
Yeah,
a6,
king
king a5,
b2,
and
king
pick up this
a6,
pawn.
king b3, king a5, I guess.
King a5, and I just want to kind of put you in some sort of zugzwang maybe. But I think you have g4. Yeah, that just
Also,
okay.
when you played king a6, I think I have rook f6 check and rook g6 in that.
Wait, rook f6, but then I play king a5. That's exactly what I want, right? Because now I take this and I take this. You can take this. Like that's exactly what I actually want. You take this pawn, you give me this. And that's what I want basically. That's what I want essentially. You take this pawn, I will take this pawn. By the way, look at this, yeah? Arjun doesn't want it any of it. He just plays G5 like, ठीक है भाई, ये मैं नहीं जीतने वाला. इतना हीरो नहीं बनना है. Takes,
Yeah,
takes.
maybe Abdu Satara would have played G4 instead if Arjun doesn't. I
Yes,
think.
yes, yes. At some point, and that should have been a very, very simple draw. By the way, oh, why Rook F5? Okay, any chances he takes? No chance, yeah.
I mean, takes also seems like a draw, I think.
King
Because
C7.
you'll
Why
take
this
the
is?
B7 pawn, you'll take G2 pawn, queen, queen, and then I think that is the cleanest draw I can see. They can just bang the moves, boom, 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 draw. Okay, king, king, reh gaya, chalo.
Huh. Okay, but I think Arjun probably will not even calculate. It's like a he's not gonna go into this. I think he
No,
already
but
had one
see,
against
Abdul
Vidit.
Satarov, he just calculated like I think 15 moves in just 30 seconds or something. He just played Rook F5
Yeah.
immediately.
भाई लगता है वो घर से देख के आया था ये फॉरेन गेम. आई हैव नो आइडिया हाउ दे हैव द करेज टू काइंड ऑफ गो फॉर दिस सो क्विकली. अर्जुन लाइक भाई आई वांट नन ऑफ इट. आई विल टेक योर pawn and now I think rook e2 maybe. Then you bring the king up and of course they can just shake hands at this point because even the black king is cut now.
I think he'll play
So there is
B3, B2 or something like that. Oh, he doesn't.
also possible, definitely possible. Okay, he plays rook e5, rook
Yeah,
e2, rook
draw
e5 on the
offered.
board. Yeah. And there it is. The first result for today, and it is a draw between the world number 9, Arjun Ergaisi, and the world number 3, sorry, world number 4, Abdus of Nodirbek. I think a very, very comfortable draw. In fact, anybody was pushing Dushanbai, it was always Arjun.
Yeah, for sure. I think only the G6 move was a little
Hmm.
inaccuracy according to the engines. The rest, I think Arjun played very perfectly.
Yeah. And both players at the end, 99 accuracy, rounding off slightly,
Yeah.
98.8 for Arjun and 98.6 for Nodebek. So amazing, high class game by both players. And Arjun, of course, only benefits from this, gains maybe a few decimals of rating points. I don't know if it's equal, but regardless, a big result, a comfortable draw, a pushing draw with the black pieces against the strongest player in the event, Shanbai.
Yeah, I think also they want us to get entertained क्योंकि end तक पता नहीं चलना चाहिए कौन जीत रहा है ना so, एकदम टक्कर की रेस होनी चाहिए क्योंकि I think even if Arjun would have won or Abdu would have won, the tournament would have been decided just right here, according to me.
Agreed. And also, they want us to focus on Vidit's clock because he has 26 minutes remaining now. And Chad, I just want to catch up. I think E4 is what we saw last. And Queen D7 was played by Hans Niemann. And
Hmm.
now B3. Dushan Bhai, like, it's not a move I would even consider because I feel like A3, maybe he's going for counterplay against B7, yeah?
Yeah, but like let's say AB3, Queen B. Oh, there's
Ah,
D5
but ये
also.
है ना pin. Ah, this is what he's
Yeah,
hoping for. यहाँ
I was
यहाँ
going to
ये
say
दोनों.
B6, but then I just saw कि. But still, you cannot take AD5, or can you?
Ah, you can't really. You're right. Maybe you.
No,
I don't know.
maybe
Let's
you.
see.
No, not with the queen. I meant with the pawn
Meant for the pawn. Okay.
because D6 is a check.
But there's rook
But
a3
I think Rook
apparently.
A3 is there. Yeah, Rook A3, and then you take on
Hmm.
B1.
And now just bishop d6 just blocks everything. So you can't
Hmm.
take on d5. So I'm still not sure then why b3. It's by a queen c6 played though by Hans, one of the best moves in the position. So he's offering a queen trade, which maybe really should grab with both hands. I'm thinking because there isn't a really good square for the queen. Yeah, I mean queen d3 is just a queen under a pin. Queen
Yeah,
b2
Queen
looks
C6,
passive.
BC6. Then he has to take. No, he cannot take D5 as well because then E4 also hangs.
Why
And
then
it's
this
not
is
really an
tough.
easy decision, I would say.
Maybe b4, e4 you take.
Yeah,
Can
then you
I
have
win
to
this?
go something like Rook C, Bishop E3, Rook C1, and take the C6 pawn eventually.
Why
But still,
this
some
is
F5, yeah, F5, Bishop D6, F4 could be very annoying for white.
I absolutely agree, man. Acha, G5 is right now hanging, so I can't rush with it. That's the good news for Vidit. He has some
Yeah,
time, but
like
man,
maybe, hmm,
yeah, going back, yeah, Dashan in this position.
yeah, I was going to say something like Rook A6, but
Hmm. It's Bishop F1 apparently,
yeah,
but Rook
also
D6 maybe.
B5 could be an option in Rook A6.
Yes, also true, also
Yeah,
true.
but then
And I
then
think,
A3 also.
and I think the problem is, ki bhai, like this is not maybe like some crazy complex middle game, but it's complex enough that it requires thinking. You can't play just on intuition ki bhai theek hai, like developing a piece and maneuvering some pieces, knights from here to here. It does require
Hmm.
calculation, and he still has what 25 minutes to make 17 moves. And again, um, he's still slightly worse. Queen c6 again. Is it an obvious move? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. And there are a lot of weaknesses in the white camp. Like itni, it's like almost all the central and the queen side pawns could potentially be captured if white just sits
Yeah.
tight. Yeah, like it's not easy.
Yeah, e4 is hanging straight away. D4 is indirectly hanging after taking on e4. A3 is directly hanging. B3 is hanging, but okay, protected, but still hanging.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, Hans is just posing some questions कि queen exchange करना है या नहीं करना. Does
Hmm.
like विदित ने कितना सोचा है and नहीं, and also he's pressuring on time for
Hmm.
sure. That's
Agreed.
why I didn't like b3. I wanted him to go something safer like bishop c3 or something like that. Maybe
Yeah,
e3. Yeah, not
exactly.
e3, maybe bishop c3 and then rook e1 and just play it simple.
Exactly, because he around defended as a coach, no weaknesses whatsoever. Black will have to break at some point, and then you can decide what
Yeah.
to do. And if you do break with c5, then of course the king side opens up. But this was a bit risky, I think, for Vidit. And why is Nodirbek match against Vokidov last when the same nationality? Because आधे players are of the same nationality, yeah. So it's ऐसे events में ऐसा नहीं होता है. This is only
Hmm.
the rule for like ऐसे FIDE top level events, right? Like the candidates or like the World Cup, जहाँ पे you not the World Cup actually. It's like you can't play a guy of the same federation in the last round for these World Championship like cycle matches, as far as I know.
I don't think so. It's for the world championship matches. Is that a rule for World Cups?
Even for nationals, no, it's like you can't play the guy from the same state. I think in the
Yeah,
last round,
nationals is
something
there,
like
but
that.
I don't think it's World Cup because उसमें तो pairing
हाँ
rating based होता है.
हाँ, maybe
And also
candidates, I think.
not these
Yes.
round robin events also. I mean, they try to make it as much as possible कि ना लगे, but it's not a strict rule in this. Nationals, yeah, for sure.
I think candidates be here because I remember because
Even
all the
Grand Swiss
Indians.
maybe.
No, yeah. Also, the Grand Slam I think also is Swiss, but I think also even for round robins and candidates because I remember कि Divya और Hampi का पहला round था and then we had Fabi versus Hikaru round one. So I think basically they try to make sure कि maybe I don't know if there's like
Hmm.
a fixed rule, but they try to make sure कि last round में ना पड़े, starting में ही पड़ जाए. So
Hmm.
regardless, I think it's very interesting and it's fair
But okay, I
enough to.
think they might, yeah, they might have to change the rules or make some exceptions soon because I think in uh, like coming 5 to 10 years, candidates में सब Indians ही दिखेंगे तो they have
True,
to
true.
get paired in the last round soon.
True. I think Indians, Uzbekistan के players, of course, US के भी होंगे. So maybe these three federations are likely going to have the majority of the players.
But
Thousand
imagine
players
like
with.
eight
हाँ.
out of eight is Indians and the world champion is also Indian. That would be crazy, no?
तो कौन होंगे वो 8 players though? If
Hmm.
there were all 8 Indians, who would be those 8 players?
Some I see some 10, 12-year-old kids who are just crazy at this point. So when they get like 18, 19, maybe every one of them.
Possible, possible.
There will be
फिलहाल एक.
Nihal, Prag,
हाँ.
Arjun, Gukesh. So at least three of them, and I expect one of them to be the world champion.
हाँ. So दो बच गए.
And बाकी जस्ट पांच चार ही तो और चाहिए, चार पांच आ
True,
जाएगा
true.
कोई 4-5 साल में.
आई थिंक एक प्लेयर वहां जरूर होगा मेरे को लगता है वो है डॉगमस आई थिंक ही इज गोना बी लाइक अ
Yeah.
legend in the next 5 years or so. And what do you make of
Hmm.
that guy, man? 14 year, okay, he turned 15 now, but 2700 rating 14 साल की उम्र में भाई. Isn't that just like borderline impossible? Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how 2600s play until now, so I cannot go deeper into that thing. But 14, 15 years, 2700 is just crazy. I mean, we saw Ali Reza becoming 2800 in 18, right? So
Yes,
I think that
yes.
record will also be broken soon. और 14-15 का मैं तो जब था तो मैं तो कितना रेटिंग हुई आई थिंक 2000 2100 एंड आई वाज सो हैप्पी आई एम
Mm.
2100 I
Yep,
will get a
yep.
title soon, CM title, yes. And that guy is just like, I am going for the world championship.
Insane, man. And I think he's being coached by Shaq. So I think he has a great coach, also has others likely. So it's gonna be, I think he's
Yeah,
gonna
we can say
change.
that we weren't coached by Shaq. That's why we could not be 27. नहीं तो हम भी बन जाते हैं
हाँ,
ना, of course.
हाँ,
I
I
mean,
think जैसे वो इम्प्रूव करेंगे that's going to be followed by many players to come I think so I think
yeah.
वही same coaching lessons I think people will pick Shaq's mind how he was trained कैसी age पे what were the training
Mhm.
methods and of course the people try to replicate that in upcoming talents as well. But yeah, meanwhile Vidit, I think का जो talent जो clock के regarding है वो has to improve, because he's
Yeah.
about to dip below the 20-minute mark, Dushyant bhai. So अब suddenly वो जब 19 मिनट होते हैं ना, that just puts so much extra pressure on you.
No, but I think Vidit is still happy because it's better than yesterday. He's like, I am at least doing some improvement in time. So tomorrow it will be slightly more better than, I think last round tak he will be for sure fine.
Hmm.
Sahil bhai,
Very
by the way,
interesting.
एक question है
हाँ
मेरा.
हाँ.
Why is it NM Sahil?
You mean why not CM क्या?
Yeah, I didn't know that you took a CM title, but
I
how is
did
it
why.
NM first of all?
Because I played in the US by, I think so US में खेल के you can get a rating of 2200 and they give you the NM title also.
But
So you
that you
can
can get even without playing, no?
no, because NM I think is given by certain national federations. So you will
No,
have to
but how
play in a
much FIDE are you?
2186. But I've been to
So
275. So I have
2186
this.
is anyways like 20 to 40 or something, some 60 plus होता है ना उसमें.
No, no, I think you mean USCF क्या?
हाँ, USCF like
हाँ
2180 rating would be like 20 to 40 in
हाँ.
USCF, I think.
So USCF is separate though. Like they don't directly translate it from FIDE as far as I know. मेरा जब आया था तब तो
Yeah.
उस time पे it started from
नहीं,
basically
मैंने
zero.
भी
Like
खेला हुआ है, मुझे पता है वैसे.
हाँ, as you get a new rating. So NM फिर उसी का मिलता है. Like if you have if you've played in the US, you will have an NM title if you have a rating of 2200. You might not know it. Even I didn't know. I had the NM title until like 6 months later. एक दिन मैंने ऐसे ही खोला, मैंने देखा wait what is this? ये NM क्या होता है भाई? Then I realized कि अच्छा मेरे को टाइटल मिल गया, मुझे पता भी नहीं है. And this is a true story by the way.
No, I am also 2200. They did not offer me NM title.
भाई ऑफर आके घर पे आके डिलीवर करने नहीं आएंगे ये लो भाई आपको साक्षात एनएम
नहीं, बट
टाइटल दे
मैंने
रहे हैं.
अपना यूएसए खोल के भी देखा, उसमें लिखा ही नहीं था दैट यू आर एलिजिबल फॉर एन एनएम टाइटल.
स्पेशल लोगों के लिए दुष्यंत भाई, मतलब वो उन्होंने देखा होगा ना कि एक एनएम दूसरे 5.5 हाफ से कैसे हार सकता है. लाइक दे कांट बी ऑन द सेम लेवल.
हाँ, दैट्स व्हाई दे कैन नॉट गिव टू द अदर वन.
बट ओके,
अंडरस्टैंडेबल.
रिगार्डलेस आई थिंक जोक्स अपार्ट, आई थिंक वो होगा. आई थिंक अभी नंबर ऑफ गेम्स नहीं होंगे. आई थिंक लाइक दे
बट
माइट बी सर्टेन नंबर ऑफ
यू
गेम्स.
कांट बी एन एफएम 2300 क्रॉस नहीं किया गया.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, 2275 पीक. आई हैव नॉट क्रॉस
क्या
2300.
फायदा 5.5 करके भी, इतनी रेटिंग दी थी, 2300 भी क्रॉस नहीं हुआ.
नहीं, आई थिंक बेस्ट पार्ट इज भाई एफएम हो आईएम हो, नथिंग चेंजेस भाई. इट्स लाइक it's a move point. I could be 1800 or I could be 239 or 2499. Nothing in my life would change. That's the best part. That's what I love about commentary, right? That's the best part.
Yeah,
Actually, like it's
that
like
is true actually.
nothing would change. Like if I was an IM, I would be here. If I was literally Sola, so I'd be here. If I was like, it doesn't change anything. So I think GM title is something which is interesting, which is very
But
tough.
Sahaj
But
bhai is also here na anyway, so how does that change?
exactly. But he's a GM, right? Like that, being a GM, I think definitely changes your life because you have one of the top players in the world, I think. So, but
No, but I am
IM, I
saying
think
कि
is
GM भी कमेंट्री ही कर रहे हैं, IM भी, NM भी, so सब सेम
हाँ
ही
सब कर रहे हैं,
है.
सब कर रहे हैं, सब कर रहे हैं. I think it takes a lot of effort, chat. It takes a lot of effort, I think, to get any title whatsoever. GM is like the toughest. I think 2600 परफॉर्मेंस चाहिए होती है ना शायद उसमें. 2600, that's crazy man.
That
There are 20.
norms are tough for GMs. I
Yeah.
mean, rating is comparatively easy, but okay. I mean, हम कौन होते हैं कहने वाले रेटिंग का बात, बट
सहज भाई को भाई सहज तो तारीफ हो रही है भाई कि जीएम इज सो टफ एंड ही हैज इट. लाइक तारीफ तो सहज भाई की हो रही है, मजे तो हम दोनों के लिए जा रहे हैं खुद से ही. ये क्या कमेंट था भाई? हम दोनों अपनी बेइज्जती कर रहे हैं भाई लिटरली, एंड स्पेशली मेरी. बाय द वे, विदित अभी भी सोच रहा है भाई. हमने पूरा टाइटल्स के बारे में सीख लिया. विदित इज स्टिल थिंकिंग ब्रदर 16
आई
मिनट
थिंक
में
वी
17 चाल खेलनी है.
we can start a podcast and stuff and Vidit will still be thinking. वो मीम आते हैं ना कि legends stay, he still thinking.
हाँ, look at Hans. He's tired. भाई मैं भी देख चुका हूँ. I genuinely feel Hans is like also thinking भाई सोच क्या रहा है? Can we go full screen? Because Hans, I feel like he's already calculated everything. Like it's your point. I think it's the half the confidence, half the rustiness of not playing for a while. But whatever it is, like he has to get over it because otherwise भाई time ही नहीं बचेगा तो फिर how do you play chess? 30 seconds में नहीं खेल सकते भाई.
Also, I think he has to play some games for his Olympiad as well, right? So
Yes, he
it's a
has to.
matter of his qualification kind of as well. Otherwise,
Hmm.
I think it's a question between who will play in Arvind and Vidit, I think, or maybe Hari and Vidit.
Hari, yes. Yep. I think Arvind right now is one rating point ahead of Hari. Imagine Olympiad spot getting decided with one rating. But I think if Vidit just completes the number of games, he does actually qualify because he's ahead. But the problem is that, like, I don't know, like, it's not about playing, right? Like, we want him to be confident also. And I don't know any classical events that he's playing after this before the Olympia. At least I'm not aware of any. So if he's only going to play limited events, we want, him to come out of them happy, satisfied, positive about his play. Right now, I think the time situation, and he's aware of it. Yeah, he mentioned it in the interview yesterday. Ki, bhai, I'm not happy with how I'm managing my clock, but
Mm.
I don't see any improvements just now.
But okay, I can see the list, and he's much
Ah,
he's much ahead of Arvind and Hari Krishna actually.
yes, yes. He's way
Like
ahead.
23 rating points. So that should not be covered.
Yep. And also, even if we were to lose some rating, I think the rating will publish in the next month. So it's like it doesn't really affect his average rating for the 3 months, I think, if these are the ones
Yeah.
considered. Um, so let's see. Meanwhile, look at
Form wise,
Hans, yeah?
actually, Karthikeyan is playing very good form wise amongst Indians.
You mean Karthik and P?
Murali, yeah.
Ah, Murli. What? Why he
Queen
did not take
A2.
on C6? How is A2 a better square? Wait, okay, I have to
I
look
think
at
he just
this.
wants to do something in that A to G diagonal to like वो check with में कुछ.
Okay, understood. But how?
That I have no idea.
Why? Because that's the bigger question for me. And I think, for example, first question is, I think the best move here is actually D takes C4. I think this is what he's playing against, right? He wants to maybe play B takes A4 check. Is that the move? Or B4 check?
But
Both
even if
don't
you're
look
getting a
convincing.
pawn in check, I don't think it matters because that pawn is just useless, to be
Yeah.
very honest.
And now he has to move the queen again.
And
Wait,
also
what?
after queen a4, a3 will also fall or rook a4.
Okay, it can't be BA4, right? Because then he has to move the queen again. Like, why would he put it on A2 if he really wanted to move it again? So it's clearly not that. Then what
But
is
I
his
don't
plan after D
think
takes
move
C4?
actually after d4 because rook c1, queen e6, that b3 pawn is also pinned.
First of all, which rook? Because both rooks have a pawn to defend.
Great question. I think b1 because there is e3 as well in some variation. Rook
By
bc1.
B1 is
Okay,
already
that is
lost after
much
queen
worse.
D5. Wow.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
what because b3 pawn is also pinned.
Yeah. And queen, okay, queen E6. So where do you put it? This
Can
is
you go queen
hanging.
e6 instead of d5 in this? Like, and
Queen
give the c7
E6.
pawn and do something.
Okay. And now
Is e3 a move?
E3. Wow. Oh, you have to sack the exchange. Apparently, that's the only way forward. But even this looks dangerous,
Maybe this
actually.
is what Vidit is hoping for, like some kind of mess.
Yeah, there is some counterplay here,
Yeah.
but it does look
But
kind of.
I am just surprised. How is this equal? I will prefer black in this position.
Maybe there's some bishop f1, bishop c4, and the king is rather weak. Maybe that's the plan. I might just win this pawn. But even then, man, like going back, this is was very cooperative frame for black. Yeah, I think after d takes
Yeah.
c4, I think it's very tough for white. He has to find this move, rook d c1, the move you mentioned, and after queen e6 or queen d5, rook c7. The best move is actually bishop d6, and it makes a lot of sense because you're attacking the rook. If the rook
Mhm.
becomes super ambitious, okay, you can't really take that point. What am I
But
doing?
yeah,
So where do you move the
yeah,
rook then?
you have to go back like c1 or c3.
Okay, c3 is Indian's first preference, and that's very tough. Rook c1 is already lost, by the way, after bishop f7. Why? This is going to be tough. I think this is going down this game. I don't think he survives. If Hans finds this move, I don't think it survives.
Yeah, but I just hope that he thought for 10 minutes or something. And I hope that he has seen that rook c1, rook c7 line and it's kind of working for him after queen e6.
Hmm.
Otherwise, I don't think, yeah. Otherwise, I don't even know what he thought for 10 or 15 minutes while playing queen a2 if he didn't see rook
Exactly.
bc1.
Maybe this is mulling over his. अरे ये
I
क्या है
mean,
भाई चेस में भाई.
with 13 minutes, you cannot go into messy situations like even more.
Exactly. Why not trade queens? Like, I know it's not ideal for a win, maybe, but this is exactly what you need, right? To just exchange of everything, maybe. get out of this spin, maybe, okay, not completely, but at least halfway. Like as of
Mm.
now, like queen a2, I mean, maybe he has not considered this move seriously. I think that's the only thing I can guess. Or he missed this bishop d6 move here. After c7, he maybe missed bishop d6.
Yeah, or maybe he's fine with the queen d5 move. He was just thinking about the queen e6 move, that what happens after queen
Mm.
e6 and e3.
Why? We'll get to know soon because Hans has played the best move. And now Vidit is under huge pressure here. And Hans just took 4.5 minutes. So Hans took half the time Vidit took. And look at this, 12 minutes to play 16 moves for Vidit Gujarati. Chat, question to you. Do you think Vidit survives this game? Yes or no? What do you think, Dushan Bhai? BA4 played.
After ba4, I don't think so. I mean, why will you play queen a2 for ba4?
That is a very
And
good
why?
question, brother.
Yeah, why is it always like Vidit has like low time, but his opponents are playing like they are in under 5 minutes?
That's a good point again. So he wanted to do this. Okay. Not sure why he couldn't go queen b2 directly, but let's just focus on the current position. And now if I take on a4, is his plan to take on b7? Is that the plan?
No, but
Because,
d4 is hanging. He will lose a piece in this.
wait, then
Rook
what's the
ad.
plan by after rook
Um,
a4?
I have no idea again. Is
Okay,
is
this is the
d5 a
plan.
move
And
by any chance?
ooh, d5. Oh, no, yeah, that's an interesting move, but
No.
apparently queen
Yeah, bishop
d5 is
d5
okay.
actually protects everything, and yeah.
And also, the tricky move, chat, it is an Indian move. I didn't find it for sure. Is rook dc1. And this is what maybe with it is banking on. But apparently, black just has a killer blow that is bishop takes a3 here. Takes, 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 and now takes. And I don't know what you make of this, Dushan Bhai, but black has an outside pass pawn. Some chances to win this.
Yeah, you can take rook bb7, but after bishop f2, you're what, 2 pawns down? No, the other rook.
You wanna you wanna give, wait, in this position you wanna play? You wanna
Rook
take with this rook?
bb7. Yeah, yeah.
भाई बैक रैंक के मुझे लग रहा है भाई लग रहा है
लगे तो हैं, बट
बहुत
वो
डर।
दो रुक अगर, आई मीन आई एम जस्ट होपिंग कि
कहाँ
समथिंग
चले
हैपेंस
किंग को
देयर.
भाई? बिशप तो गए हो।
ग्रेट क्वेश्चन. King e3, rook d3, king e2 seems like
रुक
something
a2,
I'm missing a
किंग
mate or
f1
something.
mate।
Yeah,
बाप
and
रे,
king
दिस
e1,
इज,
rook e3 or something.
and I can always walk the king to d8, right? So it's not really like a
Yeah, also rook g2, rook h2 you can take actually.
yes, rook f7 and now rook h,
Rook
yes, you can just
h2.
simply take this khatam.
Yeah, just go king h8 and go rook d8 back.
Wow, this is like a beautiful finish. Going back, chat, with it under huge pressure, chat, क्या लग रहा है chat? Oh, chat create, nope, he's cooked. Look, Kare, he's cooked. Do you think it is cooked already, Kishan bhai?
Feels like, because if you're playing queen a2 for taking ba4 and queen b2, I mean, you also feel like that you're cooked in the game as well. I think Vidit is feeling the same thing.
Hmm. Oh, by the way, we have Priyanka who's joined us. Priyanka, welcome to the commentary again. Glad to have you. Have you been following the games? And Arjun apparently is already finished.
Yes, yes. Hi, guys. I was following the games. Actually, I was just going to add that Queen A2 does make a little sense, right?
Hmm.
Because I thought if direct Queen B2, if the bishop
Huh.
was on G6, then E4 pawn is under protected, right? So if
Huh.
Queen A2, you're provoking bishop F7. So after Queen
Hmm.
B2 in the game, Queen A4, the E4 pawn is hanging. That could be the point I was thinking. Yeah, now
Hmm.
bishop F7.
Hmm.
And now Queen B2, Queen A4 is no longer possible.
Hmm. Fair point. I think the bishop has been dragged this diagonal. But I mean, objectively, what do you make of the position combined with the clock again, the same
Mhm.
mistake? I mean, it feels like with it, I mean, if he survives this, would be another miracle, yeah?
For sure, for sure. But this position is a lot more difficult to play comparatively to yesterday's position, right?
Hmm. True, true. And Dishan bhai, I think, and Priyanka, I think you guys know each other very well, yeah? I could sense yesterday, why aate hi roasting chalu ho gayi thi. So how do you guys know each other?
Do you want
First
to
of
tell
all, I did
Dushyant?
not know that she is going to join yesterday.
Acha.
Same. I wasn't aware that he was going to be on the stream.
So how do you guys know each other? कभी खेले हो आपस में, like कोई record है, मतलब have you played each other over the board, by the way?
I don't think so.
No, we haven't played
Uh,
each other in chess,
We
but
played some
I
10+1
think
games in which I like won very easily.
easily,
So
okay.
just a
okay, come
steady
on.
game.
10 seconds. Just mention that it's 10 seconds plus 1 second.
A game is a
It's
game.
not even
Ah,
real chess,
interesting.
I mean, I also have the same time, no? It's not like you are having
but
10
it's
seconds
still
and I'm
not
having
a
30
real
seconds.
chess game. Come on.
So this is how, imagine chat, Vidit and Prag and Arjun being in the same room. This is how they must be also trash talking. Yeah, अरे क्या हो गया भाई, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन गया तो है, मतलब देख इंडियन में वन कौन है.
I know.
Very nice. Glad to see the banter, by the way. But I'm telling you, like, in an actual over the board game, I think it gets very serious, as we can see right now for Vidit. And 54 minutes for Hans Niemann, Dushin bhai. उतने में तो वो जाके मूवी देख के कोई हॉलीवुड की आके वापस आके बैठ के भी गेम खेल सकते हैं. Like it's insane amount of time difference.
Yeah, I think Hans will also do the same thing as Arjun did. He will also try to stop Vidit for going to washroom. And he will just keep him on the seat. And
Hmm.
again, I will say that Hans will play quicker than Vidit, uh, as
That's
every
exactly
other
what
guy
I
is
was
doing.
thinking. Hans has been playing so fast, even faster than Vidit, yeah?
Yeah,
It's as
even
if he's
yesterday,
under
Arjun was
fire.
also playing completely, like, very quickly.
But
True.
do you think it's the position, or do you think it's just Vidit playing slowly? Like, is it like Vidit kind of, being rusty, or is it just the position is also very complicated and Hans is just has a better grasp over it?
I think it's just the rustiness because Hans is also not in great form, I would say. He was a
Hmm.
little minus yesterday as well, as we saw. And day before yesterday also he lost. So currently he's also not doing so well. But because wait, what happened? Why is Vidit
Like,
having 7 minutes?
but we have a dropped king for Vidit. Why, Sahab? I hope that's not a premonition. Yeah, like I say, वो होता है ना वो foreshadowing for the actual game what happens. But Rook takes A4 was played by Hans Niemann. That
Oh, time is wrong. Okay.
ah,
I was
can we go
surprised. I
full
was like
screen?
from 13 to 7. What happened?
On leeches, it still shows that Vidit has 13 minutes, so probably it's a glitch.
Interesting. Can we go full screen? I want to see the clock once actually. And I think Vidit has, okay, clearly it's visible in bold letters कि कितना time है clock के.
Yeah.
But do you have that separate angle? Ha. So 13 minutes for Vidit, 13 minutes 1 second, and I think we have 53 minutes for Hans. ठीक है, enough time. But Rook takes A4 played, and Dushin by now A3 is weak, D4 is weak, and we'll discuss this. Apparently, Rook D C1 is the only move in the position, by the way. Anything else, and Vidit Gujarati is busted. The game is over essentially.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Queen B7 once, and even Rook D C1 is not so easy to play, I think,
Hmm.
because
Yeah, I
that Bishop
think
A3
Bishop
position we
E3
saw
is
that Bishop
more
F2.
natural,
Hmm.
I would say. But I think the
Hmm.
problem after Bishop E3 is Bishop D5, right? Just protecting the B7 pawn and winning the A3 pawn.
Hmm. That's also true. A great defensive piece, by the way. And I feel like, oh wow, okay.
Bishop B4.
I think he's missed something. I think he's missed
I think
something.
now just take and Rook A2, right? It looks like
Yeah,
that. And
that looks
Queen
like a very, very
C1.
strong move.
The only
Okay.
good thing for this move is like he played fast.
Yeah. I
It's
mean, this was a
actually still not so easy, I think, after Queen C1.
For who?
okay. So let's have a look. I think so. Bishop B4 is
I
the move,
mean, it's
right?
not so clear how black is so better.
Yeah. And now Rook A2. So what's the move here, Priyanka? What do you think? Where do you put the queen? There's only C1, right? I mean, I don't see any other
Yeah, there's only
squares.
C1.
So
You have to
C1.
go Queen C1.
And now apparently the plan is Bishop D5. But it's not clear. I agree with you. It's not
And
so
now
clear why
Queen
it's so strong.
E3, and then what's happening? They want to just go, yeah, what after Queen E3?
I mean, there's no fixed move. Like even King G7, like for example, like the bar says black is just clearly better. So maybe it's not completely obvious, but I mean, a pawn up for black, maybe that's just the advantage. Yeah. Just a free pawn, extra pawn.
Yeah, and
Also,
there's
like,
absolutely no compensation.
Yeah, maybe even like queen e6 and even king g7, king g6, and you can start going f5, f4 as well. I
F5,
mean, I don't
F4,
know.
right.
Like black has complete control of the a file as well. He'll go rook a8. He'll play c6 maybe, and it's just like white has nothing to do in this position. I feel like.
Yeah, by the way, he's
So
taken and oh, he didn't play this.
bishop d5.
He played it first. I think this might be even a more like a clever move order, yeah, because you're still maintaining a lot of tension here, and rook a2 still hangs in the balance. And how do you even avoid rook a2? I don't see a clear way. So
But doesn't this allow rook c1?
rook c1 maybe you want to play. This is hanging. So queen d6. Can I play?
Even queen d7, I think, should be fine.
But comparatively, isn't this like a better version than rook
Looks like
a2,
that.
queen c1 possession for white?
Looks like that. Looks like I think rook यहाँ पे होगा. That would be better. Attacking f2, pressuring a lot of pawns. But यहाँ पे भी
Also,
it's still pressuring b4.
queen
हाँ,
c2 is a good option here, I feel. Because
here,
rook c8 is bishop h3. I mean, there could be some threats. I'm not sure if that's
ah,
working, but yeah, even
so
e4 is hanging.
you put
Yeah,
And
no,
pressure
I
on
think
c6,
it
3
like
points.
a4 is
Rook
hanging. So yeah.
a2, and you take on c7. Yeah, this is the plan.
Queen f5, can you or not? No,
Apparently, there's a
rook is hanging,
crazy move
sorry.
here. Chat question: Black to play. What is Black's best option if you were to see this? So white has just gobbled a pawn. If you take, I take with the rook. I activate my rook. What could Black play? Any
ah,
idea? Dushyant and
now
Priyanka.
I see it. E3.
Yeah.
Yes.
So because and then you
And
take on f2 with a check.
yes, intermediate move. He takes f2, and of course, uh, still I think is maybe practically holdable, but at least hands has something. A pawn
But
up
black
in
has
the end
several
game.
pawns, yeah? I mean, d4 is going
Huh.
to fall.
Yes. So chat carrier Vidit, nahi bhai, I think Vidit is coming back after a while. Chat, it takes some time for a player to get accustomed to this time control. It's not easy always. By the way, currently 11 minutes of Vidit, now slowly 10 minutes to play 12 moves. I think it's maybe not really even the time anymore. Yeah, simple extra pawn, Priyanka, I think, and it's gonna be tough to handle that for the entire end game.
Definitely. I think it looks very difficult for Vidit.
Wow. And Dushan bhai, I think आपकी prediction एक चाहिए. क्या लग रहा है? I think we made the prediction for a draw in Arjun. यहाँ पे क्या लग रहा है? What do you think happens? Does Vidit hold, or do you think this is just done?
I I mean, if even if I am playing from white or anyone else is playing from white, I would say that this is just gone.
Hmm.
I mean, he might have some practical chances, like Hans can go wrong, but it just depends on Hans now. It doesn't depend on Vidit, I think.
Hmm.
Like if Hans goes wrong, then Vidit might do something, but if Hans plays correctly, I don't think this is survivable. Also, he's just burning his time again. So
भाई ये steps कौन कर रहा है? नहीं, that looks like Mamadino, yeah? Madamino, sorry.
or maybe Arjun is back.
Arjun is like, game तो खत्म हो गई, but steps बाकी है. So that could also be a possibility.
After the game, maybe he went to the lounge, he ate something, and oh shit, I have to do steps again.
Yeah. And meanwhile, just want to look at the other games. Let's do a roundup of all the games, actually. I think this is a nice moment. First of all, chat, Nodirbek Arjun drew. We already know this. Very, very interesting game. Second, we have Vokido versus Ian Nepomniachtchi. And want to get your opinion on this Ken game. What do you make of this one? Because feels like White has an extra pawn, but Black has some, active pieces. So what do you make of this, Priyanka and then Dushyant?
Go on, Priyanka.
Okay. So I was just thinking this looks much better for white because I'm going to go rook d7 next. Like I will exchange one rook and then go rook d7. This looks like very difficult position again for black to defend. But again, yesterday we had seen how Jan made a draw, right? Like from a completely winning
Yeah.
position. So probably he can hold this possession now from a defensive side, but I think it's very difficult because especially it's the same color bishop, and once white gets to a 7th rank, looks quite tricky.
I just have a question. In general, you speak very slowly, but when you like when someone asks you about any position, you just say it so fast. Even I did not understand it.
You didn't understand. So I'm just saying,
See, see,
if
see. No,
white
no, no.
can
See,
get
wait, wait,
his
wait.
rook,
Wait, wait, wait.
should I
Now
slow
you're
down?
saying, oh, you did not understand. But in general, you're like, yeah, go ED5, CD5, rook D7, and you go D3, C2, rook is on second rank, something like that. You just spoke too
I'm
fast.
gonna make the arrows quickly just to highlight what he's just saying. हाँ बोलो, आगे बोलो.
So probably I'll slow down. See, I was just saying, if white can exchange one rook and get his another rook to seventh rank, even at the cost of the c2 pawn,
Hmm.
then white will be better.
Yeah, I mean, if you can pick up a7, then b6 falls in some cases, and then these
Hmm.
pawns could be just dangerous. King also cut off on the back rank, and I think white has no dangers whatsoever. These pawns also isolated, so some pressure for sure, Dashan bhai, right? I think that makes sense. And also, the only problem is the time again. I think white has less time, but maybe it doesn't matter as much as the Vidit game maybe here.
Yeah, I mean, Nepo is always fast, I see. I mean, anytime I just see Nepo, actually, mostly all the Russians play fast, I feel like. I know Fedosiv, he just plays so fast that even in the end, he generally has like 1.5 hour.
Hmm.
एंड उसके बाद वो सीट से उठ के चला जाता है अपनी, फिर ओपोनेंट 1.5 घंटा बैठा रहता है अपनी सीट पे. आई मीन
Hmm.
आई डोंट नो इफ यू गाइस नो द रेफरेंस बट या.
Yeah. पता है. Of course. And so this was one end game. Second one is Yakubo versus Nicholas. I think this one may be more so a draw. Maybe double pawns. Any chances here? What do you think, Priyanka?
Uh, this game looks pretty drawish to me, at least,
Hmm.
because the
Yeah.
pawn structure is equal and I don't really see any improvement for anyone actually. King c4, king c6, and then maybe a4, b4 is all white can get, and it looks pretty draw for me, like dry.
Hmm.
I feel like if anyone will try in this, it should be black because of
Yeah.
the pawn structure. I mean, f3 pawn,
Hmm.
which Priyanka said it's equal. And because mainly that's the reason I would say black is trying. Otherwise, I would have said a draw.
Hmm. Yeah, I
And
think black most likely I think ends on draw, but maybe he can push a little bit, but will be still tough. I think maybe the objective reality is this is going to end in a draw very, very soon. Both players very ambitious though, so let's see what happens. And the final game, of course, before with it is Mamedyarov versus Madaminov. I think both players very, very well prepared. One is the second of Sindarov, and one is the second or coach of Yagiz Khan. So I think this probably was a very theoretical battle. I would not be shocked. What do you make of this position though, Priyanka?
This position also does look pretty dry to me, honestly.
Hmm.
I mean, white will end up with a pawn up, but black has a very active pieces. Like a2 is falling for sure, c2, c6 is falling as well, and after that, usually these kind of positions are very much holdable, I feel.
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, again, this position, just like the Vidit one, doesn't have any knights, just like bishops. And
Hmm.
as we were discussing earlier, कि generally उसके बाद थोड़ा solid रहता है position, क्योंकि knights they cannot jump around, nothing cannot jump around. So I mean, the
Hmm.
a2 pawn will fall and the c6 pawn will fall. White might have an extra pawn, which I mean, he should have an extra pawn, but I think it is holdable. Should be holdable.
Yeah, I think black's pieces will compensate for that with
Yeah, I
their
mean,
activity.
both of like white and black pieces are active, but like after queen a2, some f2 hanging and stuff. Even if like white has an extra pawn and every like let's say you just take out both the bishops, the rook pawn ending is a draw.
Hmm.
And as for me, always rook endings are draws. Yeah.
Agreed. I think majority of endgames, any exchanges kind of favor black as well. So no knights makes it easy. So most likely we're gonna have um, maybe a draw in Nodirbek and Nicholas, a draw in Shak Madaminov, a draw already in Nodirbek and Arjun, and maybe Nepo has some chance of losing. So this game is one potential result. But the main result for us is of course Vidit versus Hans. And after Bishop d5, so not finding Rook a2, Vidit does find Rook b c1 and maybe now Queen d7 is the move he has to aim for. If queen d6, the move I wanted to play, apparently there is bishop e4, bishop e4, and queen b3. Now, I'm not sure if you as black want to go for this. How comfortable does this feel, Dushan bhai? Because I feel like as black, I'm happy with this as well.
Not sure because like let's say bishop h1 f3 and rook maybe like
Hmm.
queen c2. I was thinking queen f3 though.
Hmm.
Bishop f3 rook d2 I think you protect everything.
Hmm.
And being in that position going into this position I don't think it
Hmm.
makes sense. Okay, there you are in total control. You don't have to worry about anything. Here you are giving exchange and some rook e1 files as well because you cannot go rook e8 straight
True.
away. So I don't think Hans will ever go to this. Unless he misses bishop e4, that could be an
Hmm.
option. But intentionally, I don't think he will go into this.
Hmm. Yeah, he has a lot of time though, Priyanka. I think 48 minutes, and Vidit has to play what 12 moves, next 11 moves in 7 minutes. Possible, not possible with accuracy? What do you think?
Very, very difficult. I think if Hans plays queen d7, which I think he will, because I'm pretty sure he will not miss bishop e4, queen d3.
Hmm.
So, like going into that position is something that you would aim for from a worse position as black to play for
Hmm.
compensation, right? So, when you already have a good position, you wouldn't want to enter a position where you're playing for compensation.
Hmm. Yep.
So,
And
I
I
think
think queen
after queen
d7.
d7, yeah, seems very natural.
And I think maybe Dushan, I think you mentioned this idea, right? Queen c2. I think you mentioned at some point, pressuring here, here, here.
Yeah.
And if black can
The
just go
position we were
f5.
discussing, it was rook dc1, right?
Yes,
Yes,
I
I
think.
think बस ये रुक यहाँ गया, the only
Yeah.
difference.
क्योंकि अब इसमें थोड़ा b4 का देखना पड़ेगा, I think.
Yeah, in
I mean,
fact,
that is
that
an
is
extra
possible,
option
yeah.
which is hanging now. I mean,
Hmm.
not directly maybe, but in
Hmm.
general. क्योंकि रुक
Hmm.
रुक dc1 में d4 hanging था, but d5 वाला bishop हटाना is not so easy in that position.
Fair point. Yeah. So very interesting. And Hans Niemann now thinking. So one prediction, Priyanka and Dushyant and chat. क्या लग रहा है? Final result of this game. Chat, तुम बताओ यार. Let's go.
I mean, if you ask me what I want, then I want this to be a draw at least. But
But
practical
Dushyant bhai,
prediction, I would say that Hans wins.
Hans wins. Well, I want like $100 million, but I think everybody wants that. Like it will not happen magically. But objectively, you think Hans wins this, yeah?
Yeah, should.
Priyanka, what
I
do you think?
mean,
Yeah.
हाँ, continue Dushyant bhai.
yeah, no, that 100 million wala to abhi possible hi nahi hai na. So this question you are asking, it's like I have put 50 million on red and I can get it double or I can lose it everything. So I'm doing
Hmm.
that practical prediction.
Hmm. And chat is saying only Ian Nepomniachtchi can save Vidit. I doubt it, brother, because even he defeated Vidit, I think. And even after all those blunders, he couldn't handle the pressure. Time bachana bahut zaruri. And I mean, he's of course thinking right now using the time on Hans's clock, but it's still going to be tough. And Priyanka, I think you've joined the commentary during the last phase. Where end games, I think you've been commentating. Sometimes it's very like crazy because first of all, it can be slow, and second, it's like one move can change everything. Do you see like a oh, by the way, okay, no mistakes. Yeah, Queen D7, perfect chess, and maybe now Queen C2. Yeah, like maybe Dushan's plan here to at least
Yeah, the
create some
most
attack.
logical is queen c2.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
mean, you're threatening e4 and c7 at least. So
So probably
you
he
have
has
to
to
gain
save the
some
e4
space and
pawn,
attack.
right?
Otherwise, no point.
Hmm.
So after queen c2, should black play f5 and give the c7 pawn and take the v4 pawn?
That does seem natural because if Queen C7, for example, I can trade queens and now take on B4, and suddenly in the endgame, I'm not worried about the attack on the king. So I can now push the B pawn. I have F4 as a reserve. I'm pressuring D4 as well. This feels very hard to defend, I feel. Like as black, if I am black here, I feel like, okay, I should win this game.
Exactly,
Mm.
especially with such a low time
Mm.
on the clock.
Also,
You
bishop
get,
c6 next, and I don't see how you saved the d4 pawn as well.
oh, wow, that's a
The
nice idea, actually.
maximum white can get is bishop h3 and some kind of bishop e6 d5s, but
I
If
think Hans will play g4 in bishop h3 and he will just close that as well.
Good point,
yeah,
actually. And I think Vidit right now is under huge pressure. Now, as you see, with those couple of seconds, 5 minutes, in a few seconds to play 11 moves or 2 moves per minute. And in fact, the bar just shows +2 for hands. So if this happens. So currently, Queen C2 is the best try, but even that with perfect chess
okay,
does
he
not seem
played.
to work out. He played, yeah, on the board.
Hmm. Queen
Yeah,
C2
Queen
was
c2, I mean,
played.
makes sense. Otherwise, no point.
Hmm. Okay, with it now, he's still thinking. Phew.
Someone in the chat was saying like some while ago, मुझे प्रियंका की आवाज सुन के नींद आ रही है. Priyanka, you can maybe start an
But
ASMR channel or something.
is that like a positive or a negative? I'm not sure, right?
Exactly what I was going to ask. Is it a
Because
good thing or a bad thing?
If I were you, I would take it as a negative for sure.
I mean, that you would, but I'm asking chat.
because
It
you
could
know
also mean
what
it's pleasant.
because people say that about Yasser Saravan actually. Like that's what they say. Like his commentary can sometimes make me fall asleep because he's so sweet in his like how he speaks, right? I say very calm and composed. So it could be negative, positive. I don't know. Um, why is they doing this
Sahil bhai,
to
someone is
himself?
asking you to say apparently like some 5 6 times.
Stop saying. भाई यार देखो everybody has their go-to words and apparently is mine. Can't we do much about it, chat? क्या करे भाई उसमें? मजबूर है, आदत से मजबूर है. Um, दुष्यंत is bullying प्रियंका. भाई chat has an accusation दुष्यंत भाई कि भाई आप bully कर रहे हो अपने co-commentators को.
Yeah, I mean, someone told me that थोड़ा इधर उधर कर लेना चाहिए. व्यूज
Why to
ज्यादा
gain
मिलते हैं
more
ऐसा
followers on
मेरे
your
को
YouTube
chess.com ने
channel?
बोला था.
कुछ भी.
नहीं दुष्यंत भाई के है. दुष्यंत भाई आई थिंक अगले मिस्टर बीस बन सकते हैं. पोटेंशियल तो है भाई इतना तो 100%.
मिस्टर बीस्ट.
बट द प्रॉब्लम है कि भाई उससे ज्यादा पोटेंशियल मुझे हैंड्स की पोजीशन में लग रहा है बिकॉज इज प्लेड F5 and now if not queen
Okay.
c7 then what by like what else is an option here.
But Hans is just playing all best moves. I mean, like
Hmm.
we have to give him that at least.
By the way, love this camera angle. दोनों दिख रहे हैं players. Board थोड़ा सा of course diamond की तरह cut हो गया है, but I like this. And we have a super chat. Nihal is in 2750 plus as he doesn't get invites. Agree. I think it's not just, I mean, about the invites. I think he took some time to kind of catch up with the others, right? I mean, for predominantly, I was most of 2024, 2025, like he was around 2650, 2670, right? Oscillating between those ratings. So he wasn't really there around the 2700 mark. Even Arjun got less invites, but he somehow milled on his own by winning these open events and so on. So what do you think about Nihal, by the way, and his journey over the last 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's even both Arjun and Nihal kind of suffered with the same thing, not getting invites. And both of them played open events and they were like scoring really, really good in those. And that is actually not so easy, I would say. Because open events mein, to maintain your rating in that level, it's just very hard.
Hmm.
And currently, I think he is getting some invites for sure. I mean, he's playing in EWCA as far as I know, and he just played in some Armenia round robin event as well,
Hmm.
just like some 10 days ago. So, I mean, now he will get invites for sure, but yeah, I mean, it's just
Hmm.
insane, both of them. And I really
Hmm.
like this thing about Nihal, whenever he's playing now, he doesn't think on the board. He's just moving and he thinks. I've never
Hmm.
seen him
True.
thinking while sitting on the board.
True. And
Totally
chat
true.
करिए दुष्यंत भाई doesn't even need an invite for a wedding. ये कहाँ से आ गया दुष्यंत भाई? मतलब कि are you a wedding crasher or something? मतलब ऐसे random weddings पे.
I mean, no one invites me, first of all, so I did not even crash it, but
I
I
mean,
do
it's
have this skill.
understandable. Um, some moves have
Okay.
been played. Bishop S3
Yeah.
has been played.
Bishop actually played. And do we go G4 now? I mean, it's a possibility, but
Mm.
First time I'm seeing 5 wings in a ceiling fan. Priyanka, any reply to that?
Bro, you have nothing better to see or what?
No, no, someone commented. I'm not saying it myself.
Ah, really?
Mr.
I didn't
Manish
even
commented it. Very
notice.
interesting.
How much is mine? Mine is 4. Someone even told that I have never seen a 4 also in my stream. They are like only rich people have 4 wings. I was like, what? Is that a thing?
My chat is keeping a account of your trash talk now. So Priyanka 2, Dushyant -5. Sorry,
Minus
Dushyant,
5.
I think, yeah, clearly chat is on Priyanka's side here. And I'm on the side
That
of
I mean,
See,
chess.
of course,
chat is
I mean,
always on the right side.
on the girl's side, not
I
the right
disagree
side.
on that
Okay,
side. Ki they are always on the right side. I disagree with that one, but
on the girl's side. I'm just mentioning the facts.
by the way, विषय के बाद first move is G4. I think we talked about this, but maybe this is not even needed. Yeah, like White is not even taken on C7 yet. So do we have other options here? What do you think, Dushan bhai?
Um, I honestly think you can just go like King G7, King G6 also to protect that pawn at this point.
Hmm.
But I'm just trying to think what would be a safer move, like very casual move, which does not even. Maybe what if I just stall and play something like H6?
Hmm.
Can I do that?
And probably now Queen C7.
But I can probably just do the same. Yeah, take
Probably, and
G4,
then G4.
and
Hmm.
Yeah,
then I don't know where you move the bishop
check
and
take
take
on
on
D4,
B4.
same thing.
So
F1 and then Rook B4.
yeah, and it feels like the task is still pretty tough. Maybe you'll exchange an extra pair of pawns, but you have the f4 square. But how does the king even get here? I mean, it's like a nightmarish task. And Vidit, by the way, does not look happy at all. Look at Vidit. Yeah, he's like, by frustrated, I think, partially. He's like, by her position, her game mein, I'm kind of getting low on time. Yeah. Like, how is this happening every single time? And Hans, by the way, has 41 minutes. Wow. That's like an insane difference again.
So chat has a
GM
question to
Sindarov is
Dushyant
commentating, by the
actually.
way,
Really?
क्या
and not the real Sindarov, but some Sindarov.
वो फेक सिंदारो है सो सिंदारो डज वॉच आवर कमेंट्री ही मेंशनड वंस सो तब से अब चैट में सिंदारो वी हैड बाय द वे फेक
Yeah, that's why
रैपोर्ट्स
we will in English we will say that we are rooting for Sindarov, but हम गुकेश के लिए root कर रहे हैं.
भाई
हिंदी में
nowadays
हम
you have AI
गुकेश के लिए
translations
करेंगे.
so you can't really fool anybody
वो
nowadays
पते बात आएंगे तब तक समझ नहीं आएगा उसको.
true um 5 minutes है अरे भाई exactly he has 5 minutes remaining भाई I do you think this game even goes to the 40th move or do you think ये पहले भी खत्म हो सकती है
That's a difficult prediction actually. I think it might be over before 40 moves.
what do you think Dushan bhai
Because there's still 9 more moves left.
I'm gonna guess your prediction will be
I
opposite
don't
of
think it
Priyanka's
will
yeah
be over before 40 moves, but
हाँ
I think Vidit will lose, but not 40 moves. More than 40
Hmm.
moves, I would say.
Like I think it
Yep.
will be clear by 40 moves.
Hmm. Yep. ऐसा ही फेथ होना चाहिए इंडियन प्लेयर्स के अंदर विथ विल लूज बट इन 40 नॉट इन 40 मूव्स ऐसा ही अगर हम पेट्रियोटिक रहे तो भाई मजा आ जाएगा भाई बट जोक्स अपार्ट आई थिंक टफ पोजीशन था विदित के लिए एंड चैडी सिंह विल क्रॉस 40 मूव्स बट टफ है एंड समबडी सेड ये इतना पास में क्यों बैठे हैं भाई इतना पास में नहीं बैठे वो हमने कैमरा को बीच में काट दिया है एंड यू ब्रॉट बोथ दोस कैमरास टुगेदर फॉर यू ताकि दोनों प्लेयर्स देख पाओ और कोई रीजन नहीं है and meanwhile Arjun game has already ended in a draw versus Nodirbek. He was better and was pushing but couldn't convert. And yeah, we should now come back to chess seriously. By the way, G4 instantly played by hands.
Direct G4.
G4. Oh. Now I see some hope for Vidit actually.
So what you're saying is you will not take on C7, kya? Like you will just basically keep the queens on the board, maybe.
Yeah, I mean some
And Queen D2.
rook, like if you take rook b4, yeah, queen d to queen g5, I don't like. That's why I was going for h6 instead.
But G4 is very committal to play, especially with the queens on the board, right? Now Queen
Yeah.
D2, Queen
Yes.
F4 also looks kind of dangerous because I'm attacking C7 and F5. If you go Queen E7.
Agreed. And it's the only move by the way for that. I think anything else, it's completely lost.
He played H3?
Oh,
What?
wow.
Oh, Hans
But
did
can't
play rook b4. I did not see. Okay.
Yeah, but can't he do the same later? Like, why does he have to do queen d2 instantly? Is there some
But
tactic that we're missing? Because
after
why
queen
can't he,
g5, I
let's
don't
say,
know how will black survive that, because he cannot go king h8, he cannot go queen g7 in that case.
huh?
No, probably queen d2, rook d6 is what he was a little worried about because there's rook g6.
Ah,
He
this
must have
one.
underestimated this position.
Yeah,
Possible.
maybe.
Definitely a possibility.
What's the best move
Um,
there? Like go bishop c4 or what?
Bishop c4 indeed, and take 6. I mean, it's very hard to
And
actually
then, okay,
understand.
that position, yeah,
Yeah.
very difficult.
Chat going back. But okay, now he plays h3, and that's a blunder objectively. But why is it so bad? So let's say, what's black's move? Because black की move cheek cheek के व्यंजन c6 बोल रहा है basically.
But
I mean,
I
why
was
can't
thinking,
I?
can you go? Yeah, okay. Can you go f4 and stop all this queen d2 thing
On
or
right
not?
now?
Because now queen d2, I was thinking queen d6. Is
Hmm.
that a thing?
It's
Now
definitely a
queen
thing.
c7, maybe you take
Queen
and then
c7.
You mean
Oh,
here?
after
just
f4
go
you mean?
f3 even. Yeah, yeah.
Takes, and
And then
f3.
probably just f3, followed
And
by rook
if
b2, e3.
takes on g4,
Can I go e3? Or is
maybe
it too
it's not.
much?
Rook needs to be here. Yeah, I think then it could be
But
nice.
if I
But
move my rook, then bishop c4 is a possibility.
by the way, He's played c6 on the board. Best move on the board. Now, objectively, Vidit Gujarati is completely lost. Now, I think the best he can do is go for that counterplay anyways, right? I mean, I don't see anything else. Anything else you see, Priyanka and Dushan? Because if you just kind of pass time, then black is just completely winning.
Um, right, now after c6 has been played and there is no rook c7 ideas after queen f4, yeah? There are not
Hmm.
many weaknesses for black that white can capitalize on after, even after queen d2, for example.
Hmm.
Let's say now I can go queen e7, queen f4 only attacks the pawn on f5.
Yeah, and queen f4, maybe just defend it somehow. Oh, by the way, Ian Nepomniachtchi is
Completely.
completely
Oh
busted.
my
Let's have a look at
goodness.
that game. Wait, what just happened? So this was the move. He played e4, which looks a bit sus at first glance, but bishop e7 was a big. You talked about this, Priyanka, rook to the 7th rank, but he just allows white to gain a tempo because he thought this pawn was important. Yeah, g3, bishop g3 takes on e3, and now white can pick up this, move the king forward. Is it simple to convert this, or do you think black still has some chances? Dushan bhai, especially to you, because you mentioned all weekend games are drawn.
Um, I did mention that, but maybe not this one.
This
Like
looks
after
completely
rook
lost.
a7, there is a direct threat of playing a5, b6, b7, and
Hmm.
it's just I'm not
Hmm.
seeing any defense for that actually, because you cannot play rook b3 directly because of the c2 pawn.
And you want to play a5
a5
here
just wins, I
because
think. Yeah.
takes, and you can just even push
If
b7
that pawn
check.
was on g7, then yeah, I think it would have been a
Yeah,
lot better. But
yeah, you can hide
because
here maybe.
yeah,
Wow, so Ian is mumbling and he's talking
I'm
to
just
himself.
curious
Yeah,
to
I don't know.
yeah, if the pawn was on g7 in this position, is that equal? I do feel like actually.
Very interesting. I can check that. Yeah, I can quickly
I
copy
don't think
this.
so. It should still be lost, I think. I mean,
Okay,
Yeah,
what do
but
you
still
think?
black has some decent chances, I feel like.
What do you think will be the valuation in that position? Let's say you put the pawn on
with the pawn on
g7.
g7.
Everything else stays the same. What do you think is the valuation? Dushan, chat, Priyanka,
I
everybody.
don't
What do you
think
think will be
I
the?
think
evaluation
white
matters in
should
rook pawn
still be
ending. Either it's
winning.
a draw or it's a win. I mean, I don't think evaluation matters at all. So I
Because
Okay.
if
feel
I
like it
keep
is
the
equal.
king, but if I keep the king closer to the e4 pawn and then take on e7, attack the b6 pawn, like the only thing black can try is to keep an eye on the a4 pawn, right? Like after rook into a7, rook a6 or
Hmm.
something.
Hmm. So
The
what
rook
do you
has
think,
to move
Priyanka?
to attack the a4 pawn. I think white should be winning. I don't know.
Winning. And
Should
Yeah, I
be
Dushan, what do you
mean,
winning.
think?
Yeah.
I do feel like white should have a lot of chances to win that, but I just hope that it's a draw. So I will go
So
for equality. I mean, I just want to prove my point that all rook endings
got
are
it.
draw.
So chat, question to you now. If the pawn is here in the exact same position, what do you think is the objective valuation of the position? You can mention win draw, you can mention the exact value. What do you think? Very interesting actually कि एक pawn से कितना फर्क पड़ सकता है नहीं पड़ सकता. What do you think, chat? +4, +3, draw. It's in the gray area. Oh, interesting. I thought chess would be black and white ही होता है, but gray भी होता है apparently. 0.00, +3. Olympiad
So
board
many
fight
think
gaya.
it's a
What?
draw.
Yeah, majority of chat thinks it's a draw. Hopefully they've not checked it. But actually, there is an only move which does draw if the pawn is on G7, and that is rook to C3. That's the only way to have chances to draw the game. Everything else is completely lost. So, this is
So
why
yeah,
technically on
what was
paper
the
you were
bet for?
correct.
Yeah, how much was
Bet
the bet for?
for aura, bhai, for aura. I mean, aura was the
Okay, come on. There is
stakes.
only one move. It's not about the pawn on G7. It's about the precision of the position, right?
I don't
If
care.
there's only one move, you can never really be sure. If you say rook C3 draws, then I would give you the win.
I mean, you did not ask me for a move. You just asked if it's a draw or not.
Fair. But by the way, the current position, of course, is lost because the black king is stuck on the back rank. उसके पास ये option नहीं है hide करने का pawn के पीछे. So this one is completely winning. He can just pick up the pawn and, as Dushan mentioned, just push the pawn. So going back to Vidit, who is completely busted. By the way, he has 3 minutes now. भाई समय कम होता जा रहा है. C6 हमने देखा. He found Queen D2. Queen E7, Priyanka, as you mentioned, the best move played. He plays Queen F4 now. And now hands just completely avoids any counterplay whatsoever, plays rook to f8 and rook c5 के बाद unfortunately it feels like कि Vidit 2600 में फिर से जाने वाले हैं. What do you think?
I mean, as I said, I think it'll be very clear by move 40, yeah? It's already clear.
Now it's Pankaj like यार एक bet तो हार गई, अब एक वाली जीतनी पड़ेगी, वो 40 move वाली.
No, I mean, I just feel like he played Queen D2, but only if he would have played it like one move ago. I mean, pawn H3 की जगह H2 पे होता है and वो वाला C7 पे होता है. I think it would have been still a fight.
And now, unfortunately, even though it looks threatening, I feel like Dushyanta, maybe the problem is like it looks active for white, but what can you really do? Like there's not much. You don't even have a single check. The rooks have no open files to enter the position. In fact, black is the one, who could come to B2, come to B3, even rook F3. My God, like why can't I go to F3 and just push E3? Like I just don't see why not. So it feels
Yeah,
like
rook B3 seems
hands could be
interesting actually.
could be winning in like 5 moves from now, like easily, right?
Yeah, Priyanka would be happy.
Yeah.
She wants it in 3 moves actually.
No, it's already pretty clear.
Hmm.
So I think it's only a matter of time. Also, I don't think rook b3 is like the only way for black here, right? I'm pretty sure black should have several ways to play.
Yeah, even Queen
Agreed.
F6, I mean, threatening the D4 pawn should also win, I think.
Yeah,
If you go back, there is F4 as well in some variations. So
Yeah.
tough one. Okay यार, I think ये तो hands
yeah.
लेने वाला game मुझे लग रहा है. And इसका मतलब Vidit, if he loses this, will be at the bottom of the standings with 1 point. And अभी के लिए एक बंदा डेढ़ पे है and he's drawing his game. So he's gonna be 1 point behind everybody else. I don't know if you've had such a situation, Priyanka and Dushyant, in your tournaments ever in your life, जहाँ पे you are like in last board, like like कभी buy मिल जाता है कुछ. Like it's very hard to come out of it, yeah, because it feels like कि भाई, like am I the worst in this entire tournament hall? Like I don't know if it's ever happened to you guys. पहले.
Pretty common actually, I think. I was, when was it? 2024, I think Asian happened in Delhi, Asian individual, the senior one. And I drew the second round against 2500 and then I lost 3 games. So I was like 0.5 out of 5 and I was on the last board.
Oof.
But okay, I mean, I won 4 rounds after that. So I made 4.5, 50% score. So I ended up pretty well.
So we have hope with it, yeah? He can do it.
Yeah, even Prag won 4 back-to-back classicals. He won the tournament. So we never know.
True. Any
So
experience for you,
b5 was
Priyanka?
played.
ऐसा कुछ experience
Oh,
है क्या जहाँ पे
many.
you were like ऐसे struggling and how did you
I
come out
have
of
2
it?
such tournaments where I can clearly remember how struggling I was. One was in, I
Yeah.
think, 2016. I was just back from US after a good trip. I increased 200 rating or something, and then I
Wow.
was 2200. I went on to play World Junior, which was happening in India, I think in Kit.
Hmm.
I remember I decreased like 180 elo points in just one tournament. It
Oh,
was 13 round event, and I'm just going to the round, losing, coming back. It is like a routine, yeah. Like I could not get out of it. I was struggling so much, but at the same time, I didn't want to, like withdraw and end the tournament. I just wanted to keep
hmm.
on going, which I think sometimes is necessary to just stop and, reflect on your games rather than just
Hmm.
keep on playing. But that costed me a lot. I lost 180 in just one tournament. I can never
Oof.
forget that.
That is tough, man. And I think rating ka every chess player I think can relate to that. कि भाई rating loss is like पिछली मेहनत. You feel like पिछली मेहनत सारी खराब हो गई basically. I think that's kind of that hurts the most. भाई, I had worked so hard to gain so much rating points and I lost it all, and now I've wasted all that effort. But yeah, its rating is just a number at the end, and but sometimes it does affect us all. And
Yeah.
meanwhile,
Also
would you
for
like a pawn to? Huh.
yeah. Also for Priyanka, I mean, she also has some other struggles as well. She generally struggles
What
keeping her
struggles?
AirPods at home as well.
I knew you will bring it up. I was surprised that it took you so long to bring it up.
No, yesterday they only gave me 5 to 10 minutes, so that's why
You know,
today I had
simple
some time.
solution to these problems is keep wired earphones.
No, she'll keep that also,
Simple,
so it doesn't matter. They
simple
will they will
solution.
kick her out for wired as well.
वायर्ड में कैसे करेंगे? वायर्ड तो कनेक्टेड ही है ना किसी
I
से,
mean,
But
if
वायर्ड
you
it
में
is
कुछ
keep it in
still
your pocket, they
considered,
will say that
huh,
something, no?
I
but
could
it's not
be using it with a different
connected
device
to
or
what?
something. I could have a different device somewhere else and then I connect it. I mean, it's a possibility, right? It's considered electronic, so I think you're still
I'm pretty
lost.
sure it's
I
not allowed in World Junior at least.
No, but I can guarantee you this would not cause the same issue, right? Because it's not connected to anything. Because there's no way. Like I could be like Einstein and not be able to communicate via this. Like there's no chance. But AirPods can be connected via Bluetooth, for example. So I don't know the exact rules,
That
but it would be ridiculous
that
if this
is
is not
true,
allowed.
but I know one guy, like he was my friend and he was playing in Delhi Parshanath. He had this
Hmm.
wired one and uh, the main chief arbiter he even appealed, but they gave him a loss because he had this wired earphones in his pocket.
Maybe if
Wow.
I had wired earphones, maybe I would have lost only one game rather than just, getting terminated from the entire tournament.
Oof. That's a
I
tough story,
mean,
man.
That is possible.
yeah.
But yeah, I think tech is not always great, chat. That's the lesson there. But Queen G4 के बाद King H8 and Queen E2. So the Queen comes back. I feel like we are 2 to 3 moves away from some sacrifice here, Priyanka. I don't know what that sacrifice is. Is it E3? Is it Rook G3? I don't know what that move is.
E3 for
But boh,
sure, I think. Somehow, somewhere, E3 will come.
yeah, this just feels like it's over. Yeah,
Even
completely over.
even E3 now, I am not sure. Like instead of Rook B3, E3 also seems very bad for white.
Maybe I can take with the Queen. Yeah, that's the
Yeah, I
irritating
thought Queen
factor.
E3, F3, and Rook B2 and just jam everything. You know.
Hmm. Even that seems to be close to winning. Actually, Rook F2 incoming. This ये Rook कर क्या रहा है? By the way, who lost? Nepo lost.
Nepo.
Yeah.
Nepo, I think.
He lost. Okay. I think that was pretty winning as we saw. But going back to Vidit, I mean, even in that end game, yeah, that we saw just now, like this Rook looks so active. कि भाई पता ना like ऐसे इतना potential था इसमें, but he's just sitting there doing nothing. So going back, Rook B3 now. Chat. I think with this going down in this game, this is not going to end well. And hopefully he will take his time travel issues seriously now because white pieces se bhi harna is going to hurt even harder. Does it happen to you, Priyanka, Dushyant? Like, sometimes you're a stronger player on paper. At least even white se harna zyada chupta hai kai baar. Does that happen with you?
I
For
think it
me, I
happens to
mean,
everyone.
Hmm.
yeah. Also, like I am used to losing a lot in chess, so कभी कभी उतना नहीं चुभता है.
I know, but still.
Not leaving any chance, yeah.
Yeah, Sahil bhai can relate to me.
I think Dushyant Bhai has now become too strong, but I'm happy कि I defeated him early. Get them early, as they say, yeah. मतलब when they're just kind of gaining rating, तब हरा दो उनको, फिर थोड़ा सा aura रहता है जिंदगी भर. But
Yeah.
regardless, 35 minutes. I don't think Hans needs those many. Um, This is just
He will
gonna
And now
soon have
happen.
1
additional
hour,
30
5 minutes.
minutes. Yeah.
Acha, हाँ, right, you're right. So he's gonna have 1 hour. So बढ़िया है. So we can discuss about a lot of stuff. AirPods, any other controversies you wanna touch upon while Hans Niemann thinks for 1 hour.
Controversies, I have not been in many actually. So
नहीं,
not really.
sarcastically बोला था भाई. Let's not go there.
I was thinking if I can bring something, but yeah, no.
Yes, VD is losing Sandesh bhai. It's completely over. He does play Bishop G2, and I think maybe this is the time, yeah, to just push that
Now
pawn forward.
E3.
Done. On the board.
It's on the board.
Yep, played.
Hmm.
I know Hans ने वो stare दिया उसको विदित को ऐसे करके कि भाई हो गया खत्म अब. I think this is over. He plays f4, and how do we finish him off now, Priyanka? What do you think? What's the cleanest way for Black to finish off the game?
Oh, he's blitzing out the moves. Not
Now,
even 1
no,
second thought.
after
Bishop
getting
C4.
the time, he's playing fast.
I mean, it doesn't really matter to him, yeah, for Hans whether he gets the
No,
additional 30
I'm
minutes
talking
or
about
not.
Vidit actually. Now he's playing fast
I mean, it's
after
the
reaching
only
the time
move,
country.
so
हाँ, I don't think he has an option here though. Like, क्या ही खेलोगे, I think, which is gonna be better than f4. But I think he's also taking time for other obvious moves though, so it's debatable.
hmm.
But
And now after E2, I think he's soon going to resign
first
because
question, where
E2,
do you
Queen
move the
E3 is just gone.
Queen f3, Queen g4? Like, where do we move the queen?
No,
Queen
I think
h5?
you have to go Queen E1, right?
Queen e1. Okay, I'm not happy about that move at all.
Queen G4,
No.
I mean, seems
Still, I
bad,
think
but
Queen G4 even allows Rook G8 or even E2, I think.
yeah, E2, Rook
Ah.
E1, Queen E3, Queen F2.
Oh, he plays
And I
Queen
think
g4.
it has
VD
to.
bhai, let's go. Bros for life. I don't know why he played it, by the way. I have zero idea. I just thought कि कोई counterplay हो सकता है, maybe in a hypothetical parallel universe, but okay.
Yeah, but I
But I think
think,
doesn't.
yeah, I
Yeah.
just see a rook going like, I mean, E2, Rook E1, Queen E3, Queen F2. I don't see how he saves the rook.
I can see one way of how he can hold,
Okay.
though
Show
it's a
us.
long shot.
The,
So
I
one is
mean,
after
black
Queen
takes C5.
E3.
Huh.
No,
King h2.
King H2, Queen F2,
Okay.
and there's Rook H5. I think
Okay.
it's a draw if he takes Queen E1, right? Queen
Yeah, that's
E1,
a
Rook
perfect.
H7
Should
should
be.
be a draw.
Oh, this is nice actually. Bishop
But that
e4.
is
So there's
also a
at
bit long,
least,
right?
but Bishop E4 and Queen check, Queen H7, King F6 should be a draw.
In fact, Rook f5 is the only way to draw. Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, I
Um,
mean,
very interesting. But yeah, I think that will be very, very cooperative by Hans. But I think Queen f2 तक तो बढ़िया था. But Rook h5 के बाद maybe he has to spend a move, yeah, to defend it somehow. But how do you defend this? Rook g8 maybe, yeah, does the job.
yeah,
Hmm.
Rook
Tough one.
G8 or
Maybe
even
also you can even
Rook
play
E3.
something like Bishop E6 maybe instead of Queen E1.
So Rook
But
h5,
that
Bishop
loses Queen into
e6.
E2, but then you
Mm,
win the Rook exchange.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Also Queen G3, Bishop. Ah no, Queen E5 was there. Yeah.
Hmm.
Interesting. I think we're looking at 10 ways Vidit could lose, but I think एक ही तरीका है जहाँ पे he can draw. Would require insane help from Hans Niemann, who has 1 hour and 3 minutes, I'm guessing, on his clock right now. Yeah, that's the time he has.
Yeah. Also, after
Okay.
seeing Vidit, I mean, he does know that he's lost.
Yeah, I think he knows it. He knows it very well. And what do you do now? Yeah, like chat question to you also. Actually, most importantly, what does Vidit do now? Because आधे साल round खत्म हो चुका है, 5 round हो गए हैं. I mean, he's on 1 out of 5. Oh, that is so hard to handle because on paper he should defeat some of these players, but he does have easier opposition in the final rounds. Maybe that helps Priyanka to kind of him, to lift up his morale. Yeah, okay, I have some people I can beat now. 12500, some 2600. Maybe I can get some points under my belt there.
Yes, but I think when you're already in a bad form, every player you face is going to be a challenge. It doesn't matter how weak they are. Also, like the psychologically, even your opponents will try to push against you. They will not go easy because they know you're not in the form. So I think that is going to be a little difficult.
Agreed.
Also, I think he needs to overcome this time pressure thing. If he does that, I think he is on the right track still.
Yeah, but it's very tough, man. Very, very tough. So far, Vidit, I think, has been struggling on the clock. Arjun now has to win against Nepo or Hans or both to win outright. I think, फिलहाल के लिए, after this, we know there is. By the way, we talked about Arjun and Nodirbek being in the lead. You know who's in the lead? It's actually Vokidov, who defeated Ian Nepomniachtchi. So he is in sole lead now, actually, after 5 rounds. And in round 6, he is playing Nodirbek Yakubov, so he still has a chance of winning this event. So, bhai, surprise, surprise! It's actually not Arjun, not Nodirbek, who's leading the event. And Kalki pairing, by the way, is amazing. It is going to be Ian Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces versus Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces. What are your thoughts on that game, Dushyant, and then Priyanka?
Arjun had double black.
Yes.
Today also he got black.
Yes.
I mean, Nepo should be like frustrated from today's game for sure because he lost to a lower opposition. So that could benefit Arjun. And as we know, I mean, Arjun's opening prep is just very, very good, at least in this tournament and some recent ones. So I feel like Arjun has a very good chance tomorrow to like get something from black because Nepo won't go for an easy draw. He will just try to create some mess.
Right.
What do
I
you think?
think both of them
Yeah.
are not the kind of players that are okay with draws, right? So I think tomorrow is going to be very exciting matchup. Especially after a loss, Nippo would also want to play for a win.
Yeah.
And that's
Because of the
exactly
white
what Arjun
pieces.
would want ideally to get some fighting position.
Agreed. I think white
Okay.
pieces hai. He would love to push, but Arjun ki prep ke hisab se, I think it's going to be a tough match. By the way, we have Rook G8,
And
not
Rook
Queen E3
G5.
instantly, and with it just blocks with Rook G5. Um, yeah, but this pawn is so strong. Yeah, I mean Queen E3 check is still possibly an option, and
But
looks
now
tough.
Queen E3, Queen F2 is no longer an option
Because then I think the Rook is all
because
alone. Yeah,
E2
you'll
is
probably
falling.
have. So what do you play here then
Like
as black
taken
after
in.
Queen E3?
Rook, exactly. Probably Rook G5 at some point you have to take.
Rook G5, Queen
And then Queen
G5.
G5. Now it looks a little tricky.
I think you can just take on d4. Not.
You can, but is F5?
F5 looks
But
interesting.
there's no threat. I want to go
Wait,
F6 and
he took first. Maybe that's a smarter move.
yeah,
Yeah, you cover some of these
because
squares and no perpetual.
also forcing FG5 in a way.
That's a
Yeah.
good
Queen
point.
g5, he'll just take the queen and take on g3, I think. So that's just over.
That's a very, very good point actually, because now it just limits white's options, doubles his pawns. The queen cannot really penetrate, and of course opens the F file. I don't know how black can use it, but I think it might just resign. Do you think he resigns? He could. He could just resign actually. No,
I
he
think he
doesn't.
will
Okay, he
take
plays on.
fg5 and play for
Yeah,
2-3
he
more
will
moves.
play until it's much clearer.
Okay, let's do a challenge. Okay, so let's take a guess on which move will the game end. So chat, you can take a guess. Priyanka and Dushni will take a guess. And if you or Priyanka get it correct, we're going to give out a Chesscom Diamond membership to one person in the chat tomorrow. Or today also. I don't know if it's possible, if we'll have time. So come on, one guess on the number of moves it takes for this game to end.
Interesting. Priyanka, you want to take the guess first?
So he's
Always
banking
playing
on you
it
making the
safe,
wrong choice,
yeah?
yeah?
Is it the
Yeah,
correct guess, like correct move, or is it like whoever is closer?
No, the correct move. You have to guess it correct because there's not many moves that are going to happen, right? ऐसा नहीं है कि 15 moves अभी game चलने वाली है. Like I guess there's a fixed range, like maybe 10 moves or so. I don't see it going past that. And chat मतलब अभी 45 हो चुकी है. So you can guess the number accordingly.
So chat is saying 51.
I would say 53.
Is that your
Okay, I
final
will
answer?
stick with the chat. I will go with
Is
51.
this KBC?
So
Yeah,
so
I'm
lock kar do.
taking the option.
Yours
Lock
is
kar do.
51, Priyanka.
Yeah.
And Dushan?
53.
51, 53. Okay, so you're saying 6 moves, and Dushyant is saying what? 8 moves. Basically, the game will last. Interesting. I'm going to take a also guess. I'll guess like 49 moves, maybe like 4 more moves, and then he resigns. Let's see. सब cover कर लिया हमने chat. Somebody saying 0 moves, he resigns now. Okay, I doubt it, but it's possible. But what do you see as the move here for black?
That's what I was not finding. That's why I said
Yeah.
a little longer.
Hmm. It's not clear actually.
Maybe can I go rook d3?
Ooh, rook d3. I mean, I see the idea, but is it working? If you
Because next
take,
I want to go queen e3. If you take, then of course
then
I go
rook
rook
d1
d1 and I
check,
win.
and you pick up the rook. Or if I
Can
play
I go
king h2,
G6?
let's say. Ah, you want to play g6. That's a nice idea actually. If I take, you take,
I
yeah?
wanted to
So
take.
g6, what if I just go queen e3 check actually? King h2 and then
Mhm.
I go queen h6 and then queen g6. Ah, but then yeah, I lose the e2 pawn in the end, yeah.
You
Yeah,
do win
queen e2, I
g3.
think.
Um, you do win g3, but it's
How do I
debatable if this
win?
is winning.
No.
I mean, from that position, you don't want to give e2 pawn and
No,
come
no, I
into this
don't want to
position.
take with the. No, this is
Hmm.
not. Yeah,
Hmm.
I thought I'll take with the queen, queen g6,
Hmm.
and then rook a2. But yeah, this
Hmm.
position is also lost.
Okay, so not a clear plan, yeah, for Hans Niemann. So the game could last longer.
Finally, with into washroom, by the way.
क्या?
I finally saw with it like going somewhere.
Ah, okay, finally,
इतनी देर से
finally.
बैठे हुए थे.
Why VD struggling on time? It's so sudden. Does he forget how calculations work? I don't think so. He forgets it. Have you felt your calculation become a bit rusty when you play after a while, Dushyant and Priyanka?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Definitely.
even when I'm playing continuously, my calculation becomes rusty.
But yes,
That's
of
more for.
course, I think
Uh,
it makes us very rusty if we don't play for a long time, especially over the board because we're playing so much online, and suddenly to adapt to playing on the board and that too, like the time control is kind of tricky.
Agreed. And Dushyant bhai, I know you will have to leave soon, so I'm going to get your
Yeah.
prediction. I'll give you an opportunity. ठीक है? याद है वो उसपे करते हैं हम वो एक डोर खुलता था, then you would show कि एक डोर के पीछे गधा है, you can change your door if you want to. So same way, I'll give you an opportunity to change the move number. You said 53, right? As
Yeah.
the final move. Do you want to change the number? I'll give you one opportunity.
First, I will ask, is this for me only or is it for Priyanka as well?
First for you. I mean, first for you. Let's see, Priyanka.
मतलब मेरी कोई प्रिडिक्शन में कुछ कमी लग रही है जो बार-बार
नहीं,
मुझे
I'm
इतना
just
पूछा जा
curious.
रहा
मतलब we
है.
looked at some variations. और हमने कहा कि भाई I'll give you a chance क्योंकि chat की membership. So if you get it correct, chat gets a 1 month membership. So up to you.
No, I feel like 53 is a decent
Hmm.
number. I do feel it
Hmm.
could go higher as well. That's why I'm just saying 53.
Got it. Got it. ठीक है
So I
chat. So
will keep
53.
it on 53.
53 is Dushyant bhai's number. Branka, I'll give you that opportunity. Well, do you want to change it or you want to stick to 51?
Not yet. Let's
Hmm.
That is
let
so
them
unfair.
make
When
at
51 moves
least.
will happen, she'll say that I want to change. What is this? Not yet.
नहीं,
After
What is
मौका
not?
अभी है.
15 moves, if 15 moves happen, anyway I lose.
हाँ,
What kind of a
fair.
logic is that?
Y-
All of
No,
us
you
lose
said
then.
not yet. I mean, then when?
Like just one more move and then I get clarity. I just want to see what hands play and then. But I still
Okay.
feel it'll be over soon.
So you guys are not changing it. बहाना तो था मेरे को change करना था actually. ये तो बहाना चल रहा था बस. So I'm gonna change it to 55 now because I agree with you guys. I think इतना easy नहीं लग रहा है. I feel like it's tougher because of these ideas like G6 and Queen C8 and some tactics in the air. It's not so simple. So I'm gonna actually push my answer to 55 and hope that I end up winning. But as of now, looks quite confusing. Could end
Yeah, I
early as
mean,
well.
if it ends in 49, then
Oof, that's
Then
gonna be
I will
painful.
win.
how will
Hmm.
you win?
I
Then
had
I'm the
49.
closer one. No.
It doesn't
No,
matter
closest का
for
नहीं
the
होता. You
closest,
have to be
na?
accurate.
Oh, I have to be accurate.
Yes.
Yeah, he said 49 earlier, so he's changing it to 55. So what if it ends in 49? That's what I was saying.
But 52, 54 also will hurt in that case.
54
No, but
will
you
be nice.
changed from
52.
that number, na? That hurts more.
True.
You
Yeah.
were on that number. Actually, for us, I think it won't hurt that much, but for the chat, it will.
Haan.
Hmm.
Yep. And Dushin bhai, really want to thank you for joining. Hope to see you another
Yeah,
day as well. And final prediction for this game, is Hans even winning? Yes or no?
I mean, of course, yes.
Of course, yeah. Chalo badhiya hai bhai.
Yeah,
Chalo badhiya. Because हमने कहा था move number. We didn't decide who wins. Yeah, maybe Vidit wins in 55 moves. Like we didn't decide that actually.
I
maybe
mean,
in 53 Vidit wins. Hans gets flagged down. I mean, he just thinks for 1 hour, he sleeps, something like
हैंस का फ्लैग डाउन तो नहीं होगा भाई. वो ना अभी आधा घंटा स्पेयर
आई
लेके
मीन
चल रहा है.
सो
He has
जाए
enough
शायद
family.
वहां पे कहीं बाथरूम में बंद हो जाए, कुछ हो जाए.
अच्छे सपने हैं अपना. आई थिंक विदिशन भाई के ऑपोनेंट से मैं डरूंगा भाई. बाथरूम में बंद ना कर दे भाई मुझे. पॉसिबल है.
ऐसे ही 5:30 होगा वापस.
अच्छा. Definitely.
चलो,
Thanks for
ओके,
th-
थैंk you.
thank you, bye. Thanks for joining. Like to have you on the
Okay,
stream. And that was Dushin bhai.
yeah,
Priyanka, I think now that
see you
Dushin bhai will
soon.
leave us, I think you get a lot of opportunities to roast him, and there's no competition, no
I will
counter
be in
for
the
him.
chat.
Actually,
I will come in the chat.
uh, just turn off engine and play with black. You will not be able to win. I think this is tough. It's going to be around 65 is what Krishna Lohti is saying, and that's fair enough. So Priyanka, let's say we switch off the bar, right? And
Hmm.
now you are playing with the black pieces. What do you play in this position?
I'm really tempted to go something. So now that I'm thinking, maybe King G7 makes sense and then Rook D3. I'm really liking this idea of Rook D3
Hmm.
and attacking the pawn. So just because G6 was coming, maybe I would
Hmm.
go King G7. It's like passing the move, yeah? What does white have anyway?
Hmm.
My idea remains the same. I want to go
Hmm.
Rook D3 next. Maybe is King H2 a move, but
Yes, that's what I would play, for example, just to get out of this check. And my plan, I don't know, maybe it could be Queen H4, Queen H6 is what I'm thinking at first glance. How do you continue here now after King H2?
that's what I'm also thinking. So King H2, yeah, how to play? Probably one idea again could be Rook E3. I like Rook E3.
3 looks nice. Let's say I continue. Yeah? I just want to give this check. So Queen H4 and then G6 maybe is my plan.
But Queen H4, probably I go Queen D6, for example.
Queen D6. Okay. I don't have anything, yeah? I really don't have anything, I think. Or maybe Bishop H3, do I have? Do I have Bishop H3 with the idea of
Bishop
Bishop H5?
H3. Now, actually, can I just push my pawn? B4, B3, B2. What do you
Okay,
have?
Bishop F5.
So B4, Bishop F5, maybe H6.
Ooh, H6 you want to play. No counterplay, no G6 doesn't work, I'm guessing. Queen F6 just. No,
Yeah.
Queen F4. Okay, I'll play G6. I'll continue. Let's continue the variation. Let's see at the end.
After
कहाँ
H6,
गलती हुई कहाँ नहीं.
G6.
हाँ.
Can I still go B3?
B3, okay. Now how do I need one more piece. I just don't see a way to get in actually. There is simply no way. Yeah, I just don't see a way. Yeah.
I mean, I will just put my pawn on B2. Probably you'll have to keep your bishop on F5, B1, and then I can just go Queen F6. Now that you committed with G6, yeah?
Yeah, don't see a way forward actually. And this is losing. Just to go back to see how would be the best way to move forward. So King G7, King H2 was okay. Rook E3 was also nice. And now it's recommended to take on C6. Queen H4 is also nice. Queen D6. Oh, Bishop H3 was the mistake. So I had to. Oh, I can play Bishop H4 directly. Why did I not do this, by the way? Maybe I'm just
But
stupid. Why
still,
can't but okay, H6 anyways, yeah?
and then G8, yeah, of course, I forgot it's a pin. So G8, Queen H6, there's no Queen E7 because it's a pin.
So it is lost actually. It is lost. So it
Yeah.
seems like the plan is not that tough for black, because especially because white doesn't have any clear moves, like not any clear
But
plan.
it's
Look at he's holding
surprising
his.
how Hans
Huh.
spending so much time, yeah?
And look at when he's holding his pen in his hand. He's like pen हाथ में लेके बैठा हुआ है literally. Like he's not letting go of the pen.
So probably he's like, okay, any moment, yeah?
हाँ.
He's just banking on a move. Let's say if he makes that move, then I resign. If not, then I continue.
अरे ऐसा ना हो यार 49 मैंने guess किया था 55 कर गया मैं literally. Vidit smiling and yes, I think he was kind of half smiling. Maybe it was like अरे यार that realization when you accepted the defeat कि भाई क्या कहाँ ही फंस गया मैं literally like like maybe that sort of smile but
It's actually a torture, yeah, to sit in such a position
hmm.
and then your opponent not making a move. You
And
know,
look
there
at
are
hands.
several ways of how you can lose, but you have no choice but to just sit there and wait for your opponent to make a move.
Agreed. And I would compare it. Do you watch cricket by the way, Priyanka?
Yeah, not so much.
So the cricket I would
Just the
compare it like for
finals.
so let's compare it something like one team needs like 20 runs in 100 balls. It's gonna end. There is no
Yeah,
way they can mess it up. But chess mein there is a term called resignation. So that helps. Cricket mein I don't think that's
definitely.
ever been
That's
used,
hurtful.
but so I think with it,
You know,
I think
you're going to lose, but then you just still have to, like, go on.
hmm,
That is very hard.
yep. Where did I go wrong? He must be thinking. Absolutely agree, Soumya. I think he's thinking, where did I make the crucial mistake? Because he doesn't have the assistance of the bar nor the engine. He's going on in his head about thinking, okay, where, yeah, see, that's that pose. Okay, where did I make that crucial mistake? And I think there were multiple. It started just with the similar mistake he made of not managing his time better. And now hands, it does look the time is similar, but actually, chat, both players have, I think, 30 more minutes, right? Oh, he goes for Queen
Right.
E3, by the way. Check.
Okay, King H2 will be quickly played.
Mhm.
Yeah, King H2 is played.
Now, what's the plan? I'm guessing any checks he does have Bishop F7, like to stop the checks later on. But
So how does he... Is Rook C3, Rook C3 an idea? But
what?
then...
Wait, what? He just blundered. No way. Wait, what? What? There is no. Okay. Frank, I have to ask you, how
Wait,
easy is D5? How easy is D5? It looks very
is that the
tough.
only move?
That's the only move. And Vidit is absolutely back in the game. There is what?
No, it's not at all an easy move. But what is the point of D5, honestly? So if CD5, Queen C8,
Huh.
Queen
So,
G7.
so first of all, Black's point, I think, is Bishop D5 himself, right? Just to pin it, also attacks the rook. And D5 khela agar, if you take with the bishop, for
No,
example,
but then Rook
rook
E2,
takes
right?
C2. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
white is actually winning. So you have to take with the pawn now. And now after Queen C8 check, the bishop is blocked, Priyanka. We talked about this. Wow.
Uh-huh. Okay. That is the point, yeah? The bishop cannot block.
King
Hmm.
G6. Oh, but this is tough. Look at this. After King G6, he has to find rook to A1. Okay, this is tough, chat. This is very tough.
No, that I don't think is tough.
But,
If he finds D5,
Hmm.
Rook A1, I don't think is difficult to make.
Oh, really?
Because
Because then B4 is the only move for black now, or white wins.
B4 is also an easy move because Rook A6 is threatened. But
Yes.
what after that? Rook A7? Or like what?
No,
No,
now
but
you have
Rook
to play
A7,
Queen
Queen
D6.
A7.
Yeah, Rook A7. I think you can just take. You can't take on G3. Just Rook A7 पे क्या खेलेंगे?
No, Queen
You,
A7, I thought, simply.
you mean here Queen E7 क्या?
Queen A7. Rook A7, I can just
A7.
take the
Sorry.
the rook,
You'll
right?
just take it. Yeah, you'll just take it. Even that is interesting. And but even that's a draw apparently. What? And Queen D8 check, and you basically don't allow the queen to come
Oh,
back.
damn. Just because I think the bishop is not pinned any longer, yeah?
Yeah, it's not pinned. And it's very interesting that Vidit gets this opportunity when he knows he has 30 minutes in the bank. He's smiling, but I don't think he's sensed it yet. I mean, I want to ask you, Priyanka, one thing. Like, I feel like this intuition on when somebody has made a mistake. I think top players are so good at, they can sense instantly, वो spidey sense उनकी tingle होने लगती है. They feel something has gone wrong here. Like I feel like Vidit ka was spidey sense now. If it works well here, he might just figure it out. What do you think? Does he find it or no?
It's a move that you either see or you completely miss. You
Huh.
can't see and not choose to play. So it either gets in your mind or it's like it never exists, yeah?
Agreed.
I think if he sees us, he'll definitely go for it because what other move is left?
Mm,
Because he cannot move the rook.
yeah.
He literally cannot do anything right now.
Agreed. And
He
chat, just to
somehow
point
has
out,
to probably like d5 now that I'm thinking is not that difficult because he will see queen c8, bishop g8 is just over.
yeah. And very important, rook
So
k1. The problem is bishop is still kind of covering that square, so you can just make a new queen. And if any checks, actually bishop g8 just does the job. Even king g7 is kind of a draw, but this bishop is controlling this important diagonal and is a defensive piece against any checks. So hence, by this logic, that queen c8, for example, to give the check, black has bishop g8. Against rook a1, black can just queen because he has bishop g8. So how can we block bishop g8, Priyanka? d5. I mean, Vidit could come up with this.
yes, someone was saying in the chat it would be funny if Vidit resigns now.
Oh,
I mean,
please don't
that's
do it,
something
Vidit.
that we don't want to see.
Yeah, it's happened before. People have resigned in drawn. No,
Yes,
that time is not an issue. Vidit will get 30 more minutes now. Just about now, he'll get 30 minutes. Let's go. There it is. So no issue on the clock. Time है, position भी है. And I think Hans Niemann की शक्ल से मुझे लग रहा है प्रियंका, maybe he saw it. I think he is
yes,
calculating it in real time. He might have missed d5.
yeah, it's kind of evident on his face. I think it's better if he just gets up from the board, yeah, to not make it very obvious.
Agreed. And Vidit से लग नहीं रहा उसको मिला है अब तक. And good question in the chat. What if after d5, black just takes the rook, and that's also a draw because the bishop is still blocked, chat. Like चाहे मेरे pawn से हो तुम्हारे pawn से हो, मैं bias नहीं करता भाई, block रहना चाहिए bishop. And now check, 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 and it's a draw. Like there's no way to
Of
escape.
course, you can't. I think you can't go king g6 because bishop e4 is. It
Ooh,
is
this
still a draw.
is no. I mean, I
This
think
looks
the India
already
might not
shaky.
have caught up. Also, I think this looks lost. Yeah, this is lost
Yeah,
actually.
this is completely lost.
Wow.
Queen
Oh
g7.
my Queen f4. I was about to play Queen f4.
Wonderful.
That's why I'm an
But
LM
I
chat.
think
Now you can see in real time. But
it's
okay.
just a mate, yeah. King h5 check and queen h4.
Yeah, Queen h7 and Queen h4 is mate. So going back, this is the live position. A big blunder by Hans Niemann. And he follows your advice, Priyanka. He gets up from the chair instantly. By the way, we have an update. Wait, what?
Yeah, he's made a blunder.
So this is where we left it. Oh, Queen f4, another queen blunder by one of, I think it was Mamedyarov. And Madaminov has also won.
Right. So after queen f4, rook c4, and the queen is trapped.
Wow. Yeah, the best was Queen f7, by the way, which is insane.
He literally got his queen trapped at the center of the board. Wow, that is very strange, no?
It is. And, Madaminov plays with it tomorrow. So it's not going to be easy
Mm.
because he's really well prepared. He's nerve second. So Vidit will not get some respite even tomorrow, even though Madaminov on paper is the weakest player in the field. And now all the games have finished as expected. Yakubov Nicholas has ended in a draw. Vokitov won against Nepo. Mamidarov loses to Madaminov in a shock defeat. And Nodirbek and Arjun drew. So only one game remains now, Priyanka. And this is this crazy position. Oh, he's about to play. Can we go full screen? Crucial moment for Vidit Gujarati. He's been given वरदान दे दिया विदित को भाई उनके opponent ने. He has a golden opportunity to push that pawn to d5, block the bishop, and take the draw. But can he find it is the question. He has time, he has the position, and it's an only move, Priyanka. But what else? Are you considering other options? What else comes to your mind?
Queen c8 is the only other option as far as what I can see.
And bishop
Like
g8
queen
maybe now.
c8, and I mean, what other move you have because you're losing the rook, right?
Yeah.
Maybe g6 can be a move. Actually, g6 can also be a move.
But check, I think that's the problem, right?
No,
I
no,
will
no,
take
direct G6.
direct G6 you want. Okay, going back. So G6 directly looks interesting actually, because now the checks become much more interesting. There's no bishop F7, for example, now.
Yes.
And if you take, are you gonna give this check or?
I think I am going to go G7, but I'm not so sure. King G8, Queen C8, King G7, Queen C7. If I can keep along with in the dark
Here you
diagonal,
mean?
yeah.
Check.
Yeah. Queen
But
E5.
Queen
No.
F6 actually.
No. You said take, right? On E1.
Okay. You wanna take on G6, kya?
I thought by take you said Queen E1.
Nee, I
So
want to take the
at
pawn. Okay,
G6.
this one. This one is interesting
Because
actually. This
now
might be a
that's what.
draw. This might be a
But
draw.
still, is it so clear? Because I'm going to take on G6 and then maybe Queen G. No, now Bishop B4 check again.
Bishop
Yeah.
E4 looks strong actually. And
Yeah.
again, these
Once the
pieces are.
bishop gets back, then it's a draw for sure.
I mean, black would lose this also literally. So going back, I think we've literally gone through multiple variations. Chat. इतनी सारी moves देख चुके हैं हम. We've seen G6, we've seen D5, Rook A1, Queen C8, and literally we're running out of legal moves now, Priyanka. Like, बचा क्या? King तो भाई H3 makes no sense. So
Right.
it feels like we've literally covered everything.
No, I
And with
think
it,
if he's going
yeah.
to play either it's G6 or D5. There's absolutely no other choice. Is Queen F4 a move actually? Now that I'm
Queen
thinking.
F4. So idea is this and this, but apparently black can just take actually.
Yeah, the endgame is just lost.
Endgame is lost. Yeah, I think ये pawn बहुत strong actually, but it could be something with it thinks about for sure, because he also has some pawns. It's just
Yeah.
this is a tight down. So, but body language से chat लग रहा है क्या कि Vidit has found something. G6 is possible. I agree with it. I think great find by Priyanka, but do you sense from the body language he's found something, Priyanka? I don't sense it yet.
No. If he has found D5, then he would be sitting straight on the board and then calculating every possible way because he could sense that he might save the half point here. But
Yeah.
looking at his body language, he still seems very unsure and unhappy with the position.
Oh man, and we are at 46 moves by the way, and I wonder who will win that bet. Dushan bhai के निकलते ही Hans ने blunder कर दिया भाई. I don't know what that means, but interesting. Meanwhile, कोई कह रहा है he will exchange his queen. I'm exchange queen F4. I think again like he knows it's lost. He
Yeah.
knows it's lost. So going for this, will it make sense? I'm not sure.
But it seems like Hans has spotted something. So at least he has sensed some danger.
Agreed.
He looks kind of stressed and Vidit looks unsure.
Wow. Looks tough, chat. Looks really tough. Vidit Gujarati is still thinking. Imagine करो यहाँ पे अगर 1 मिनट होता भाई. Like he would have zero chance. You see the importance of time, chat. Imagine if he had 1 minute, he would not be able to calculate anything. So ये सही टाइम पे जो उनको टाइम मिला है, like he can use this now. And by the way, हमारे प्रोड्यूसर्स आप मैसेज कर रहे हैं मुझे कि this is the kind of game he really loves because एक तो लंबी है and there's so many mistakes either side could make. That's what I love. Priyanka, that's what we all love about chess. Like कुछ भी हो सकता है. Like who expected Hans to blunder a complete winning position?
Definitely. I mean, it would be very heartbreaking for Hans if this ends up in a draw, right? He played such a good game the entire time. Like he played all the possible best moves in the position, only to make one small inaccuracy that cost him half a point. As
Yep.
fans, we would love to see that happening, but as a player, that hurts a lot
Agreed.
to
And
mess up such a huge advantage.
yeah, and Vidit needs it to maintain his rating of 2700. He's at the cusp of it. Literally 2700.1 की rating. You know, it's like ऐसे बिल्कुल मतलब just over the finish line, I think. He doesn't want to fall below it. Hans Niemann is giving him that stare. He came back, sat at the board, but I still don't see a clear sign that Vidit has spotted something. But वो सोच भी रहा है. So
But,
what else could he be
हाँ.
thinking? Yeah.
Exactly. Like one good sign is his thinking, But we can't really be sure what he's thinking because in general he's been spending a lot of time on every move. But
Hmm.
here he could be calculating g6. I somehow feel he is going to play g6, but I really hope he'll find d5. Because he is like the way he's looking at the board, it is evident that he's looking at this. See, if you notice now, he's just given a stare at Hans, yeah. It seems like he's sensing something slowly.
Yeah.
But it does
I
look a little shaky to go queen f2 in positions like this, yeah? You don't have to do
agreed.
that.
Agreed. I think maybe hands. I mean, this d5 was easy to
Maybe
miss
he's
also.
relaxed a bit.
That's a great point actually, because वो sense of danger which Sahaj bhai often talks about, I think कम हो जाता है. When you are in completely winning positions, you've been dominating for a while. Essentially, you feel everything is winning and the counterplay does not exist. But chess is tricky, man. I compare it to tennis sometimes, Priyanka. कि tennis में if you score a point, it's yours. Let's say you're playing Roger Federer or Nadal or Djokovic or whosoever is your favorite player, right? और वो नए वाले दो क्या नाम है उनका मैं भूल गया दिमाग में नहीं आ रहा अभी. So if you score 1 point, it's yours. It's on the scoreboard. Whatever happens in the future sets doesn't matter. But in chess, you could play like a perfect game for 5 hours, make one bad move, as Hans has made now, and just lose the game or draw the game. Like it's just kind of very brutal that way.
True. Yes. Chess in general, I feel, is a very, very brutal game. Because if it's
Hmm.
a physical game, like, okay, you can stop thinking about the result or score, whatever it is, and you can
Hmm.
solely focus on the moment. But in chess, everything happens in your head, right? You have to think about the
Hmm.
move, you have to control your thoughts. You should not focus too much on result, you should not do that. There's just too many things happening in your head. So I
Hmm.
think chess is a lot more difficult to play when you're having a difficult time, yeah?
Agreed. And Sinner
You
Alcaraz,
could
yes,
play
those
like
two. Yeah.
10 brilliant moves and one blunder could end the game.
Yeah. I have a lot of experience with those blunders, Priyanka. कभी चैट में तो बहुत सुनी है कहानियां, कभी बताऊंगा. बट मीनवाइल फिलहाल के लिए विदित इज स्टिल थिंकिंग एंड कोई कह रहा है विदित जैसे इज बोरिंग. यू कैन से विदित का टाइम मैनेजमेंट अच्छा नहीं है, समटाइम्स ही ब्लंडर्स, बट बोरिंग इज अ वर्ड यू कैन नेवर एसोसिएट विद विदित. आई मीन like literally he will keep us on the edge of our seats like till the end of the game. That's literally one thing you can never call with it, I think, because he will make blunders, he will capitalize on those blunders, opponent's blunders. Like he plays insane chess. We saw it in India Rising, we are seeing it right now. Like बोलते हैं ना एक वो टेम्पटेशन भी होती है, like to kind of play king h2, like to have queen f2 on the board. It's not going to happen automatically. You also have to bait your opponent. I'm not sure if this exactly happened in this move, but like his intuition, rather वो queen g4 we were discussing, Priyanka, जहां पे queen g4 he
Hmm.
played, right? That move itself tells you कि his intuition tells him कि भाई थोड़ा counter play रखते हैं board पे. Like maybe the queen on g4 might give you more counter play than the queen on e1. So that itself tells you कि how this could lead to a situation जहां पे you get an opportunity. If the queen was here, there's no way, there's no counter play, so to speak, for Vidit. So I think कहीं ना कहीं Vidit की intuition साथ दे रही है. He's drinking water again, but still
I
keeping
think
us.
he's found it.
He's found it, yeah.
He looks relaxed.
But is this like good relax or like accepting
No,
defeat
he's
and relax?
relaxed in a way where, no, that is different, yeah. If you accept the defeat, then you will hold the pen in your hand and like keep clicking it like how he
Huh,
was doing. But he looks
huh.
very focused but relaxed, which is a good sign.
It's a
Like his
great
body
sign.
language, if you see.
Yeah, it's a great sign. Hopefully, he has found it. And I think more so than the result, we want to see like a comeback from Vidit. And I can tell you, I don't know, Priyanka, if you agree with this. Let's say you have two options. One is you
Mhm.
have a normal draw, आपने game खेला, game draw में खत्म हो गई, and you go home. Second is you are dead lost, ठीक है? And then you somehow come back with some brilliant chess. That gives you more confidence than the normal draw. Do you agree with that? Like that's been the case for me at least.
No, definitely. I think coming back from a lost position, be it a draw or a win, will give you a lot more confidence because if you could survive this, you can survive anything, is the kind of feeling that you could get, yeah.
Exactly.
If it's a
Exactly.
normal draw, then it's like, okay, he's going to make a move any time, I think.
Oof, with
He
it, by the
is
way.
kind of leaning towards the center. That's all I can say.
He's looking towards the center. Look at hands, by the way. He has that face, like, expression on his face कि भाई लगता है पोल खुल गई. That's the kind of look he has on his face right now. कि shit, the cat is out of the bag, brother. He knows it.
Yes, he is feeling the pressure. Yeah.
Come on, VD D5. And chat, whenever you see the blue arrow on the chessboard, you know something insane could happen because it is the only way we can come back. And it's not obvious at first glance, but once you start calculating, you see ki whatever checks I give, queen say, rook say, bishops, whatever it is, it's always blocked by this bishop. This is the monster piece. And if you play d5, you are blocking it instantly. And if you take with the bishop, let's say, to threaten mate here, then I have rook takes c2 and white wins. And if you take with the pawn, then suddenly the bishop is blocked now. And VD could have an instant draw, Priyanka. It might not even last. I think your guess was 51 moves, right?
Yeah. But
I think,
instant, I think, is a little too much because queen c8, the king can come to g6. It still looks not so clear. Queen
but I think
c7,
your
queen
guess might be
c6.
true, yeah? Might come true, actually.
Maybe.
Like,
Hopefully in a good way, yeah?
true.
Is queen d6 a draw in that position?
Very interesting. So
Queen,
takes, check here, queen c7, king d6.
queen
Queen d6
d6,
is
king g5.
actually not a draw. King g5, queen d8 check,
Yeah.
and now king h6
But now
is
queen
the
h4.
queen h4 you
Maybe
want to
queen d6.
queen h4. I think there's king d6, and apparently this
Queen
is
g4.
king f6.
Queen h4, and then the king goes yeah.
Yeah, king
Maybe,
runs
yeah.
away.
Hmm.
So the move
Queen
here that the
d6.
engine recommends is queen d6 check.
So now king g7 and the queen drops back, is it?
Here I have this check again, no? Or you want to make queen
But then I can
f7
go queen f7.
check, queen f7 here check. Wait, it's not clear at all. Maybe this is also a draw, actually.
Queen g6,
Queen e7,
king h6.
queen f8,
Somehow,
I'm guessing. Wait, this is not clear at all, actually.
yeah, it is
Wow.
quite tough.
So even this feels like a draw. So what is the move Vidit Gujarati is gonna play? He has a bunch of options. Arjun's game has already ended a draw, chat. This is the only game remaining in this match. Before this move, Vidit was dead lost. I think this has been one of his worst games in the event because he was just kind of outplayed from start till end. But Hans has now offered him an opportunity. And this is where Vidit could strike if he's very, very, focused on this moment. If he senses there's something wrong. Oof.
Right.
Somebody said hall में
Damn.
जाके d5 चिल्लाओ. That
You can just
could
cuff like d5.
But that could happen. Well, I don't know what's the punishment for that. Like, that's weird. Chess में कभी होता नहीं है, but there could be some bad element doing this. That's why we have delay chat in most events. कि भाई ऐसा कभी कुछ drama ना हो.
But let's say the delay is of 15 minutes, and with that anyway goes on to spend more than 15 minutes. The position
True.
could actually match the live.
True. Also true, actually. Wow. So let's see what happens. Vidit Gujarati is still thinking, has still not made his move. D5 is what we are expecting or hoping for, at least. Expecting is
No,
a
I'm
strong
pretty
word.
sure he's found d5. Otherwise, he would not be thinking so much. Like, I think queen e3, generally what happens is either you resign after queen e3 because you say queen f2.
Huh.
If he has not resigned in that position, it means he is sensing something here.
But
Probably
yes,
because there's
12
nothing on the
minutes.
8th rank.
Yes, 12 minutes now, though. This is getting
If
really
rook a1 is
long.
not the only move, I would give him a good chance to make a draw. Because if queen d6 draws, that is more natural because rook a1 and then to go queen d6, it's difficult to understand the difference in such a short time.
Yep. What Priyanka means is d5, cd5, check. And we were discussing how rook a1 is an instant draw. But queen d6 here is more natural, which I think makes a lot of sense. And if that's a draw, then I think the chances of it finding all of this increase. Rook a1 is rather, it's possible to find it, but now rook a1, b4, and then queen d6, like this difference is not easy to understand.
Exactly.
So,
You usually see rook a1 and then find b4 and then you'll be like, okay. And then you start to think about other moves.
Agreed. So going back, queen f2 is the life position. Still no moves by Vidit. हाय भाई तो विदित ना मतलब यार he will keep us on his toes till the end भाई come on निकाल the move यार d5. This is the moment when somebody wears a shirt, yeah, like two people could wear a shirt, एक शर्ट पे D लिखा है एक की शर्ट पे 5 लिखा है and then they could walk towards each other
I
and
know.
stand next to each other like this. Okay, I'm of course joking, but
I think you don't even have to like mention d5, just d is enough.
uh, agreed.
Or 5 even for that matter, yeah.
True.
It's not like he hasn't found it, but I think he's just making sure. But I'm surprised again why he's spending so much time. Even if d5 is lost, if he finds d5, he should go for it because the possession is anyways hopeless.
Yeah, I think if he saw d5, maybe he senses that it could be an instant draw. So I won't need the time, maybe in the future moves, right? Because it could end simply. But
Hmm.
if for any reason his calculation is off, then he might need that time as well. And also, like he's been thinking for what 15 minutes. I feel like that's enough, unless he saw d5
Exactly.
very late. Like if he saw d5 very late, then it makes sense.
He
Otherwise, I
could be
think it's
thinking
enough.
about g6,
Hmm.
and then he must have realized that g6 might not work, or even d5 is like a better move to make.
Hmm.
It is possible that you think about a certain move for a very long time, and then you end up playing something else altogether. So it
Hmm.
is possible that he's thinking about g6 still, but d5 is kind
Hmm.
of a move that you could spot like at any moment, or you just simply don't see it.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
But since he's spending a lot of time, it is still possible that he might have found it, but he's just calming himself down because if he realizes it's a draw, then he better not mess it up, yeah? That
Agreed.
is the kind of pressure that he will put on himself.
But Priyanka, you mentioned this. Like if he knows he's back, he will have this forward tilted body language, shoulders up straight. He
Hmm,
does have it now. He does have it now,
exactly.
chat. He's looking towards the center. So I think he might have found it. The only question is he gonna play it and clinically finish that draw off? Because it's not just about d5. He also has to play a few good moves after that. So he might need some time for another thing, Priyanka. He says he has 9 minutes now, no extra time incoming.
That's what I'm actually worried about. Because after d5, cd5 is not the only move. I can also
Hmm.
go rook e3, now threatening bishop d5.
And now you're supposed to take, but this
You
is
need
very,
time to calculate.
yeah. But as white black, I'm thinking, bhai ye haar hi na jaun main. Like I'm also kind of worried as black here to allow this. I have to play rook e7, um, queen f4.
But
Already, I think is at least a draw for white. At least
yeah,
feels
queen
like it.
f4 is there. If not for queen f4, I think it's still tricky, but after queen f4, it should not be
Hmm.
a problem.
Wow, we've seen so many options, and Vidit has to calculate this all over by himself over the board with no help, no idea what the evaluation is. And of course, the thing is, he's been look at the last few moves, yeah. He's been
Hmm.
losing since here. Just want to highlight how many moves. So this was the last way. He's already -2. Okay. Now this happens. Now from this move, move number 33, he's been dead lost. 33 say for every move he's been dead lost. All these moves he's been dead lost.
It's not the kind of position that you could easily go wrong also. It is a
Yeah.
very safe advantage for black, so it could be very heartbreaking for hands actually, if Vidit
Yeah. And
managed to hold this position.
yeah, 13 move ho gaye, right? 13 moves say he's been completely dead lost with the -4 eval roughly. And with it, might not know the eval, but he knows he's dead lost. And to suddenly get one opportunity in one move, it's not easy to spot sometimes. But I think he's about to play. Okay, Priyanka, d5 or no d5? Chat, d5 or no d5? Yes or no? Come
D5.
on, let's go.
His eyes are in the center for sure, like that's what he's looking at. So I'm
Come on.
positive that he might go for D5.
Come on, VD. Come
Because
on,
otherwise he
d5.
would be very sad.
I will be very sad, Priyanka. He doesn't find it. Forget VD. Come on with it. Plays it! Let's
Yes.
go! By brilliancy on the board by Vidit Gujarati. What a move, man. Wow, look at that. That blue color looks amazing, Priyanka.
Definitely. You see how he stared at hands. He's like, okay, I found it. See, I told you, like
Wow.
his body posture, like it is very evident that he's going to make that move. Otherwise, if you notice the posture that he was in all along, he was very like sad. He's like waiting for the game to be over. But now
Hmm.
suddenly he feels the pressure. Like he can feel that, okay, something is happening.
And I think Hans also already saw it, yeah, because clearly he's not like
Of
super shocked.
course.
He understands. So let's go full screen again because I think Hans now has a lot of time, but I think he might have used majority of its time to understand the details. So I don't expect him to take too much time here, Priyanka. Like, he might play in the next 2 to 3, 5
Especially,
minutes.
yes. Especially because Vidit only has 7 minutes. He should not be, ideally, he should not be spending a lot of time.
Hmm. Yeah, Chad is saying, wow, Vidi, indeed, he finds this move. And now the question is it enough? Is it enough? And look at this. Now, whatever black plays, white has complete equality. Like it went from -4 to 0 in one move. What a move, man. What a move. And now, of course, don't take with the bishop. You have to take with the pawn. There's also king g7 apparently. But again, these moves allow me to take the pawn. So it requires insane courage for hands to go this way.
I think most probably he will go for CD5, Queen C8, that variation.
Hmm.
Because mostly they'll think about Queen D6, King G5, the variations that we were seeing.
Hmm.
But Queen D8, yeah, it's not that easy.
Man, if I was hands, I would be so mad right now. But he still has to. It still has to finish it off. It's not easy, and with a golden opportunity to hold a draw here, hands by the way is higher rated than Vidit. So if he draws, he might get another point in the ratings there. Hands by the way is world number 16 with 2736 as his current rating. So has risen up the ranks spectacularly over the last 2 years. Um, like IPL, they should have a substitute player here. Right? If I substitute anyone, then that guy is losing. There's no doubt. I will find a way for hands to lose this. Like I can promise you that, chat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Queen E1, that variation where what we were seeing, where black had to be careful, I mean, you never know, but it's very unlikely that, okay, that is going to happen, of course. There is a possibility if there was a substitute, yeah.
Yeah, I think hands has to be pragmatic here. Zadagar, if he over pushes, he could end up as the one suffering a defeat as well because the black king is all alone. Chat yaad game ka objective material ikhatte karna nahi hai. Black would have like 5 pawns here, but if this is a repetition, this is a repetition. You need to get to your opponent's king. That's the end goal. What does he do?
Probably a player should get like he can get to check the evaluation once in a game. Like he should be allowed to check the evaluation. What do you think?
I mean, that would be
That
nice.
would be really nice.
That'd be
Not the
like,
move, just the evaluation, I think would be enough most of the times for players, yeah.
do you think it will change chess drastically, like in terms of the ratings? Or do you think it will remain the
Um,
same at the end? Like in terms of top 10, let's say, do you think you see a drastic change happening in the top 10 or do you think it'll remain the
Not at
same
the top
roughly?
chess, I think. No,
Hmm.
I don't see that making a huge impact at the top level because they're most of the times always on point,
Hmm.
unless positions like these happen. If let's say you're in a visit position and you haven't played d5 yet, and then after queen
Hmm.
f2 you get a chance to to just get to check the
Hmm.
evaluation, and then when you find that it's equal, you for sure know it's d5.
Hmm.
But it's very rare that it happens at the top level. But in general, I think it can be good for for lower
Hmm.
level.
Hmm. I agree. I think it could be nice to know the eval because you might form a better opinion of the evaluation. But I think, of course, uh, वो choose करना किस moment पे देखना है eval is also will take time to understand. It's not an easy skill. And meanwhile, a question in the chat: why can't black take the free rook? I think वो rook free तो है, but now your queen is even further away. it can't really go back and block a check. So this would be, I think, one of the easier draws, I feel. With check, maybe queen d7 check. I just don't see कोई भी black piece नहीं है which can block a check at any moment. So this will be very comfortable. In fact, don't go too hard here because you might end up losing as well. So I think queen e1 definitely a mistake here because it will be very simple draw.
So either rook e3 or cd5 will happen now, I think.
Yes.
No other move makes sense because queen e1 is just like a draw for.
Yep, I think he should play this because rook e3, dc6, again, like rook e7, it requires some insane courage, and queen f4 takes. Does he have chances in this endgame? I would be
b4, king g3,
b4,
b3, king f2
f5.
maybe.
I would play actually. Yeah,
f5.
I just want to push.
Yeah,
And
this looks.
b3, f6. rook
This is unnecessary from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it could go on. मैं rook c7 खेल रहा था, and I'm not rook b7. Rook c7 I was thinking of, but bishop f3 maybe?
Yes, bishop f3, b2.
b2. Ah, it's mate. I can take because you can make a new queen, but it's checkmate there. Wow. Okay, that
was
would be a
nice.
nice finish. Okay, so going back, so see, like it's tricks. It's tricks for Vidit as well. It's not easy for hands to just play rook e3. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे Vidit ने jacket उतार लिया, by the way. Up, he's taken off the jacket. So maybe there's something interesting that's gonna happen, and we could see some drama. Okay, nahi, pieces nahi gir rahe yaar for some reason. I think it only happens in Gokesh's games, yeah? Come on. By the way, we have Dushyant in the chat saying, I want a draw on move 53. भाई ड्रॉ जब आप गए थे आपने ड्रॉ तो बोला नहीं था, आपने कहा था वो जीतेगा हैंड्स. क्या होगा दुष्यंत भाई, ऐसे कैसे, हाउ डिड दिस हैपन? हाँ,
He just wants to win in some way or the other.
yeah. Come on with it. Okay, what is hands? Okay, how much time does hands take now? Like he could take like a hour, yeah, if he wants to.
Yeah, like 40
What
minutes.
he's about to play. He's about to play. He's about to play. Finally. Let's see what he does. Crucial moment in the game.
He's played.
He's
He's
played.
played rook e3.
Oh wow, he goes for it. He goes for it.
Because okay, cd5 is for sure a draw because of a check. It's almost same as queen e1. So rook
Yes.
e3, dc6. So rook e7 is the only move, yeah?
It feels like it. I mean, I'm threatening.
Yes, queen
bishop
e1 a move.
Oh, queen e1. Oh, that's queen d4 check is the move then.
So
King g8, queen e3, and if I move the queen somewhere,
and then you always have check.
checks. Yeah. And also, there's no mate actually here. King can walk to h3, so we both can have two queens. Can we see that? Is that possible? Let's say here. Can I go c7? e1 queens, c8 queens. Oh, okay, this is still equal. Okay, you have to be kidding me. This is equal. Check, king h3, and now black is supposed to play queen g2, by the way.
Queen g2
The
and
only
bishop
way to draw.
d5. And queen f3, queen h1, is it?
It's queen f1, by the way.
How? So what
His
if
bishop,
this bishop king f2?
bishop h3 actually, apparently.
I thought
Walk
queen
up.
h1 and queen f3, right? Oh, there's queen h3, king h4, queen h1, queen h3.
Oof. King h4, queen h1.
And queen h3.
Queen h3, yes. Wow. Bapre. Okay, 4 queens. This could happen by the chat. This is not completely, impossible. It could still happen. 4 queen will be amazing, but let's see. Meanwhile, rook e3 ke baad, Vidit should just take. And this is what we talked about, right? He might need that time later on. So he should just take quickly because he might need to think again.
But this position, I mean, it's gutsy. I think he could be tilted a little bit, Hans. Because, I mean, he's in no way going to agree for a draw very soon. So queen f for that position. Entering that position is actually tricky for both players. I think that's exactly what Vidit also would want.
Yep.
Because it could go either way.
Yeah, has a luxury of 40 minutes on his clock, bhai. Itna time leke baitha hands. you have to still agree that he has. Yes, D6 is the only move, by the way, because now there are no checks. The rooks and the queens cover those checks. And my threat is just to, for example, I don't know what you play actually. The rook is hanging, bishop d5 is incoming. So a lot of stuff is hanging. The queen can't move. G3 is under attack. So you have to take this
I
pawn.
mean,
That's the
DC6
only
is
way.
not a difficult move to make. You will go DC6.
Yeah,
Queen E1, there, I mean, you will definitely see Queen D4 check.
agreed.
But is Queen D4 a move? Can I start with Queen D4? But
Ah,
I cannot because Queen D4, King G8, and Queen G3 is going with a check all the time.
yeah, I don't even have a check actually. I have nothing. So I think that should be simple to disqualify as a candidate
Yes,
move.
you will have to take DC6. I'm surprised that he's spending time even here because DC6 is almost like the only move to play.
Come on with it. We don't want you to lose this one because, in all the three defenses, Priyanka, like he had an opportunity, he had a sniff there at some point against, Nepomniachtchi. He had that draw moment, a few draw moments actually. Against, I think it
Right.
was in the first round also. So I think he's had opportunities, but somehow capitalize nahi kar paye. So I hope he does it this time.
So, yeah, he played DC6.
He did. Yeah, I don't see it. Finally he did. Thank God. He did. And now what happens? Rook e7 played instantly by Hans Niemann.
Of course.
Wow. And
So,
now,
Queen F4, Queen E1, Queen F8, Bishop G8, Queen E7.
in
But
this
that,
position you're talking?
no.
Huh? You mean Queen E1,
Queen
kya?
F4, Queen E1, Queen F8, Bishop G8, Queen E7 is just lost because there is a mate on this diagonal all the time. You
Yeah.
can't move the queen.
Yep.
And also
Queen,
C7 is threatened.
yeah, Queen C3. I'll just pick up this pawn and this is still defended. So
Exactly.
this
This
is
is
game over. Going back. So that's not an
so
option.
Queen F4 is not a difficult move at all to spot.
Is Queen C8 check possible? I'm thinking. So King G7.
And then you go
Queen D8 with the idea of this. And is that a possibility? Because I don't see a killer blow. I also control D5. So
But
no
can
bishop
I
D5.
go Bishop G8 on the previous move? But no, instead
Here.
of yes,
Bishop
is that a
G8.
move?
Wow, bar just went up, shot up like
Why?
crazy.
Because
Queen
of Queen
D8
D8
again.
still?
Yeah.
Because of the mate, yeah? All the time there's this mating threat.
Yes. Queen D4, Queen F6, multiple checks, which would be just mate after Bishop G8. So Hans has to be careful as well. He's scratching his head right now. He's like, bhai, kahan fas gaya? Completely winning tha. And Vidit, by the way, has 2 minutes now, chat. Okay, this is getting very, very difficult. 2.5 minutes. Priyanka, I mean,
I
he's
think
nodding
if
his
he
head.
plays Queen F4,
Huh.
it'll be an easy draw. If he plays Queen F4, then I think he can somehow manage to survive.
Queen F4. Vidit, that is the best move indeed because you trade queens and the C6 pawn is enough counterplay. By the kudos to Hans for finding rook E3. That was not an easy move at all. It takes courage and also great calculation to find it. And now can Vidit continue on the
He's
trend he
probably
started with
shaking his
D5?
head because of the time management, not because of the position, I think.
Yeah.
He could be like worried that his time is so low, but I'm sure he must have realized
Yeah. Timing a chat.
that the
He has
position.
increment. He has 30 seconds per move. He will gain, but extra time as a bulk, kuch nahi milne wala. So he's stuck with this and a 30-second increment per move. He literally played a move with 1 second on his clock, Priyanka, in one of the
He
games. So I
played
think
Queen
he's.
F4.
Oh, brilliancy again. Let's go, bhai. 2 brilliancies. Look at this. Rook E3, D5 brilliancy, then Queen F4 brilliancy, beautiful chess, and now B4 pe F5 only move.
That he will play. Again, he has no other choice.
If he
Is
finds
King G3 a
F5,
move?
it's lost. King G3, B3 is lost. And
Yeah,
I
because
feel,
Bishop D3 is coming.
and if he finds F5, I think he holds this, Priyanka. I think I'm in the same boat
Yeah.
as you. If he finds F5, he holds this. If he doesn't find it, he's lost. This is the final move with it by, I think, which is very tough. He has to find F5.
But he has no other choice again. He has to attack the rook so that he can push c7 and create counter. But if he waits otherwise, then there is b3, b2, bishop d3. He plays f5, of course.
Plays it. Let's go, man. Great move, actually, by Vidit. Wow. Bhai, that was incredible defense,
Very well
actually.
played, yes. Very well defended.
Wow.
Especially in such a form and also the pressure, yeah?
Now f6, but I feel that's much easier than what he's found so far. So he has to
Of
continue.
course.
Does it instantly. And it's funny. Now hands here must be thinking, bhai, matlab yaar, jeetne ke liye khel. Oh, blind's the best move, and bishop f3 only move.
Now this can be a little tricky, but maybe not actually. Bishop f3, the point is to what? Prevent rook c5?
I'm guessing, but rook c5 is still possible, no?
But then I can move my king and then go bishop e2, right? Let's say I go king g3 seems more logical,
G3
but
check
that
aa
is
raha hai na,
lost.
so that's also an issue. King h3,
Oh,
b2,
the
let's say.
time.
Priyanka, it's still tricky. Now the only move is bishop e2. It's still tricky, chat. I think it's still very tricky. And Hans even seems to have thought of a very long variation, which he's playing instantly. So he's not giving Vidit time to calculate during his clock. So crucial moment, I think Vidit is objectively drawing this, but the path is still, covered with mines. He has to navigate the path very, very carefully. Oh, and by the way, we are on move number 52, Priyanka. So I think your guess was 51, right?
Yes.
I think that's out of the picture now. अब दुष्यंत भाई कह रहे हैं एक चाल में गेम खत्म हो जाए दुष्यंत भाई, but that's not going to happen as well. So मेरे chances maximum high लग रहे हैं मुझे.
But I think that is also very unlikely to happen.
Agreed.
Because even if it fizzles out to a draw, hands will play on.
True. I think we all were wrong. I think because we didn't expect Hans to find that, make that mistake actually. And look at Hans. He's like, भाई क्यों गलती करी? But he's still finding all these moves which put Vidit under pressure. By the way, just under a minute finally for Vidit. For the first time in this game, he's fallen below a minute, chat. And there is no extra time incoming. C7 pe, there is rook c5, and that will lose the pawn. So Vidit should, ignore that move. But will he find bishop f3? 40 seconds, Priyanka, now.
It is not easy.
Oh,
But maybe he will play bishop f3 because he has no other move.
And it does feel logical because you want to attack this pawn before this pawn gets to b2. So it does make sense. It's just there are other moves that also make sense. Bishop h3 feels tempting just to push that pawn to the c8 square. He's still thinking. 11 seconds.
Oh my goodness. He's not looking at the bishop. Come on, just play
7.
bishop f3.
He plays. Let's go. Finds the only move in the position by keeps us on the edge of a chess again.
Damn. He played it with 4 seconds on the clock, right?
5. Yes. Wow.
Damn impressive.
And now Priyanka Black has so many moves. He has king g8. He has b2.
But I think rook c5 is what he would
5.
play.
Yes. And rook c5 pair, which is like a logical move. The best move is rook. I mean, not in a million years I would consider rook to a1. But I'm hoping with it fine. There are other moves also. The good news, there are other moves.
Of course, yes.
So, but chat, okay, question to Priyanka and chat both. Do you think this is a 2 result position or a 3 result position right now?
Oh, definitely. Actually, I'm not so sure. I was going to say 2 result, but I'm not so sure.
I agree. I think this is a 3 result position.
Hmm.
The only reason why I would say 2 maybe is because Hans has more time, so he's unlikely to make a mistake. But objectively, if both players had the same amount of time, this is definitely a 3 result position. So Vidit is nodding his head, but he knows the kind of time pressure he is in.
No, I think he's nodding his head because he knows that he's somehow surviving, but he doesn't have enough time to, think and play. He could make a mistake any time because he only has 30 seconds on the clock, yeah? I mean, imagine playing against players like hands like being on the defending side and it's such a low time is never easy. Especially
When
with passers on the board, yeah. Like B pawn, E pawn. One mistake could cost you a game.
four passers, by the way, chat, four pass pawns on the board. As we saw, there's a variation जहाँ पे चार queens है board के ऊपर and B2 played. And now look at this. Only move for Vidit Gujarati is pawn to C7.
So
He's pushing it, I
pawn
think.
to
I think he's pushing it, right? Let's go
yes,
with it. Let's
the
go.
variation we saw could happen where C7, Rook C5, Bishop E2 take, and E8 mate.
Oh, bhai,
He
he
played
played it.
C7.
He played it with it finding best move, only move after only move. Chat, question to you. Do you think Vidit Gujarati holds this? Yes or no? And we are coming very close to a position jahan pe it might happen easily, Priyanka.
Definitely. But now Hans is the one that has to be careful
Yeah, he has to. So, for
because he has to
example,
go Rook E8.
Rook c5, for example, if you look at this move, I was curious. Now Bishop e2 and Vidit is like winning. He's completely winning. And if Rook e8, the move you mentioned, Priyanka, as well, it feels like after Bishop e2, like it's dead draw. Yeah, I mean nothing to do, I think. Or
Bishop
is it
E2,
maybe
Bishop
Bishop 2?
E2.
Bishop e2, Rook b1 was my plan. Takes and Rook b8. But maybe not.
Right,
Oh, okay.
probably I'll have to.
Oh, this is the right colored pawn, by the way.
But
I completely forgot.
still, the king has to come out. Like maybe we could be on time. But this is not necessary, right?
So what can we
Rook
do then?
E8. I thought
Huh?
Bishop G4 was more logical because I'm
Bishop
threatening to go
g4.
C8.
Huh. And what can black do? Say Bishop
Bishop
a6 maybe?
A6. And then I can go F7.
Oof.
Can I go F7 and then Rook moves Bishop E2? You go that side. Then maybe
That's the
Bishop into
only move,
E2
by the way.
C8.
That's the only move.
So does this work? So Rook F8. I take
Huh.
Bishop E2 C8. Rook C8, Rook E2. B1, Rook E8.
Arey baap re bhai. Oh my god. This is
Does that
crazy.
work?
It does. It does. And
Oh,
now King
wonderful.
g7 is the move.
And then Rook B2 and okay, of course it's a draw.
And Rook f8 was the only move. So Vidit has winning chances, definitely. But does he have the time to calculate all of this? He's calculating, but this is tough. He could win this chat. He could lose this. He could draw this. But an absolute cinema moment indeed. Vidit Gujrati, as always, you know, भाई ऐसे बिल्कुल ट्रॉमा देके छोड़ते हैं गेम में अपने ओपोनेंट को, ऑडियंस को, हर किसी को भाई.
Definitely.
Oof, what does he do now? Hans Niemann, by the way, must be thinking. Any other move? So we saw Rook c5, we saw Rook c8. What if I play Bishop a6, for example? Like I try to stop with the Bishop instead.
But can I not just take Bishop? I
Bishop
cannot
e2?
take Bishop. Yeah, I can take Bishop E2 because there is still mate on the 8th rank, yeah? Rook E2,
Oh,
I can go Bishop E2 and mate.
I can just take, and then this is
Yeah.
mate. So that's not possible. So I have to move the bishop then, yeah? Then this is not looking ideal. You won a pawn for free. Wow.
Then maybe King. Where should I go? King
here,
G3,
I
Rook
don't know.
G5, King H4 maybe.
Wow, King Rook G5 is lost or close to lost after King H4. Okay, I don't know chess officially now. Why King H4 and not F4?
F4 because I thought some Rook F5's check. No, like Rook
Acha,
F5, Rook
हाँ, Rook F5
F6.
check out तो रहेगा, right, you're right. Yeah, of
So King
course.
H4 has to be played.
Of course, that makes sense. So going back, Rohan is saying VD is in control now. I don't think anybody is in control in this game, is my opinion. What do you
Only
think,
the
Priyanka?
clock is under control, I think.
Wow. Tough moment for Hans also, by the way, because he's been pushing and winning this game. But kya wo, it's very hard to digest that shift, right? Jab jeetne se aap suddenly, you see variations jahan pe you're just losing. You're like, wait, I was just like dominating the game. How did I end up here? You spend half the time just kind of going through the emotions rather than actually calculating variations. Like Hans could just kind of collapse in such a position.
It is possible. It is possible because he might not be like, okay with it suddenly to adapt to on a defending side. Because c7, like he must have thought rook c5 when he was initially calculating, because it's easy to miss because you're trying so hard to prove the advantage. So it's easy to miss bishop a2 and rook e8
Agreed.
mate. But now I think he's only spending time because, I mean, he knows that it's almost over.
कौन कह रहा है वीडियो गेम बोरिंग होती है ना, सरप्राइजिंग पार्टी सर, जिस बंदे ने लिखा ना कि कौन कह रहा है वीडियो गेम बोरिंग होती है, शायद उसी ने कहा था कि वीडियो गेम बोरिंग होती है, इफ माय मेमोरी सर्व्स मी करेक्ट. सो नाइस ट्विस्ट भाई, इफ दैट वाज इंडीड ट्रू. So question, if VD were to offer hands a draw or hands were to offer VD a draw, who takes it and who doesn't? Chad, what do you think? What do you think, Priyanka?
Who would take the draw?
If the opponent
I
offered it.
think black would be happy to take the draw now. But only speaking in terms of the position. But otherwise, I think both of them would want to continue playing. Because I can see many ways of how white can win now suddenly, right? Because of the e2 pawn. There's always a sacrifice coming because of the back rank.
I think I agree. Hands won't take it still. But with it, maybe...
Of course, I mean,
might be
if
tempted.
anyone, then maybe black.
Yeah. And 46 seconds for Vidit. I mean, there is no time for anything now, not even time to catch a snack, go to the washroom, walk. Literally zero time. He will have to play on the increment for the next 5 to 10 moves. And if he does play well, he has at least a draw in hand, if not more. Hands about to play, I'm sensing. What will be that move?
Rook e8 probably.
Yeah, could be. Could be indeed. But then as we saw, he has to find only moves, a couple of only moves there. So...
Because if bishop e6, you're directly losing the pawn on e2. It's not so easy to come back from that position to just, just give up the pawn on e2.
Agreed. You feel like this is one of my assets. Like as long as I can hold on to it, like it's best. So it's very hard to just give it instantly. Agree with you there. And जो भी कहो, hands भाई खुश तो नहीं लग रहे यार. VD is so jittery. Bhai, chat, you can have your fingers jittery and like the button. Jaldi se bhai, let's get more likes, more people in, because VD is promising us an absolute treat in this game. And it feels like the final few moves are gonna be absolutely fantastic. One way or the other. Either we'll be crying or we'll be laughing, but kuch na kuch to dramatic hoga.
Yes, I think we will not be crying because I don't see how we can lose here unless he gets flagged.
Oof, but
So it's
that is
definitely good
possible.
news for us.
That is possible, Priyanka. I mean, flagging is a
I
definite
mean,
concern.
no, I don't think he would get flagged. I mean, that's
Okay.
just not nice to play such brilliant moves only to get flagged. Yeah,
Come on, VD.
that should never happen.
But
But okay, Hans has his time.
He has to be at full attention till Hans plays. Like he cannot afford to break his concentration because he has no time to think. So Hans can just wait it out, just play at his will, and Vili ko pure time peak concentration pe rehna hai because he has to play in like 40 seconds. So he's going to drain his energy for sure.
Exactly. He can't even get out of the chair. He has to remain seated. He has to be focused because one wrong move could lead to anything. It's not like in yesterday's game where, he can just walk around with less time on the clock because the position is a lot more different. But today it's very complicated, so he can't really afford to get up from the board. Because he always has to like keep rechecking the variations because each move has an each variation, right? If rook here, he could go bishop g4, bishop into e2. But actually, I think with whatever black plays, white has bishop into e2, right? It does not really matter like what black plays. Rook c5, rook e8, bishop e6, bishop a6, whatever you play, I think I can go bishop e2.
That is the plan. ये pawn, एक pawn उड़ेगा, then the rook can take care of the second one, and you remove all of black's passed pawns. Then all you have is 3 pawns versus 1 pawn and bishop. But with these pawns being advanced, back rank being weak, I think this is enough for white to at least hold a draw. फिलहाल के लिए still no moves. We are waiting for Vidit's opponent, sorry, Hans to play. What is he gonna play? Come on, Hans. Give us the move. If he saves this, will be brilliant.
Yes. People are saying it's draw.
यार एक तो ना
the
यार
game
मत
is
बताओ
over.
चैट यार अगर कुछ हुआ भी है ना I don't want to know because I think I know there's a 15-minute delay and if somebody has tweeted I don't know why they've tweeted but I would rather not know because I think it's going to be fun to एक तो भाई ये
What? Why
फीडे वाले
will
और
UzChess tweet the results of the games?
because हर किसी को वो होता है ना भाई engagement चाहिए so often I think बहुत लोग करते हैं like they will have a delay and then they'll themselves tweet the result 15 minutes prior. It's like ridiculous. Yeah, I feel personally कि भाई क्यों
Really?
कर
So
रहे हो?
that's possible.
It happens. It happens. It happens a lot actually. Fide खुद
People are
बहुत करता है.
claiming they actually tweeted. So either chat could be pranking us or it's the truth.
I wish
Okay,
it was
Rook
just a
E8 is
prank.
played.
Yeah, he plays rook e8 and now bishop e2 is a draw chat, f7 is a draw, bishop g4 is a draw. The good news is we have to play multiple moves and majority of them are actually a draw. So good chances.
So bishop
Arjun has drawn,
G4,
yes. Oh, he
bishop
takes the pawn. He
D3.
takes the pawn.
He takes the pawn, right?
Yes.
He's made the move. Okay.
On the board and black
Yeah.
takes it.
So chat could actually be right.
Yes. Now f7 I think is the simplest, right? Because rook yahan pe, then I pick up the bishop. I think, right? That's a draw, no? Or no?
Yes. No.
Is
He
that a
could go
draw?
f7.
Oh, we have this. This is a live position.
But just
So he's playing
f7,
something.
no? As I said, f7, rook
Done,
f8,
done.
c8 and rook e2.
Yeah. Now rook f8 and rook c8, 2 moves possible for Hans. He has to put the rook in front of one of the pawns at least.
But rook c8, then rook e2, isn't that lost?
Then there's king g7 apparently, and that holds. Look at Hans smiling, yeah? He senses he's missed a win. I think that was an acceptance smile from Hans. He's shaking his head now. He realizes he's just a draw and he has missed a huge opportunity to beat the Gujarati. And this should give Vidit a lot of confidence, chat, a lot of confidence. Because ऐसी गेम बचाना आसान नहीं है.
Yes.
Come on, UzChess Twitter spoil the game for me. भाई उनको बताओ भाई कि ना ट्वीट करे फिर और क्या बोले भाई. There's nothing we can do. उनको बोलो भाई कि why
It's not
tweeting
in our
पहले.
control.
Okay, now he picks up a queen. I never thought when Dushan Bhai was here कि Vidit को queen बनाने को मिलेगा प्रियंका. Even though if it's only
Nobody
for a
had
move.
thought.
I never
True.
thought that queen will move while the game is live.
Yeah, c8 queen, rook c8, rook e2, b1, rook e8, take, king g7. It's just a draw.
22 seconds for Vidit.
It does not matter. Yeah.
Queens. There is it. Yeah, there it is. Khatam. Rook takes e2 now. And if you queen, then rook e8 does the job. And there it is. It is a draw. What a hold from with. Oh, you can see him. She can't believe it. How he held that draw. Yeah, even Hands can't believe it. What a game, man. मजा आ गया भाई. I know कई कह रहे white से करने को confidence मिल रहा है, but man, he was completely busted. To come back from that was insane. He found some amazing moves as well. Like it wasn't easy to come back. First of all, to play this brilliant move in this position here to find d5, then to play another brilliancy d takes c6, then to play another
queen
brilliancy queen
f4.
f4, then another only move f5, then another only move f6, then another only move bishop f3, then another only move c7. I mean, you have to admire. It was like 7-6 moves in a row straight by.
It's
Impressive play.
insane.
And Priyanka, you know what the final move number was? It was 57.
Savage.
So all of us missed.
Yeah. Maybe next time, yeah? We
Yeah.
will get better at predicting and then can give away
Indeed,
some memberships.
indeed, chat. So,
But that was insane fight from both players.
yeah, agreed. And that means कि Vidit holds on to a draw. I think he's still gonna be in last place on 1.5, but at least he's half a point behind. And this will give him confidence with some players to come who are relatively weaker. So he could get, gain a few points there. And importantly, he stays above 2,700. That's the good news.
But I think he'll be very happy with the draw. He'll
Yeah.
be very relieved. And I mean, the moves that he had to find with such a low time, I mean, that's incredible.
Incredible. And Priyanka, any final words for today? I mean, it was a longer day, I think, but also a crazier day. And that end game, I think you can analyze for hours and hours and keep learning new stuff. Kudos to Vidit for holding that. Any final words, Priyanka, for today?
I mean, today was insane. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a short day, especially after Arjun's quick draw.
Yeah.
But I mean, hats off to Vidit. What more can I say? He found the only most straight, like 5-6 moves, and that is incredible. I'm very happy that
Indeed.
I got to witness it live.
Indeed. And chat, thank you for joining. Thank you, Priyanka and Dushyant, for joining.
Thank you so
It was
much.
amazing to commentate with you. And thank you, Saiva, as usual, for the amazing broadcast. I know you felt the game was a bit short at the end, but okay, we'll have a longer game tomorrow for you. Thank you, chat. आपके बिना मजा नहीं आता. It's time to say good night for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.